In this interview with EOTT of the United Kingdom, we go into the secrets of the simulation of life and death, our immortality, where we fit into this existence, academic censorship, more about the Phoenix. A lot of subjects are covered in this. It's an hour and 40 minutes, but it's worth your time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the much-awaited collaboration between myself, Jimmy James at EOTT, and my brother Jason from over at Archaix. Jason, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good.
Fantastic. Good to hear, my friend. Good to hear. It's been a long time coming, brother. It's been one of those where I think the stars have aligned, the holographies have aligned, and we've finally connected. So it's going to be an absolute pleasure to really get to know you a bit more, Jason, and really discover your path. You know, you're currently how would you describe you're more than a landscape gardener, right? You're more of a, how would you describe your current business, what you do?
I specialize in hardscape, which is, we're not really landscapers. We come in and we do the stone work. They're building a new house, or if somebody buys a new home and they want a flagstone driveway, they want statues, they want a koi pond, they want things that typical landscapers don't do. We come in with the mortar and the rock, and we just do hardscapes. These are permanent constructions that are added to somebody's home.
Beautiful. Yes, I'll put some links in the description box, because I've seen some of your work and it's quite a sight to behold. And talking of statues, I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later on. But before we do, Jason, tell us, as is traditional for EOTT, tell us a little bit about yourself, brother, your journey, how it all started, and give us a bit of your early days, and we'll kind of go off from there, if you'd be so kind.
Well, I can give it to you in 30 seconds. I was adopted at age 5 off the streets. I don't know too much about my original family. I was adopted in Houston, Texas by the Brashears family. My original last name is Durant. My name Brashears is, of course, my adopted name. I did not adjust, and for about 10 years, I just went through some family upheavals. I never did adjust. By age 15, I left with a backpack on my back, and I pretty much walked across the United States for 2 years until I got in trouble at age 17 and landed me in prison. In prison, I got in a lot more trouble because I really didn't feel like I deserved to be there. And I got more sentences. I got put into situations where I couldn't control, and it was either be a victim or victimized. And of course, I chose the latter, and I ended up getting more prison time. And by the time I made it out, I was 43 years old after spending 26 years and 48 days in Texas prison. That's pretty much in a nutshell.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much indeed. And just a few little points of that one. Having done a little bit of prison myself in the UK, I can semi-relate, but I think it's fair to say the American prison system is another kettle of fish altogether. I've read a few books, and as you probably know, I've been interviewed by Sean Atwood, who spent some time in Arizona. And yes, the prison system's no joke over there, brother. As you say, it's kill or be killed sometimes, and it's one of those. But you managed to turn it around. How far into the sentence was it, Jason, before you kind of knuckled down with the education, or was it just kind of progression all the way through, and then certain things clicked somewhere along the way?
Well, as a teenager, prior to my incarceration, I already had a deep fascination with human history. The narrative that was forced down my throat in elementary and junior high school was absolutely rebelled against. I couldn't accept. There was no in my mind, for me to accept a concept, there has to be a link of chain of circumstances and evidence that would build to that final picture. And I was in my education, in our education in the UK, in the United States, we were force-fed these concepts.
Pearson, sorry to interject, but only very quickly, brother. Pearson seemed to be the guys in charge of all the Western education, but go on. Thank you.
Okay. I just know that we're force-fed these final concepts, but there's no chain like in if I was talking about in legal parlance, there would be a chain of custody. And this is how my research, this is why I research the things I do and the methodology that I employ. There has to be a chain of custody for me to complete a final concept, a final picture. You can't just tell me something was the way it was without showing me how it got there. And this was my problem with the education. And what I did in prison was act like a damn knucklehead for about 11 years. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to sit here and try to hide it. My entire body from my neck all the way to my feet is covered in one single tattoo. It covers my whole body. The only thing that I did do was to satisfy my adopted mother's. She just didn't want to see anything on my neck, my face, my hands, and I honored that. I have nothing there, but the rest of my body's completely done. So, in prison, in my 11th year, I realized I'm not getting out. Parole is an illusion. They have completely politicized the parole process, and everything the prosecutor and judge told me from the beginning was not necessarily a lie, because the legislative intent at the time was for me to get out of prison after 7 years. But judges and prosecutors don't know what future legislations are going to do. And when they create new laws retrospectively, ex post facto, to the general public, it's illegal, but to the imprisoned population, retrospective laws are absolutely illegal. They're employed all the time. These new parole laws kept me in prison an additional 10 years. Knowing that I was going to be a lot older by the time I got out, I started pursuing my interests and hooking up with different individuals, benefactors, patrons, organizations that would fund my education. By the time I got out at 43 years old, my bibliography was 1,567 nonfiction books that I had studied and data mined.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. As you can see, I was just jotting a few notes down there, thoughts that came from that little conversation, and thank you for the information. So the first one being, you talked about, history and our understanding and the multiple layers you have to dig down through. But before we get to that, I was going to ask about your access to information, because, for example, in HMBL stock, I was able to order The Curse of Ignorance by an author called Arthur Findlay. Really old book, and they brought it in from external library. It took 2 weeks to come. And later on in the journey, I think it's fair to say all the libraries had a pretty decent selection of books. All of it mainstream, granted. But then when you got to Park Prison, the library was phenomenal. And the guy there, I got really friendly with him, and he would essentially order anything I asked him to order. Everyone was able to do it through the order book, but he said, because we used to chat about, any ones you want, just let me know. And the ones that he couldn't get, I was able to order off Amazon, as long as they weren't on the banned list. So I was able to utilize the time quite effectively and devour just as much knowledge as I could, basically. So with regards to the access within prison, as well as the patrons, and benefactors, can you talk to us a little bit more about kind of the progression of access and how that became easy for you as you went through it?
Here's a unique phenomenon we find in Texas prison. The prisons I was at, like the Walls unit, the Eastham unit, the Estelle unit, some of these units are over 100 years old. The libraries are full of books from the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s. We're talking about pre-World War II. Come 1946, after the Nuremberg trials, almost every single American history book was rewritten, redacted, and edited, and basically scrubbed. Any history books you can get your hands on before 1944 are gold mines of information. Even the Encyclopedia Britannicas were accurately reporting things up until the 1920s. It's after the 2 world wars that we have some serious problems. The history books, we can do a comparative analysis between historical texts and monographs, even archaeological monographs after World War II. They don't say the same things as the ones before World War II, even though they're by the same authors, same publishers. Well, my benefit in my incarceration is I had access to these libraries. And when prison librarians found out what my interests were and what I was doing, all I had to do was receive manifests from the other 116 prisons in Texas, and I had more information than a man can read in a lifetime. I had to cherry pick which historical books I wanted to read, so I stuck with all those that were 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th century. I pretty much left 20th century records alone that are post-World War II, simply because of the huge systemic censorship, the rewriting of history. So the benefit of my research is that I had original source materials, and this is why I say in my Archaix group over and over that I pride myself that none of my data comes from an internet source. It's all from original books and reports. That's the benefit of being a prisoner in Texas. You have access to materials that most people don't even know used to be in print.
As they say, thank you again, brother. As they say, everything happens for a reason, right? And they're probably,
no doubt.
Let's not put anyone on a pedestal or anything, but there's probably were very few people and no doubt you met people very similar to yourself, but very few who had the inclination or even the desire or even the ability, you know, having that, you said you had your background kind of experience of being a teenager and a good foundation. And I myself had a good foundation, but I always had libraries, dictionaries, thesaurus, and you know, you'd be reading something and go, what's this? And then boom, 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 give me a thesaurus, give me keep saying library, I mean to say dictionary. And yeah, that just grows and grows and advances. So that's a fascinating, I wasn't aware of that. I must have.
Well, Jimmy, I'm going to have to interject with an anecdote that's very humorous, although I admit with embarrassment.
Please do. Listen, everything on the table, brother.
When I was 20 years old, I wrote home. The greatest accomplishment of my life, after 3 years of imprisonment, I wrote home and told my father that, hey, I did something. I took a Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary and I broke the entire thing down on 17 legal pads, front and back. And I created a system where every word's antonyms were recorded on a line and all the synonyms were created on another line. I was so proud of it. I studied it and I sent it home. And my dad wrote me a letter back and says, boy, you rediscovered the thesaurus. I had no idea at 20 years old what a thesaurus was, but I had done it on my own with just a dictionary sitting in the jail cell and then in prison. But yeah, to my embarrassment, I admit that. I smile on it in retrospect, but at the time I was very embarrassed about that.
That was fascinating. And that's what it is, you know, words are powerful things, and this is I always talk about telepathy. You know, I fully believe we're telepathic beings, and language is being used to degrade our communications through the resets, through the derivations. You know, English being the most recent derivation of Latin, the language of commerce. It's designed for business, pretty much commercial business, and as a result of that, where we have immigrants from all different countries and cultures all across the planet, they're trying to explain something to me in English, and they're saying, there is no way to explain what I'm trying to say to you. You don't have the words. You know, I witnessed this, you know, experienced it myself. I thought, oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Yeah, words are powerful. This is it, brother. And kind of, yes, exactly. And again, it kind of feeds into the whole knowing and understanding. It's one thing to know something, but to actually understand what it is that you know. And I'm sure, like myself and like yourself, you've had these kind of epiphany moments. You go, oh my God, I've always known that, but I didn't realize it meant that, you know? So, yes, fascinating. So was that basically the core? Because when I read that you sent your manuscript rather, to the authors, and they said that you got quite a few books from them. Was that kind of saving up your prison earnings and ordering books externally as well then to bolster the prison?
You're talking about Book Tree Press in San Diego.
Yes.
Okay, that's a different story. That was long after I had already done all this other research, and in 2003, I saw an old prison catalog, Book Tree of San Diego, and I flipped through the books and I saw all these metaphysical books by Francis Barrett and Simon Magus and all these alchemical books, and then I looked in the historical section and I saw all these other books that I have remembered from the bibliographic references of the old books that I had studied in other prisons, and I said, well, here's a guy who's reprinting all these old books I haven't had access to. So I wrote him and I told him exactly what I was doing, what my agenda was, my plan. I sent him some manuscripts, and he didn't contact me for over 7 months. I gave up on him, but I was ordering books from him. So my budget in prison was like $75 a month that I could order books. I could just sit here. I could order every month. All my money went to books. And every month I was excited to get that package to see what I was going to learn. I data mine everything. I don't keep books. I don't have an extensive library anymore, because it's the information that's valuable to me, not the actual book itself. I normally pass the books on to other prisoners. I had no use for them once I data mined them. But Paul Tice, the publisher of Book Tree, contacted me after 7 months and sent me a contract. And the contract stipulated that he had the rights to the next 5 books if I agreed to a publishing contract, he gets first rights on the next 5 books. So we stuck to that. He's published 5 of my books now. Nice. I have a lot more to release. I just don't have the time to put them together. I'm a busy man.
Yes, and this is unfortunate. Thank you, brother. This is unfortunate. It seems to be, whilst, you know, you do fantastic, phenomenal work, and you make people very happy, with your living, it's wasted on you, brother. You know, it's just something you're able to physically do. And I think some of us, unfortunately, take a while to kind of find that way of facilitating what is our true passion. You know, you don't need much money, do we? That's what I always boil it down to. I don't need a great deal of money, just enough to get by, be happy, and do the things that I want to do.
Just enough to pay the bills.
This is it, brother. This is it. Enough to pay the bills, and maybe do a little bit of exploring as well. And beyond that, you don't really need much more. And yeah, I look forward to the day, brother, when, like you said, at the moment you've got boxes full of manuscripts essentially under the bed.
And I have boxes that actually recently I asked for help from some members of Archaix, and I've already sent 2 manuscripts to a lady that wants to type them up, and we'll see how that goes. But just to see, volunteers to start transcribing these and getting them ready for publication, because that would definitely abbreviate my ability to get this material out.
Fantastic. Thank you, brother. And I think it'll be really nice, actually, to try and get this out far and wide, because I know we have many similar interests. People like your John Levy, your Martin Leakey, Roger over at Mud Falls University. I always give you guys a shout, always in the same kind of ground when people ask them what do I get into myself, where do I find my personal cutting edge, as it were. But if you'd be so kind, Jason, talk us through your own bibliography of your own creations from the beginning. What was the first one you put together? I know the Chronicon you put out there for free, which is quite an extensive.
Well, Chronicon was what started everything. I had no intention of writing a book. What I wanted to do, because I'm data mining all these books, my original project, which began about 1999, right around the Y2K deal. My original idea was to put together an entire chronology of the world that assimilated every ancient timekeeping system, calendar, and dating method that we have in recorded history. I wanted to show exactly what year and what month it was for each dating system that was going, so we could see the parallels and we could draw inferences on what civilizations were going, what kind of contacts there were, what was happening transcontinentally, and trying to identify particulars where there were beyond coincidence, such as the exact same protagonists, the exact same stories, the exact same plot lines, the exact same pantheons, the exact same traditions and stories found on continents that are separated by oceans by people who are thought to have absolutely no contact. And yet here in Chronicon, we can see 100% definitive evidence that there were correlates. There was a mariner race that was spreading all this like a syllabus. These stories might not even been real, but it was their stories, and we have them recorded everywhere. And by studying a people's calendar and how they process time, we can learn a tremendous amount of material about them. Because chronology is the absolute most ignored study in history today. Ancient chronicons, chronographical references, there's thousands, maybe tens of thousands of them in all the texts that we have today, but no historians ever touched this subject. And it's tainted, like Graham Hancock. His own research can absolutely be refuted. Zechariah Sitchin can be refuted, every bit of it, just by citing the actual dates that the texts that they cite say. But in order to promote their theories, they have to ignore these chronographical references. They have to completely do away with them and cherry pick their data in order to put these theories, these fantastic theories of a 10,000 BC Atlantis. And there wasn't Atlantis, there was an Atlantean empire. And the Egyptians were very specific on their lunar dating code. And other scholars during Plato's day even censured Plato for going with a huge 9,000 year date when the Egyptians only counted in months. Every date in the Egyptian text from the Turin Papyrus on back was by lunar reckoning, which means you divide every number they give you by 12 and you have almost an exact date. And archaeology confirms that Athens was indeed dated to the 13th century BC, which is exactly what the Egyptians said if you go by their lunar reckoning. But if you go by the Zechariah Sitchin reckoning or Plato's reckoning, you get 9,000 BC, and there was no Athens in 9,000 BC. And I isolate like 6,000 of these examples in Chronicon for people to see that our history is cohesive. It's not as mysterious as you think. The only mystery are the fictional introductions by modern authors who are not being censored.
Thank you, brother. Yes, indeed. And I saw a fantastic video the other day that kind of mirrors exactly what you're saying. And it was a Google talk by a chap called Michael Cremo, Forbidden Archaeology. Are you familiar with?
I read his book. His book is over 900 pages. It was Michael Cremo and Richard Thompson, I believe, the co-authors of Forbidden Archaeology.
Right, indeed. I've not read the book myself, and it was the first time I'd even stumbled upon it. You know, it is, you know, there's so many people out there. But yeah, and he was breaking it down. So he says, you know, all right then, so our kind of modern understanding is, you know, humans go back 200,000 years. Are you still there, Jason? You're frozen. Oh, you are, you're right.
No, you're moving now. You were frozen
Yeah.
for a minute.
Was the audio okay?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, fantastic. And yeah, so he goes, all right then, so what's our common understanding? You know, yeah, 200,000 years. You go, right, okay. He goes, so what I decided to do was look at the primary evidence, not the secondary evidence, which is what you were describing earlier, post-1945.
Right.
It doesn't matter what primary evidence comes in from any source, you know, scholars, universities, etc. What ends up in the secondary evidence, which is the textbooks for the universities, the medical training schools, etc., contain none of these primary records, and they're not just dozens, there's hundreds, sometimes thousands, you know. And he basically goes right into it, and you should watch the video, or not you, but, you know, the listeners if they've not seen it. And yeah, you know, humans can go back 6 million years by all accounts. So, kind of blows a lot of this mainstream stuff out of the water, and that brings me right back up to my first note, which was, again, the layers. I absolutely adored reading Graham Hancock and Zachariah Sitchin and all of David Icke's stuff, and multiple authors. But that's just the first level to catch you. You go, this first layer is not satisfying your curious little human mind. All right, then, have the next layer, the mainstream funded, you know.
Yeah, I don't take away from the importance of their work and their research.
I think you need it.
Yes, they're citing real facts. I just don't like their interpretation.
Well, I think, again, you need to go through these different layers to be able to, you know, we come back to cognitive dissonance, and we'll come, you know, back to it in a bit more depth later, but every now and again we'll come to cognitive dissonances. What were the kind of real cognitive dissonances that you struggled with during your kind of exploration of stuff?
That's a good question, because who you're talking to today is not the man that existed 8 years ago.
Indeed.
And let me quantify that. For the first 40 years of my life, I was absolutely Southern Baptist, Texan, hardcore conservative, right? Basically, Bible thumping. I used to argue against Muslims. Hey, listen to me. I was washing the blood of the Lamb. You couldn't tell me anything, man. I'm a savior. I'm going to heaven. I'm not trying to hear it. I got the research to back it up. I've read the Bible over 60 times in prison, and I have the handwritten notes to prove it. I went from Genesis through Revelation, every book of the Bible, man. I've even released about 6 different YouTube videos about my discoveries on the biblical material, and they're not what most Christians are going to believe until they see the video. But those videos cite absolutely nothing but the Bible, nothing else. So when I was 40 years old, I finally hit a wall where I can no longer justify what I'm reading in the scripture as opposed to what I'm told by people who believe the scripture. I can't see the correlates. I've been listening to it all my life, what people believe, they consider themselves Christians and what they believe in there. And yes, many of them are very spiritual people and their heart's in the right place. But you are culling data from texts that also say, murder your enemy's baby. You know what I mean? Suffer not a woman to live. If she's an adulteress, you stone her outside the city walls. No court, no trial, no anything. So there are
I can half agree with that one, but I'm jesting. Go on.
Yes, but there are several scriptures that absolutely require a believer to kill an enemy, to murder. It even says, dash the heads of infants on stones, ravage the women. I said, listen, I don't care if people want to sit there and justify it and say, well, that was God talking to the Jews, or the Jewish people have a special license to murder their enemies. I don't care what your justification is. This book that I had believed was the Word of God is telling me these things, while these people, on the other hand, who are using the New Testament as the Word of God, are telling me just the opposite. I cannot be pulled in 2 different directions and ever think I'm going to arrive to a destination. It's not going to happen. So cognitive dissonance, this great wall that I had been hitting for about 3 years, finally broke when I was 40 years old, and I decided to divorce myself from everything I had previously believed and look at all my research notes, which were in the thousands of pages at the time, and go back through everything again with a fresh eye and it took some doing. It took about 300 pots of coffee. I just sat in a prison cell and I reanalyzed everything I believed. I went through all the data that I had been data mining, and I came up with several discoveries for which I now have published books. Unique things that no one else has ever heard of. You have no idea how many people have contacted me saying that this Phoenix chronology blows their mind. The amount of data to prove that there is a phenomenon that occurs on this planet where mud falls from a blue, clear sky and buries entire civilizations and cities, islands, ships at sea. It happens every 138 years somewhere on this world. It doesn't happen. It's not ubiquitous. It doesn't happen everywhere. Only 2 times in recorded history has this phenomenon ever even covered an entire hemisphere. But the chronology is real. I didn't date any of it. It was an accidental discovery when I just realized that too many of these stories were the same. And so many civilizations invented things around the same times. And when I started researching the why of it, I found resets. I found, wait a minute, these things were already priorly known, so why are they being rediscovered? And I find these resets over and over. When I look, I find a Phoenix episode, and everything is exactly 138 years apart. These civilization resets, when I made these discoveries about the Phoenix, and in 2006 offered a manuscript for publication, Booktree jumped on it and published it in 2009. But in waiting for them to publish it for 2 years, I made so many more discoveries. Now that I know what I'm looking for, I ordered the right materials, found more references that I had read from prior books that I'd already passed on to other inmates. So I had to reorder those books, because when you're data mining material and you have an objective, you're automatically going to exclude material that doesn't support your paradigm. So I had to reread over 200 nonfiction history books to get that data back. It cost me a pretty penny. It cost me quite a bit of money, but I did it to get that information back, and I published Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse, which has over 100 new facts about the Phoenix phenomenon and Phoenix chronology. So the added benefit of cognitive dissonance is that it sent me in a new direction where I could actually have facts to back up a belief, rather than have other people tell me what to believe based off a cherry-picked text.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Very poignant, brother. Very poignant. And is it fair to say you wouldn't change your experience of the world?
You know what? I often get this blank look from people when I tell people I'm 47 years old and I spent 26 years and 48 days in Texas prison. They don't. I see them trying to process that. They don't understand. I was a 17-year-old kid when I got out. I was 43 when I went in. I'm 43 when I got out. I'm 47 now. I've been out for 3 years, almost 4. So I wouldn't change it for the world, because I know for a fact that had I had stayed in the free world at 17 and not gone to prison, I would not be the man who I am today. I would have not have been this information sponge that just took tremendous amount of data from so many different sources and put it into a single cohesive format. I would have never done that. As a matter of fact, I don't know anybody who has ever been free, even with a doctorate, who has read as many nonfiction reference books as I have. I don't see how they could with family.
Not in the real world.
There's too much.
No.
There's no way to do it. So in prison, I got up early in the morning. I got my coffee ready, ate me a little snack, and for about 8-9 hours, that's what I did: read, write, and research. Then I hit the rec yard, exercise. I'm still in excellent physical condition today. That was my routine. And then I went to my little 4-hour job in prison, got home, did about 2 or 3 hours of light reading, data mining, and then went to sleep and did it all over again the next day. And I did this for years.
Thank you, brother. That's my thing. I think I read near enough 1,000 books when I was in jail, maybe a little bit less. And fair to say, let's just say 60-40 non-fiction, fiction. I would do my research in the day, and then even then just a bit of light reading, a bit of sci-fi, a bit of fantasy, a bit of whatever.
I did that a lot too. I did because it wasn't the subject matter of this video. I do have to say, yes, I read a lot of fiction too, because it relaxes the mind. It's not fiction. Reading fiction is nothing like nonfiction, where you have to process the information.
Indeed. But what we also find then is these little references and different things, Easter eggs as they call them, within these books, and you go, but a lot of truth hidden in plain sight as science fiction, as fantasy, and you go, this isn't fantasy. These things used to be real. These are the, So that feeds us on lovely. And now I've written a list of all your videos, but I would rather, would you just be kind enough to kind of give us a little breakdown of some of the ones that excite you the most? Because you kind of cover quite a few different topics, as is your nature to want to get it all out there. But what are the topics? I've got a few of my own, but I'll let you go first. What are the kind of real topics that you've made videos on that really excite you?
Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to go back just a minute.
Okay. Please do. Yeah.
In my studies, putting Chronicon together, which is free to the public. It's 510 pages, but it has 735 pages of supplemental notes. So it's a huge work, but it's free to the public on the Archaix Facebook group or on archaix.com. Anybody can download those PDFs. Now, in putting this timeline together, it became readily apparent after my 40th year that there is a mathematical structuring to our history that defies explanation. I cannot sit here and try to explain to you in any terms, layman nor scientific, what I found, other than the fact that our entire history is patterned. And it's patterned in Fibonacci codes, it's patterned in palindromes, it's patterned in these awesome, beautiful 5.08 spirals. It's patterned in sequences that occur in cycles and epicycles of 3.1416. All our physics constants can be found in the time between events that occurred in history that were very similar in nature. It doesn't matter if it's a plague in Brussels in Europe. I can pretty much show you using the Fibonacci sequence, pi, phi, curvature equations, palindromes, isometric projections. I can show you when the next plague occurred based off the mathematics of the past two. What's happening, what I found was a structuring. It is a mathematical construct. It is basically a coding. And the same arithmetic appears in the double helix of our DNA. The same arithmetic appears when you flush your toilet and watch the water go down. When you look at a spiral galaxy and you see the physics CGI of how that operates. These codes in the operation of the creation of a snowflake as temperature fluctuates. It's harrowing to actually think that all my beliefs and all my research can be summed up in just a few words. I believe that we are in a simulation. And long before I ever heard of simulation theory, I came upon on that belief, but I kept it to myself. It wasn't until I got out of prison and I saw YouTube videos that I even learned that other people had been entertaining this idea, but they entertain it from a CGI or a modern pop culture perspective. I had never seen anybody take the history of the world and show mathematical constructs that show that it's coded. So what I take from my entire life full of research is that I believe what Elon Musk believes. We are indeed in a simulation, but I don't believe Elon Musk can actually show it. He just theorizes it. And there are many people like him that haven't done the research they weren't in prison. There's no way they could have done it. It's scary when you think about it, but it's also beautiful because I understand that the architecture of the human personality is so definitive and so magnificent that somehow we are like immortal beings trapped in this huge mathematical construct that's not of our own design, but was built just for that purpose, for us not to live in, but to pass through. And this is what the arithmetic conveys. So my studies of history have basically turned me into a mathematician. It was by necessity just to understand the discoveries as they unfolded. So that's basically an answer to my question, is that cognitive dissonance divorced me from all these religious preconceptions to see reality as it was, and the reality that I see is a byproduct of what I have researched and seen in world history, not what's taught to me, but what I found. So yes, we live in a simulation. We live in a simulated environment, and it doesn't matter if it's Mandela effect or synchronicity or deja vu or coincidence. Whatever happens that's an anomaly in this existence can be readily explained in simulation theory. Almost every mystery of the ancient world can be explained in simulation theory. The flash frozen fossils of antiquity, which cannot be explained by uniformitarian and evolutionary models, butterflies, jellyfish, invertebrates, earthworms found petrified. It doesn't make sense according to the models that were given. But if these are prior simulated ecologies that were flash frozen to begin a new simulation, it all makes sense. The history of the world makes perfect sense to me now. It's not even mysterious. Even the Phoenix phenomenon, which I used to believe was the orbit of a a decayed planet, a dead world that came too close to Earth and rained mud from a glacial sphere. All that is presented to me as a intruder planet. But nothing can orbit at a perfect synchronicity of 138 years and appear on May 16th every single time throughout 5,000 years of world history. It's impossible unless it's coding. And because of that conclusion, I have to say we live in a simulation, and many other conclusions besides.
Wonderful, thank you, brother. We'll get on to many more of these conclusions. So allow me to just address a couple of my notes I popped down here. So gematria, at what point did the concept of gematria come into your field of knowledge?
Well, initially I had ignored gematria because I am not impressed with Kabbalah systems. I'm not impressed with it
myself. Go on.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, but I was just saying I've not gone into it deeply myself. My partner's kind of a slightly bit more okay with it, but go on.
Well, yes, initially I had dismissed gematria for many reasons. One, I'm not interested in the ancient. Once I divorced myself from the biblical narrative, and that it itself is just a construct of a bunch of scribes making old Near Eastern text, I had dismissed it. But in the hermetical literature, in the alchemical literature, I kept finding the exact same concepts that were transcultural, even by people who were thought to have no contact. So I started studying gematria, and I found some pretty interesting things. But again, it all goes back to coding. It all goes back to the fact that when we trace human scripts, not languages, but when we trace linear B back to linear A back to the old Hindu and the Sanskrit, when we find these original pictographs before there was alphabetical constructions, we find the exact same geometrical symbols transcontinental. The Chinese used the same symbols with the same concepts as the Ubaid and pre-Sumerian and Sumerian people. The Proto-Egyptian symbols that were found by Professor Waddell, who is absolutely hated by the establishment, but he showed that they were all Sumerian symbols. The very first dynasty of Egypt was Sumerian. It wasn't even Egyptian. That's why Waddell is hated. His research is phenomenal, but all his books are before World War II. Now, this gematria, this study of number concepts attached to letters, alphabetical designations, and words is very interesting, because when you use gematria to read certain biblical passages, you will find some very interesting things. I'll give you one example. There is a passage in the book of the prophet of Isaiah, which refers to an altar that is in the middle of the land of Egypt, but at the border thereof. It is an altar of God built of fire. Well, many people before me, before I was even born, believed that passage referred to the Great Pyramid of Egypt and no other pyramids, which in old Hermetical literature was called an altar of God. In the Vedic, in the Vedic text, it was called the altar of Agni. Now, which was built by Brahma, another rendition of Abraham, and Saraswati, who was Sarah. But the interesting thing of gematria is if you add up every Hebrew letter in that one verse that describes that altar in the middle of Egypt and yet at the border thereof, it's 5,449. And anybody who has studied the Great Pyramid knows exactly that by the unit of measurement employed in the Great Pyramid itself, it is exactly 5,449 units high, which is 481 feet by our measurement today in the United States. Under metric, it's totally different. It's 41 stories high. But gematria reveals many secrets about many places. We've even found in gematria longitudinal, latitudinal coordinates. But gematria, to me, is not evidence of a highly sophisticated people in antiquity who knew the future. To me, it is evident as part of the coding of the simulation itself. There are too many synchronicities involving gematria when we read the New Testament, which was written in Greek, as opposed to the Aramaic passages where the same words have the same mathematical meanings, yet they're in totally different languages, which the Aramaic has many correlates mathematically with the Hebrew, totally different languages, but the mathematical designations for certain words are the exact same. I said, I don't see language anymore as the inventions of scribes. I see it as a part of our simulated holography.
Wunderbar. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Another few thoughts popped up there again. So it must have been amazing, even though, as you say, you came out and obviously discovered the internet, that must have been quite a thing to have access, unfettered access to the internet, only quite a few, a few years ago. But it must have been quite vindicating to find people who were, it's not just confirmation bias, it's something that deep within yourself that you took a long time to kind of study and establish and go, right, okay, certain things I can know, as best we can, but then to find these people kind of talking about the same things, it must have been quite exciting to see, I'm not alone, that's not just me on the old quest, as they say.
Yeah, getting out was an experience, but it's not like it just happens. You have like 6 months to prepare. They tell you like 180 days in advance. So by the time I got out, I hit the ground running. I wasn't trying to experience all the things that I've missed. I'm already a 43-year-old man. I'm no longer a 17-year-old kid. The last time I saw the free world, 26 years is a long period of time. I'd already completely grown through my teens, my 20s, my 30s. I'm well into my 40s by the time they let me out. So I got out of prison with an agenda. I'm living that agenda now, which was to educate people. But confirmation bias isn't something that I came across. I was kind of discouraged my first year out because I didn't come up with confirmation bias. I came up with a lot of resistance. People were not willing to hear my ideas. You would believe how long it's taken me just to get 500 and something subscribers on my YouTube, even though I have 52 videos. My sister started a Facebook group called Nephilim Archives, and this is how I met Stephen Walsworth. He was always on the group checking out all my blogs, all my articles. Yeah, I really like Stephen.
He's my boy. He's my boy. Big shout out to Mr. Walsworth. Big shout out. He's been going through some tough times, but he'll be coming back with us soon. But yeah, he was the one who introduced me to Archaix.
Yes, well, he 2.5 years.
2017, I think 2017, late 2017. Was it up then?
It was January 2017. Yeah.
Oh, so it would have been mid 2017 then, of the summer of 2017. Yeah, and it was a sight to behold. But go on, brother, please.
Yeah, it was originally my website was NephilimArchives.com, and he was all over it. The original Facebook was Nephilim Archives. All that was changed because Nephilim is it's a micro to the macro of my research. You understand? So yeah. I divorced myself from that, and I went to Archaix because Archaix is a synonym. I mean, you've seen it over it. It's a play on words for those things that are ancient, but it's also talking about a simulated holography. So I do like Stephen, but you say the confirmation bias. I'm only now starting to experience that with some of my mudflood colleagues who are now coming around and realizing that they have documented something for which I've already provided a chronology for, and they're now looking into it. I did not understand. I did not know when I was in prison that there was such a thing as simulation theory, nor did I know of any mud floods. I learned these when I get out, and I find out it's all I already had it documented in Chronicon. I just didn't call them those things. So I'm just now starting to receive that as I collaborate with you and other people. It's confirmation bias is okay, and sometimes it's the only reward we get, but it doesn't matter if I was going to meet with resistance till the day I die, because I'm absolutely 100% confident on May 16th in the year 2040, everything's going to change. And I have 5,000 years of historical research to back it up.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. It's my utmost wish to do a couple of round tables with some people who I know will just be able to, absolutely pick your brains to pieces and really put some stuff together. Martin Leakey, and that comes back to, again, you're taking yourself away from the Nephilim tagline. Martin was very much proudly flat Earth British, but instantly you lose half your audience, right? Flat Earth British, but as you know yourself, you've seen a couple of his videos, no doubt. The guy is, he's a machine. He's on his game. He's got the big think tank behind him. Roger, Mudford University, again, I'm sure your works will synchronize fantastically. And you talk about, yes, there are very few people who were able to do the same amount of research and consume that amount of data, but there's one chap who he's agreed to come and chat with me. I've not chased him up for a while because I know he's a busy fella, but I will do very soon. Anthony Peake. Are you familiar with Anthony Peake?
No, I'm not.
Oh, the guy, you see the guy's libraries, the guy is just an absolute, he's got some intellect on him, he's got a powerful mind, and yes, he's a guy who can pick anything to pieces, and, I'd love to, I'm going to hopefully link you guys up and say, right, come on then, let's really kind of get some stuff on the go, because I think this is where we need to go. More collaboration, more platform boosted, more help on each other. You just got to look at these comedians in LA, right? These comedians in LA are just monopolizing the online social media kind of platforms such as YouTube. Yeah, it's entertaining, it's fun, but it's not important and it's not real and it's not actually what we need to be doing right now. Because as you say, Jason, there are resets coming, some perhaps more localized, some perhaps more globalized. But can you talk to us a little bit about the 33rd parallel and what you've discovered regarding that kind of link into the narrative?
Oh, yeah. You talking about? I have a really short video about the 33rd degree. Is that what you're talking about?
33rd degree. Forgive me. Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot of there's a lot of conspiracy hypothesis about the Masons, the Freemasons, and you have to go to the original source materials. Albert Pike in the 1887 published a book called Morals and Dogma. It's like 1,000 pages, and he goes into extreme detail about the first 32 degrees. Many other Masons have come forth, 33rd degree Masons, and published books, and they add more information about these degrees. And the first thing I had noticed right off the bat was I'm reading Chronicon through symbols. When I'm reading the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, the ancient degrees, I'm seeing the pre-flood world. It's right there. And I go all the way up to the 13th degree, and I see the 13th degree, all the symbolism concerns the building of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, and that Enoch, just like all the ancient literature says, that Enoch and Enki are the same people. They are the principal architect of the Great Pyramid. I find it fascinating to find that the Masons, through a system of rituals and degrees, are actually simulating historical events. So I follow the narrative of the 33rd degrees all the way up to the 32nd, and it's absolutely fascinating how these structures, these events that happened in world history, where you would think was just natural cause of flow of political events, were not there. They were intended, they were structured. And no one will say anything about the 33rd degree except give us the symbol for it. Now you have to understand, when I saw the symbol for the 33rd degree, I was shocked, because I'm looking at 32 degrees that tell the history of the world from the perspective of people who control it. Now, when I find the symbol for the 33rd degree is the phoenix, and all my research builds up till May 16th, 2040, the return of the phoenix, the sixth sky dragon of Mother Shipton, this great cataclysm that's going to happen a century after a Second World War, according to Nostradamus. This huge, in the Nordic prophecies, this huge phenomenon that's going to swallow the moon and destroy the sun. The Fenris wolf, Fenris being also akin to the Druidic Fink, which was Phoenix, the Noth of ancient Egypt, the Finga dragon of ancient China. They were all attached to this idea that the sun was going to go dark. The stars were going to vanish, and this simulated holography that we call the heavens was going to be changed. It's going to be a revelation that, look, you're not in the universe that you think you are. All of this is a multi-tiered hologram. This reset is going to be a shock to people, because it's not a cataclysm in the normal context. It is a total reboot of a system that gives us a false holography of the heavens. The 33rd degree of Mason, and the Masons are descendants of people. You understand? When I say Masons, I'm talking about the 1%ers. I'm talking about that few 1%ers,
right,
who are not actually Masons. They actually belong to other orders, because anything the public knows is really a cover. The true people that run the world are not Masons. It's just a finger on a fist. But they have revealed their agenda very cleverly in a system of rituals, and the 33rd is the return of the phoenix. The one thing that most of my videos are about, my published books, When the Sun Darkens, Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse, Shocking Secrets of Antiquity, all these books are published about the 33rd degree and what will happen. chronicon is a narrative of world history that builds up to the 33rd degree.
Yes, thank you, brother. It's something that plagues me basically daily. I know about it, and it's this thing of, is there actually anything you can do? How do you feel it all feeds into the 5G AI of essentially like downsizing, if you want to put it like that? And that's a very crude analogy to use, but do you want to elaborate on?
I don't know about the 5G, but I can answer what we can do, because I don't want to leave any of your listeners with the idea that the world's going to end in 2040. That's not what's happening here. Let me go back 4,000 years. It doesn't matter if we study the Aymara of ancient Peru. It doesn't matter if we study the Sino of Japan, or if we go back to the Yangtze River of China, the Ubayyads of the pre-Sumerian people, the first dynasty of Egypt, the Indus Valley, the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, every single valley civilization going back to the 3rd and 4th millennium BC shares a single story that is very common. And that after a great cataclysm destroyed the entire infrastructure of their world, a people showed up in ships on their shores and brought technology and brought new traditions, brought a syllabus that told them what to believe, brought them medicines, agriculture, brought domesticated animals. Now, these were people that are alleged to have no contact. They all told the exact same story. A bearded people visited smooth-skinned people and gave them civilization. Now, let's go 19.8 years into the future to May 16th, 2040. This is what my research shows. We are going to do the same exact thing. After a total global planetary, it doesn't matter what your model of the Earth is, a worldwide reset will occur. And after that, which Nostradamus and Mother Shipton are very clear about, those who were civilized and had their technology intact were hiding in underground facilities. They come up after the cataclysm, those that weren't buried in volcanic resurfacing, those who don't find that their structures, their facilities are now under half a mile of the Atlantic, the waters of the Atlantic, or like Australia, which popped up out of the Pacific Ocean in one single day, which is why the Australian continent has absolutely no human remains, no human relics. There's nothing there but placental, but marsupials. Australia is very phenomenal. You need to do a whole video on Australia.
I enjoyed that one. We can do another one on that one if you like, because it was interesting.
In May 2040, we're going to have all these people in the world completely reset, their civilization infrastructure fallen. And again, 500 years into the future from now, stories will be told that after a global reset, a huge destruction of the world, all of a sudden these people who were technologically advanced, they had seeds, they had animals, they had technology, they come up out of the ground and from across the ocean in ships that are very unusual, and they give us civilization, they give us agriculture, they give us seeding, they give us a syllabus. It's a total repeat. It's like we're in the simulation stuck in a loop. It's happened over and over and over.
I can resonate with that, Jason, absolutely 100%, from having, different psychedelic experiences, and then, fits into the research. It does seem to be the Fisher Kings. What's your understanding of the term the Fisher Kings? That feeds into the same narrative? Something Dr. Wong discussed with me, the Fisher Kings, along those same kind of lines.
I'm going to sit here and confess to you that you're going to have to educate me on what your concept of Fisher King is.
Well, this is it, my brother. I must say, Dr. We were talking about basically what you were talking about, the idea of, societal reset, and these Fisher Kings, perhaps who were previously hermits and retained their kind of knowledge, then delved into kind of fledgling societies.
From an archaeological perspective, there is a correlate here from an archaeological perspective. If I'm even talking about the same thing, I'm not sure. But
every day is a school day. We can always amend.
All throughout the Near East, we do have this concept of these half fish, half man kings that came and provided civilization, education, learning, syllabus, seeds. They brought civilization to all these cataclysm destroyed populations throughout the Mediterranean and Near East. I don't know if that's a correlate to what you're talking about, but we have statues of these half fish, half kings. They wear crowns. They have the bottom The reason the statues show that they have a fish is it's theorized that it's because they came from the sea, and that at the time that these people appeared, the survivors of these cataclysms had no concept of a boat. They didn't understand what a boat was. They just know that people came from the sea. It's very similar to the concept of centaurs. The ancient Achaeans told stories of the centaurs, but the Greeks used to laugh about it because the Achaeans were the ancestors of the Greeks, but the centaur was nothing but an invader of a human sitting on top of a horse, and it wasn't understood. But the Fisher Kings is probably the same concept.
I believe so, yes, I believe so. That was the narrative we were discussing, and yeah, the Fisher Kings, as you say, the symbology gets misconstrued, mistranslated, probably on purpose half the time for these secondary resource materials.
Sometimes it's just a good story.
Indeed, yes, exactly. Well, I don't know. Let's talk about mud floods and different types of cataclysmic events. I'm ready. I'm more than happy for a cataclysmic event to occur. I'm pretty sure I'm going to survive it, and it'll be difficult afterwards. But do you think we can have any kind of?
You say you're ready, Jimmy. You say you're ready, but would you like to know exactly? Would you like to know exactly where you are in the eschatological narrative of prophecy today?
Go on.
I mean, I've already told you. I've already told you about, and all my research and published materials and videos are about May 16th, 2040. But you have to understand, that's an end event. That has nothing to do with the prophetic narrative in the beginning, because before that event can occur, which is called in the Sibylline oracles, which were stolen by the Christians and incorporated into the book of Revelation, that sixth seal is after 5 other events. We're about to enter those 5 other events. They happen over a course of 12 years. I don't know when they're going to happen, but I do know in the prophecy narratives of like Jesus, the prophet Jesus, whether you believe he's the Son of God or not, it doesn't matter. What he said was very important. And he said that after the tribulation of those days, the sun shall be darkened and the moon shall not give its light. There will be tumultuous oceans, cities will disappear, all this stuff. So Phoenix is the same thing. The sun will darken, moon disappears, stars fall from the sky, all that. So we're looking at a narrative of 4 horsemen that have to occur before May 16th, 2040. And those 4 horsemen is the international public figure who claims to be a savior and is not. A war that follows. Hyperinflation is perfectly described in the book of Revelation. When they talk about the price of oil and wine being 70 times more than normal. It's and then followed by a plague and a 5th horseman that very few people realize the text is talking about, called death. We're talking about things happening now on a worldwide scale, not just riots in the United States that don't affect the UK. You understand? We're talking about something that's going to affect every nation on this planet. It's 4 horsemen. And then the 5th seal is a silence. It might last 7 years. We don't know. But on May 16th, 2040 is the breaking of the 6th seal, which is the 33rd degree. It is the return of the phoenix. The phoenix is a symbol for a world that is entirely destroyed. It is burned, and a new world is grown out of the ashes, only by those who had prepared for it. Like I said, that's why they're building deep earth biospheres right now.
Oh yeah, baby! All those trillions of dollars of U.S. taxpayers' money has just been. Where's it all gone? I wonder. We know exactly what it's doing.
The money NASA has gotten alone just from the American taxpayer is funding the majority of these, because they're not sending anything up. That's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, for sure. Wanted to ask. I've got a few things written down, but what did you have much access to movies in prison? Because I'm in Britain basically now. I only went to prison in 2008. TVs are a standard, so you've got things like Film 4. So you've got quite a constant access to movies. Later on we had.
I will say this, man. Texas has always been very antiquated in its criminal justice system. My first 13 years, we had no access to a TV whatsoever. They finally put them in. Around 2003, they put them in. We could watch movies, but I'm not a fan of sitting in a crowded day room with a bunch of other guys trying to look at a little bitty screen while guys are in the back slamming dominoes and yelling and screaming. If it's not enjoyable to me, I'm not going to do it. I basically spent my life on the rec yard, out in the open sky, just reading books and underlining material and then copying it into my notebooks.
Interesting. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I was assuming it was going to be something along those lines. As you say, we had them in the cells, so you have that privacy, but obviously
Oh no, yeah. There's no TVs in cells in Texas.
And the only reason I asked is because I want to follow on. Did you watch many when you came out, or did you just find that wasn't really a thing that appealed to you? Because there's a movie called The Road by a guy called Viggo Mortensen, which is like some post-apocalyptic kind of scenario, and it just resonates with, just what you were describing there.
But don't get me wrong, I love movies. I love cinema. I like sci-fi and fantasy. I mean, those are my preferences. Especially when it's a real good twist on something that they can get me to suspend my disbelief. But my problem is Jimmy, I can't sit still for more than 5 minutes without wanting to do something productive. I just can't. Right. I will get bored in the middle of a movie and want to either do a video, do some research, something might have been nagging me about an article I wrote in the past, and I'll go rewrite the whole damn thing.
That's the spirit about you, brother. That's why I love you. You know what I mean? I just resonate. Some people are pioneers of the human experience, as I like to call it. Kind of not satisfied with what's provided for us during this.
Well, it's an innate curiosity because I'm not smarter than anybody else. I have an eighth grade education. I have 100% an eighth grade education. In prison, I got a GED. In prison, I went to a 2-year college. I don't have a high IQ. I don't believe. I've never been tested. But I will say this. I don't believe in my dialogue with other individuals, man. I'm any more intelligent than the average person. I'm just more knowledgeable because I've taken the time to come into contact with that information. But anybody can learn what I learned. It's really no big deal. Just read a book.
Indeed, and everyone has a piece of the puzzle. Despite all your years of knowledge, there might be one little nugget. You might stop and chat to a homeless guy, and he might just, spark into a conversation. You start talking about what you're about, and he might just give you one little thing, and you go, "Oh shit!" And this is it.
There is. I have another anecdote for that too, man. You got listen to this. In 2007 or 2008, I had been doing some research on Charles Piazzi Smith, and every single thing I came into contact about this man from 1880, when he had published his book, The Great Pyramid: Our Divine Inheritance, was secondhand information. I'm reading all these books from the 1890s, early 1910. I went through the David Davidson material, Flinders Petrie material. Everything I come across is secondhand information. It's really stressing me out because I can't find the book. It's out of print. So I'm having a discussion with another prisoner while I'm leaning on a broom because I'm supposed to be sweeping the run, but I never did actually do my job. I went cell to cell asking people what books they had. And sometimes I paid money for those books. Sometimes I traded books. You know how the prison culture is. Everything has value. You just got to find out what people want. So I'm talking to this guy, and he's telling me he doesn't really have any books, but his cellie does. You know how guys live together in 2 cells.
Yeah.
So I look on his shelf from the bars, and I see Charles Piazzi Smith, 1881, Our Divine Inheritance. That's all that's on the spine. So I said, let me see that book right there. So he hands it to me, and here is a book. The last time it was ever published was like 1921, 1922. And here it is in Texas prison, and a guy is using it to hold up his coffee pot. The irony is I gave the man a bag of coffee for a book that had no value to him whatsoever.
Yes, beautiful.
So I gave him a little Maxwell, or I forgot what kind of coffee we had. It always changed. Every month it was something different. But I gave him a bag of coffee to get that book. And this is just one story out of many where I was looking for different types of material, and it was almost as if the universe would bring it to me. And here I am in a South Texas hot prison cell with no air conditioning. It's 110 degrees outside the cell, but the concrete and the iron gets so damn hot. People don't realize we don't have air conditioners in Texas prison. That's a myth. They do not have that there in Huntsville either. So here I am sweating my ass off doing research and all this and stuff, and books would come to me from sources that you wouldn't believe. I would get letters from people that I didn't even know that they knew I existed. I'm just some guy sitting in a prison cell doing some reading, but they had heard from me from somebody else, and they would send me books or ask me if there was any books that they could get me. Money wasn't an option. So I come across people who are patrons, that are benefactors, that sent me some awesome materials. I had someone go and photocopy books from the New York Public Library, books that date to the 1910, 1920. books by Lewis Spence and people that their books are out of print today. You can't get copies of them, but you can get them on loan from the New York Public Library. So it was just synchronicities that filled my life. When you're searching for something, it's almost as if reality itself will reciprocate.
Beautiful, brother. That's exactly what Dr. Wong described it as. It's an interactive reality. If you put yourself out there, synchronicities will occur, and the universe will perform.
Yeah.
An abundant universe. Jason, our connection's kind of popping in and out. I'm really worried we might have missed a couple of minutes of volume there, but not to worry. Can I just pause us for a minute, brother, and we'll continue in a minute? Crack on with hour two? It's been fantastic. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And let me just I'll pause this a second just to make sure our connection's all right. Beautiful. So we're back in action. So, one note I just wanted to catch up on there was we're talking about Sanskrit. Now, I found some information. I was talking about Welsh, my home territory, my home country. The Welsh language, which is very kind of a sing-songy language, goes up and down. And to my shame, I've not learned the language. I should have done, and I probably will do at some point. That is one of my bucket list items. But yeah, the Welsh language, being one of the most undiluted on the planet, very much resonated with Sanskrit. What can you tell us about Sanskrit, Jason? How far back does it go through our kind of derivations of different kind of languages and resets and whatnot?
First, I will enlighten you that there is a correlate between Sanskrit and Welsh, and that's, you're familiar with the Welsh triads.
I'm not going to lie and say yes, because I'm not. I know about the Druids, but not the Welsh triads. No, that's not something that's come across my path. I may have been interested in stick, but go on, please tell us more.
Yeah, Welsh triads are like poems that are in hexameter.
Okay.
Very similar to ancient Sanskrit. There are many Sanskrit texts that were in verse, but the verse was in hexameter. It's very, very interesting. Now, you have my air conditioners just came on. Can you hear me fine?
No, I think you're absolutely fine, brother. I didn't hear any change of volume, so it should be good.
Excellent. Yeah, this is Texas. We got to have our air conditioners.
Woo! I'm sweating as well. You can see I've been out in the sun all day streaming, so yeah, I can resonate with that.
So Sanskrit is very interesting. The original Vedic text, we have the Atharva Veda, the Rig Veda, the later ones like the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita. When the Sanskrit had become corrupted and had devolved into basically what we call Hinduism today, and the texts of Hinduism are there are more a perspective from Dravidian culture than the original Aryan culture of the Sanskrit, the original Veda. Now,
Jason, sorry, brother, to interject. You weren't coming through then for a minute, but so I feel like my connection's just playing up slightly.
Can you hear me clearly now?
You're coming through absolutely fine now. Yeah. Sorry, brother. Can you just start that little thread again, and we'll see how we go?
Okay.
You were talking about the hexagram Welsh triads and the link then to the previous research with the Sanskrit poems.
Okay, well, to get a better perspective of the Sanskrit, the original Vedic text, we have to understand that we're dealing with ancient writings that are absolutely devoid of anything fantastic. Now, other writings from the period, which a lot of people are focused on Sumerian texts being the most ancient, and they're not. They're not. The concepts in the Vedic texts they far antedate the Sumerian. The Sumerian is full of gods. It's full of gods and goddesses and their contentions, and it humanizes them, and it's full of all kinds of interesting religious concepts. But what's missing in the Sumerian text is found everywhere in the original Vedic text, and that is flight manuals, pre-flight instructions, aerial combat, different methods to take down another combatant in the air in a craft called a vimana. We have medical procedures in Vedic texts that are not found anywhere else in the entire world. And there are over 100 different Sanskrit texts that survive today. Most of them the Western world has never heard of other than specialist literature. Now, we have surgical procedures that can be followed today found in Sanskrit writings, man, but you don't find any of this in Sumerian texts. Sumerian texts may date to the 4th millennium BC, but that's highly questionable, especially because human writing, we have found no evidence of human writing till after the 22nd century BC. However, some of those writings do have colophons. Those colophons indicate by a scribe that this is a copy of a much older text. However, we haven't found those original texts those colophons are derived from. This is the Sumerian problem. We have a belief system today that the Sumerians have the oldest writings, but we don't have the evidence of that. The only reason this is believed is because those libraries were buried in mud. Mud completely buried Nineveh, Nippur, Ugarit, and all these ancient sites where these giant libraries were found, like 22,000 tablets in the city of Nippur alone. Nineveh, 26,000 tablets. We have over 100,000 tablets in the Oxford Museum, in the Oxford basements of the Oxford Museum Library today from these ancient libraries. Some of them are translated, most of them are not. But they're nothing like the Vedic. The Vedic original Sanskrit texts were not etched in stone. They were passed down manuscript by manuscript by manuscript, and many of them still preserve their original sophistication. It's almost as if a bunch of guys from the UK wrote a bunch of flight manuals and medicinal instructions and surgical texts, and then turned around and buried them for 4,000 years, and 4,000 years from now, they're dug up. Whereas archaeologists would compare those with the fairy tales and the myths of the UK from the 14th century. You follow me?
Very interesting.
So yeah, the Vedic texts they're in a league of their own. Now, I'm not talking about the later texts like the Ramayana and the Bhagavad Gita. Those are Dravidian influence. That is after the Aryans had departed, left their information, and the local Dravidians of India had taken their material and rewrote them in the same way that the Jews of the 5th century took the earlier Amorite, Israelite texts and rewrote them and put new names on the books of the prophets, while many of those books never even mention anything in Jewish history, such as Moses and all that. Much of the Old Testament is all Jewish redacted from older Amorite texts from the Hurrians and the Hyksos. But that's another video. That's another video into itself.
Indeed, brother. Indeed. I had a thought, and it's just slipped my mind. We were talking about.
So I'll continue with the Welsh real quick.
Yeah.
So when the civilization of Aryans that were populating the Near East had fragmented by cataclysm, many of them escaped through the Straits of Gibraltar by ship, and they arrived on the British Isles, became the early Britons. The Irish Book of Invasions, the Book of the Four Masters, the early traditions of Parthenon arriving on the shores of Britain. They were the first settlements after the cataclysm, and they built this fantastic. These are the descendants of the people who wrote the Vedas. There's a huge, fantastic civilization, and evidence of it is found all over the United Kingdom. All the dolmens, all the Durrington walls, all these ancient sites in the UK are from the descendants of India when they had left after a cataclysm and migrated. And then more migrations occurred in the 12th century BC after another cataclysm, which was followed by, which you're familiar with, as the invasion of the Sea Peoples, who entered the Mediterranean and pretty much obliterated every single sophisticated civilization that was left after the cataclysm, a second cataclysm. So to escape the Sea Peoples, to escape that federation, this huge collapse of all the infrastructures of the Mediterranean, these people, the descendants of the Aryans, completely settled the UK. I'm talking. They too were subdivided between different families. The Welsh, the Picts. The Cornwall was completely separate from the Britons of southern England. It says there was like 15 different families of Aryan descended people in the UK at the time. It wasn't until later when the Angles and the Jutes and the Saxons made their invasions, and created basically what the DNA makeup of the UK is today. Prior to these 5th, 6th, and 7th century AD or Common Era invasions of European people, basically the UK was populated by people straight from ancient India.
And did these post-cataclysmic travelers and settlers, were they generally harmonious, do you think, before the Anglos and the Saxon invasions?
Okay, you can pretty much answer your own question by me providing you this scenario. Imagine a minority of people who are very white-skinned, green-eyed, blue-eyed, and they're strangers in the land they live in, and the local population, which is 20 times their number, are all black-eyed, dark-skinned, and they rebel against them. They escape in ships. Many of these people, many of the original Aryan people never escaped. But those who were close to the ports, those who had prepared Those who were on fleets made it through the Mediterranean. But the entire time they're leaving the Ionian ports, they're being harried by everybody else in the Mediterranean, because back then, contrary to popular belief, the Mediterranean was a very wild place. There was bandit lords, pirate lords. There was different militaries. It's not like today where a ship pretty much has safe passage. You didn't have safe passage back then. If two ships were working together and saw another ship, they were going to take it. They're going to kill everybody on board. They're going to sell them into slavery, the ones they want. They're going to take the girls and wives and children that they wanted. All the men would be chained to other ships to help as rowers. That would be the rest of their life would be chained to a ship. We have found many ships in the Mediterranean where the skeletons are still chained to the keels. This was standard practice. So you can answer your own question, Jimmy. This a very small minority from about 15 different families finally escaped the old world and made it to the British Isles. And this event occurred around the 18th century BC. That's when they finally arrived to the British Isles. And some of them went to Ireland. Some of them went to Britain. Some went to Cornwall. Some went to far north, where later were found the Picts and the Welsh. They didn't start there. They were driven there later.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very convoluted history, and I abbreviated it. I really made it more concise than it needed to be. Like I said, it could be a whole.
Thank you, but I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, because you've segued lovely into my next question, which is Tartaria. Let's go to Tartaria. Feel free to take your time, brother. Don't feel the need to be as concise. Take your time and have a good old 10, 15 minutes if you really want to get into it. That's what we're about here. That's my enjoyment. Right. That's my enjoyment.
You probably know more about the Tartaria research than I do. Let me explain.
But without your back knowledge to fit in, so you might give me some little.
Well, I have fitted in. I have fitted in the Chronicon narrative. I just didn't know what I was looking at until I got out and I saw all this research on mud floods in Tartaria. Now, I have the dates for the mud floods. The last one was in 1902, and it was very, very well documented before World War II. After World War II, the history books were absolutely silent about it. Luckily, we still have the writings of Charles Fort. Charles Fort in 1919 had put together over 900 source materials, and he quotes them. And in those source materials, he calls the year 1902 the last dark age. He records hundreds of billions of tons of reddish mud raining all over Europe, Australia, Tasmania, Madagascar, all across the northern half of the continent of Africa. Ships at sea were covered in mud, some of them capsized. The mud fell from a blue sky. Scientists studied in 1902 in the month of May samples from this mud, and they found that up to 35% of it was organic materials. This research isn't found in any books about 1902 published after 1945. You're not going to find it. But if you go to the original material and chase down Charles Fort source materials, you'll find 1902 was a year when volcanoes all over our world erupted. That's not the source of the mud. That's just an effect of whatever was happening to our world at the time. Carbonaceous material that looked like leaves fell from the sky from areas that didn't even have volcanic resurfacing. 1902 is very odd because many things disappeared in that year, like the U.S. Bannock burn, a gigantic ship that was taking badly needed wheat and barley to Europe at the time. In 1902, the ship vanished in front of ship captains on other ships. They documented it. Nowhere in the Great Lakes of the United States is there anywhere deep enough to lose a ship and not be able to find it. The entire Lake Erie was combed for that ship because it was a gigantic barge. The USS Bannockburn vanished after lights were seen in the sea. It's the most famous case from 1902. But also in 1902, other ships recorded a black object off the Atlantic coast that was in the water. Their ships had to navigate around it. Something was in the water that was gigantic but wouldn't let water touch it, because all water that touched it steamed off into a cloud. And they watched it. Now, UFO enthusiasts like to say, well, this is a UFO and all that, and they say that about anything that's unidentified. I don't believe that anymore. Just like the Great Black Death Plague in 1347, all these objects were seen in the sky, but they were like fingers coming from something else, and they were spraying mist. And everywhere they sprayed mist, dead carcasses of decayed, decomposing animals were found all over Europe, and that's from where the Great Black Plague, the bubonic plague, derived from. Not rats from ships. my personal interpretation on what's happening to the human family is that we don't only have overseers, but our overseers often dictate when the resets will occur. We've either become too intelligent, we have challenged their authority, or discovering too much. Something's going on to initiate these resets. The Great Black Death was one of them, and we have that evidence. I have a video about it. It's very harrowing, the information of what people actually saw at that time, not what the historians of today are saying. So the same concept applies to the mud floods. The last mud flood was 1902. It was very well documented, scrubbed from the history books. Before that, it was 1764, when astronomer Hoffman of the Royal Society was looking through his telescope when 1/3 of the entire population of Europe stopped what they were doing to go outside because it was absolute silence. Everybody looked up at the sky in May 16th, 1764, looked up and saw the sun absolutely vanish. Astronomer Hoffman recorded it in the minutes of the Royal Society, and he was totally ignored because no objects pass from north to south along the ecliptic to block the sun if it's not the moon. But what's interesting about astronomer Hoffman's research is that we have ancient Egyptian texts and we have Mayan accounts of an object blocking the sun traveling from the northern heavens over the ecliptic to the southern heavens. In every single incident, we're confronted with cities being buried in mud. So the mud flood research is very interesting. I have not had the time to sit down and look at all these Tartarian videos and all that. I know there are correlates that can be derived. I just haven't had time to do the research. But I would like to, but I'm pretty much convinced that they are basically isolating particular incidents that I have already recorded as Phoenix episodes.
That's why it would be lovely, thank you, brother. That's why it would be lovely to get you to a round table with Martin, because this is his bread and butter, the whole kind of mud flood narrative, the Tartaria stuff, and you just see these. You're bound to have seen just the pictures, of the just one or two John Levy videos of all the kind of scored cities that kind of.
Jimmy, the mud flood phenomenon is nothing new. I mean, what we know of Catalhoyuk, what we know of Göbekli Tepe, what we know of the Osirian in Egypt, what we know of Akampearl, and many different ancient pyramids, they were completely buried in mud. And archaeologists would like to convince us that they had such a reverence for their own architecture that the people themselves buried it and then went to another area, which doesn't make any sense, because in order to bury the city of Catalhoyuk in mud would require more labor than building the entire city of Catalhoyuk
in the first place.
So mud floods are very real, and many ancient sites are absolute. It's the reason we have all these ancient texts from Sumerian texts, is because those cities were buried in mud.
Indeed, brother. Indeed. What fascinates me is the whole Greco-Romano construction style. That if you follow the narratives, just should only be in certain countries, but yet it's in almost every country on every continent on the planet, which suggests potentially a structured, cohesive, almost worldwide civilization, which is interesting.
There's no doubt. In my own Chronicon, I call them the Heliolithic Maritime Empire, because from 1899 BC to 1687 BC, they were. It's documented in so many ancient sources. They were everywhere. In fact, there was a book published in 1921. I cite it in several of my videos, called Children of the Sun. I can't remember the name of the author. I do give him credit, though, in my videos. This man wrote a 500-page book about the year 1688 BC, which was a Phoenix episode, 1687 BC. He was 1 year off, which is pretty good dead reckoning for somebody who didn't have the Phoenix chronology. But he wrote an entire 500-page book about just what happened to the dynasties that used to call themselves Children of the Sun, how every dynasty on this planet collapsed in 1 year. And it too was mud flood. Those cities were completely buried in mud. So returning to your original Tartaria inquiry, is I don't know enough about that aspect. I just know that it's connected to the Phoenix phenomenon, the sun darkening, the sixth seal of the apocalypse. The same thing's going to happen May 16th, 2040. It's no different than all the other episodes that have been happening in the past. that our overseers, the elite, the specialists have completely covered up and buried all this information from our past and thrown out. All these weird alien theories today. I don't mean alien as an extraterrestrial, I mean unusual. Because I'm going to tell you something you probably already know, but a lot of your listeners don't. But there are organizations that are funded right now that are releasing theories that are backed up with almost BS evidence, but they're doing it intentionally to muddle the waters. They're financially providing these researchers all this money to just promote books and videos and do all this because it's sending people in the wrong direction. They're all over Facebook. They're all over YouTube. I'm pretty sure they're all over Reddit. But I come into contact with these people all the time. I've had several of them try to infiltrate my own group and steer me in the wrong direction with false information. It's like agents. They're just like agents. They act like operatives. That's who they are.
They're a clear and ever-present danger, Jason. I'm moving more and more away from the whole Russian call centers full of trolls and all this thing. I think a lot of it is just AI algorithms, and they're just making out, they repair all these humans. Yeah, there's human element to it, but their algorithms, their AI is so advanced now at this point.
Yeah. You do know you'll get an argument. You do know you will get an argument out of me about AI.
Go on, brother. What are your thoughts?
Well, I did release 2 videos about AI. I'm my own mathematical research of the history of the world. I'm convinced 100% AI doesn't exist. AI is a marketing gimmick. It's
right.
We can increase processing power, but we cannot mimic using any type of software the human intellect. Our ability, intuition can never be supplemented with software. It's not going to happen. The more we increase our processing power, Google, Yahoo, Amazon, they all love to say, Microsoft, they all love to put something out as the latest AI. As a matter of fact, legally, they can call something artificial intelligence even when it's not. Artificial intelligence doesn't really exist. Like I said, it's a marketing gimmick. So processing power can exceed the human capacity, but it can never give a computer or a system of algorithms or even integrated algorithms from multiple different computers any ability to reason, to do the things that are so unique to human cognition. It's not going to happen. All we can do is mimic intelligence. We can't actually create it. And the reason I believe this is because, Jimmy, we live in a simulation. We live within a simulated holography, and every time that you go to sleep, your subconscious mind and your central nervous system are jacking you back into something, and there's an exchange of information. You believe you're dreaming. Data is being uploaded from your experiences and being downloaded from somewhere else, which is basically projecting all the event trajectories your life can go in this next period of being awake before you're asleep again. And every single time you go back to sleep, again, you are jacked right back into the holography that contains us. While you're awake, every experience that you have is filtered through sight, through sound, through touch, through hearing, and through taste, and nothing else except for one element that totally makes you different from any AI system ever, and that's your personality. That is the very structure and architecture of your being. You can call it a soul, you can call it whatever you want, but it's something that programming and AI systems will never be able to replicate. We're in an AI system. Therefore, inside that AI system, we will never be able to create another artificial intelligence while we're contained inside of one. My perspective.
And I absolutely love that. And do you know what? It's going to be my mission, dear brother. Where you had your initial cognitive dissonance with religion that you broke through, it's my understanding, not just in my own research, but through a lot of other different things. Very much must give a shout out to Dr. Wong and Justin Danneman, but something called the Sentient World Simulation. Did you ever have the chance to watch any of the Black Mirrors episodes?
What is it called?
Black Mirrors. It's a kind of dystopian TV series.
Never saw it.
Yeah, I didn't think you would have, but we can get to that at some point, hopefully in the near future. And essentially they're able to kind of mimic alternative virtual reality. It's indistinguishable from waking reality, so we're able to kind of duplicate the human sensorium then, if you will. Now, if you're taking then the sentient world simulation model, whereby, as you say, yes, we are a personality, but if you're feeding your personality constantly into social media, through your views, through your thoughts, through these recordings and all these other kind of different variations, then what is to say that whilst you say it'll never be quite human, or whatever this human kind of spirit spark is, it can be very damn bloody close. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't commit to anything. I only believe my own experience, different things that I personally experience. I have kind of an understanding of what's going on that grows every day. But yeah, this has been a fascinating thread, brother. We've gone for a good 90 minutes. What would you like to cover for the last little section? Are there any little poignant thoughts or different things that you've kind of had in the back burner that you wanted to share? Because
well, I would like to basically conclude with a message that my research is pretty harrowing, and a lot of people come into contact with it and they immediately dismiss it because they don't want it to be true. And this is on multiple levels of our existence, not just the cataclysm resets, but even on a personal level, what it means for us.
Yeah.
But it is my own personal opinion, without any evidence other than my own experiences and what I have gleaned from my research, is that we are absolutely independent from the environment that we're in. Just because we're suffering the physicality doesn't mean we're actually suffering it for real. Let me give you an example.
Love it.
If I died right now, Jimmy, if I got on my motorcycle, I'm on my motorcycle every week. If I get on my motorcycle right now and I have an accident, come again?
The hog, I was just saying, the motorcycle, the hog, forgive me, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I got a really nice Harley, I do.
I've seen it.
If I get on my bike and I have an accident and I die, either instantly or 3 days later, whatever, I am absolutely convinced that I'm probably going to wake up in a chair or in some type of environment and instantly know that, man, that was an awesome ride. I can't believe, man. They say in minutes I will realize that I just, in a simulated environment, experienced 47 years. While I was in the simulation, I lived out that whole 47 years. But as soon as I die, I exit the program. I'm no longer in that coding no more. My personality is now jacked into my real me. And I look around, and I might be immortal. You might be immortal. We might all be immortal. Heaven and hell is bullshit. You understand? So I would sit in a room, and I would sit here and convey my experiences to someone else. And there might be overseers who already know everything that I experienced. Now, it doesn't matter what goes on inside the simulation. We have all kinds of political theories. We got things that we're interested in. We fall in love with some girl over here. All these things are inside the simulation. Outside the simulation, it's real. And this is why so many people experience deja vu. They remember other lives that they had lived. They remember the coding. These are little programming fossils that stay in our psyche. And we remember prior things. This coincidence and this deja vu, every bit of it are memories from other experiences we had as somebody else. So if I die, I don't fear death. If I die, I'm absolutely convinced that I'm going to wake up to this, and it's going to be like, I'm going to talk to people and say, man, this is what I did. This is who I was. And I also believe, on the same token, that when I entered the simulation, it was told to me basically what kind of life I was going to live, not what I was going to learn or how I was going to develop as an immortal spirit, but what I was going to do. And I agreed to that prison. I agreed to the fact that I was, okay, cool, you're going to teach me what you need to teach me, but I'm going to have to go through this, but you're saying I'm going to survive it? Yeah, I'm going to sign me up. And I laid down, they jacked me in, and I went through 26 years and 48 days of Texas prison because I signed up for it, not because I'm a victim of circumstance. It was going to happen anyway. That's my perspective. That's my perspective on what the simulation means to us.
I love it, brother. Thank you so much. And just the one little segment of what you said there resonates so strongly with my own shifting experience that I've discussed multiple times in the podcast, of a shifting experience and my previous 33 years just washing over me as if I just watched a movie, which just basically what you just said there. And, I can't explain it to anyone. Good Lord, I don't know how to explain it, but I experienced it and it resonates with what you're just saying there. So, Jimmy,
human languages do not have the eloquence to convey truth. You feel truth because it's a vibration in the spirit. It's a force. You're going to feel what's real, and you're also going to feel what's not real. You're going to, you You can separate the wheat from the chaff just from listening to somebody's voice, but it doesn't mean what I'm saying is true. What it means, Jimmy, is that I believe it and that you understand that I believe it, that I'm not conveying anything that's false. It doesn't mean that that's the truth. We might not be in a simulation, but I believe that we are.
Indeed, brother. Indeed. And it's these moments that make it all worthwhile for me, I think. I really kind of enjoy connecting with people who just all I ask for is an open mind, an open heart, and a good sense of humor. And as long as you've got those three qualities, we'll get on like a bloody house on fire. And it's been an absolute pleasure, brother. And we should definitely connect as soon as we can in the near future. I know you're a very busy man, but we'll make it happen. Was there anything you wanted to kind of finish off with, or?
Let's get Stephen Walsworth on the next one.
Indeed, I've got Stephen's already agreed. He's going to do the round circle. Bless our dear brother. He's had some tragic life events recently, friends, family.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to resonate. It's hard to empathize. Not hard to empathize, but I mean, I've not been through anything like what he's been through. So hopefully he'll come back fighting strong in the near future. We've got Stephen Walworth on the card. We've got my dear brother Roger. We're going to do Quarkaversals, which is the term Quarkaversal, is looking at things from every single angle, which is obviously what you've done with your lifetime research. And I'm definitely going to reach out to Martin Leakey and Anthony Peake as well as Justin Danham. And we'll get a few round tables on the go and start kind of melding all these ideas together, brother, and see what we can do and see what we can create and see what we can share.
Let's do it.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. Well, listeners, thank you for listening. Anyone from Archaix, please do jump over to EOTT and give us a subscribe. And any of my EOTT listeners, goes without saying, please do jump over and give our Jason a subscribe. And in the meantime, stay safe, take care, love you all, and we'll see you soon. All the best, Jason. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man.
Good night, y'all.
I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Whatever topics that really interest you, that intrigue you, that you want to know more data on, that you're not finding the answers for in other venues, why don't you leave those questions in the comments section, and EOTT and I will have another interview and we will discuss those topics. We will address these things and we'll see exactly, we'll get to the bottom of these rabbit holes, because there are answers for every single mystery in existence. All we have to do is just think with a little clarity, put our heads together, and ordinarily the solutions are, it's like Occam's razor. They just come to you.
Here for episode 41. So we are going to just get straight into it. We're going to introduce our guest today. His channel is Archaix Simulacrum, The True History of the World with Jason Brashears. Welcome, Jason. Is Jason with us?
I think so. Let's have a look there. No, yes he is. Jason, if you can unmute, please, brother. So, The True History of the World is the title that I think I made. Yes. Yep, so that's not Jason's title, but I've been watching his videos now for about 6 weeks or so. And I have to say, what he's put together is very, very interesting and mind-blowing, to say the least. And it's interesting how Jason acquired this knowledge, how he read certain books which most people are not privy to. And I feel that way as well with my syncretism. I'm blessed and thankful for the books that I've read, because I don't know how they fell into my lap, but those were the books that I needed to read. And Jason experienced something himself by having access to a library in a place which he may mention, he may divulge himself if he chooses to, but where he was for 20 years, he was able to access books which are out of print or have been sequestered by the Smithsonian Institute, always looking out for history, they are, the Jesuits, the Masons, etc. And they go hiding them, and you don't see those books anymore. So they've changed history, and they're doing it every day on Wikipedia. They're just changing things. So, welcome, Jason, from Archaix channel. How are you there, brother? So if you could just talk about your findings and basically the fundamentals of what you've discovered and learned in the wonderful library that you had access to, please.
Well, I'm gonna need you to narrow that down because I kind of cover a lot of topics on my channel.
All right. Well, first of all, let's start with the pyramid, the Great Pyramid timeline, because I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and Charles Taze Russell used exactly the same model of the Great Pyramid to use as a calendar for all the ages, the biblical ages.
I can definitely dive straight into that.
Yep. Go for it.
Okay, well, beginning with John Taylor about 350 years ago, there was a suspicion among researchers that there was a calendar geometrical timeline embedded within the Great Pyramid. Unfortunately, other researchers picked up on that, like Robert Menzies, who was a genius of his time, and he noticed the correspondences between historical events and measurements in the Great Pyramid. But John Taylor and Robert Menzies' work was carried on by the astronomer royal for Scotland named Charles Piazzi Smith. Unfortunately, these geniuses, these brilliant men, did not have two things. One, they didn't have a really accurate chronology of historical events because no one up until that time had really taken the time to do one outside of a Christian context, which was Archbishop James Ussher. And the dating of Ussher really corrupted a lot of their findings. Their intuition led them to the correct. I can see you right now, Santos.
Yep. Nice.
I can see you right now. But their intuition led them to the understanding. I can see you too. But the problem was without an accurate chronology, there's no way to make the proper assessments to provide peer-reviewed material so other scholars, academics, and researchers could actually find the same findings. And we didn't have access to an accurate chronology until the 1970s, 1980s, after we were able to review out-of-print books by Emanuel Velikovsky, who put a lot of the pieces of the puzzle together. So did Velikovsky cited a lot of people for which very, very few people know about. Hans Bellamy and Hans Boehringer. These men were geniuses. The books they provided are still, you can get them in PDF and Google right now. But they put together, like, when the moon first appeared and when civilization had completely separated itself between the pre-Selenites, people who were existing in civilizations and matriarchal structures prior to the moon's appearance, and those after the appearance of the moon. This was during a vapor canopy period. And the problem with these pyramid researchers is they didn't have accurate measurements until 1901 when Sir Flinders Petrie, the ultimate Egyptologist, his measurements are absolutely accepted by the scientific community today because he measured every angle, he measured every hypotheme, everything about the interior and exterior of the Great Pyramid was measured to the thousandth of an inch using steel micrometers that he had access to in 1901. Those measurements were what I used and compared with a new chronology of the world. But even my own chronology was not complete until I had made another series of discoveries about the Phoenix phenomenon, which is an entirely different subject matter. Although it's relative to the Great Pyramid, it's not really relative to what these men were searching for. So Charles Taze Russell did not have access to an accurate chronology, but his intuition led him to understand that he's looking at a geometrical calendar of the past and future. That is what the Great Pyramid, its function is structurally, although it has an engineering function that has nothing to do with it. That's an entirely different subject matter as well. The pyramid is laid out in multiples of 138 in all dimensions. It doesn't matter if you take a distance in linear. A rectilinear distance of the Great Pyramid may be 138 times 16, but if you were to subtract it or multiply it by phi or by pi or curvature equations, 5.08, you will find the replications of 138 over and over and over. So that begs us to examine it more closely. What is so important about the number 138 that somebody built a 481-foot tall structure that 10 New York City blocks can fit in and 18 Empire State Buildings can fit in the mass of? What is so important about this number? I believe I have found that, and that is what I have 31 videos concerning the Phoenix phenomenon and what it means for us in 18 more years when it's reinitiated. And I don't want to go off in too many tangents, too many directions, because all of my research has a focus. But in order to entertain one, you pretty much have to entertain the tangents because they're all correlated.
Yeah, I was watching a few of your videos before in the last few days, and I watched the one where you showed all of your work. You had them in like three-ring binders, and they're like that thick, right? So yeah, you've done a ton of work and research.
Well, I tell people in my videos often that the acquisition of information is not a measure of intellect. It has nothing to do with how smart you are. It has everything to do with the fact that I spent 26 years on a stone floor surrounded by iron bars, and I wasn't going to adopt prison culture as my whole life. I did immerse into prison culture. My body has the scars and tattoos to prove it. I have them all over my body. But at the same time, I was a victim of the contagion of the times. Whatever's going on in prison culture, I had to go along with it too. I had to survive. But at the same time, every day, I'm reading, I'm redacting, I'm editing, I'm passing and trading books, and I weaseled myself into the library and found out that I had true power in that library once the administrators realized that how my ability to collate data and to organize old systems, because there are books that are hundreds of years old in Texas prisons, and there are Texas prisons that are hundreds of years old where these libraries still exist. And I had access to all the libraries of 116 prisons, which allowed me years and years and years of just data mining all these old books. And most of them are pre-World War II, before the occupational governments of the world have pretty much fallen prey to the same culture who has been rewriting our histories for the past 700 years, been taking over our banks, taking over our cultures, and pretty much put themselves in power in international positions of power through NGOs now. They're basically dominating the world. And since 1946, 47, and 48, when they rewrote every encyclopedia and almost every paperback book, I had access to information before this redaction took place, before they spent billions in rewriting all the history. So that is the advantage of the Archaix research. And this is why I can't charge for it. This is why I provide it free. This is why I have a Facebook group where almost 100% of all my findings are released in pieces, in posts.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, well done. So, simulacrum, what does that mean to you? What's the simulacrum? Because I think most people would see that as a simulation, has the word simulation in it. Would that be correct?
Yes, I pronounce it simulacrum, but then again, I'm an uncouth, uneducated bastard, so I really don't know if I'm pronouncing it right or not. It is an actual word in the Oxford English Dictionary. It just means a copy of something else. So that is basically my real worldview. And this is really astonishing to my family. I was raised Southern Baptist. I was really involved in the church. I was a church choir for a very long time until I went to prison. And even in prison, I stayed a Christian until I was 40 years old. Read the Bible back and forth, have all the notes to prove it, released many videos about my findings on Christianity and Judaism, Old and New Testaments, the pseudepigraphia, the apocryphal works. I have videos and all that. But I cannot divorce myself from my findings. If I'm going to make so many discoveries in world history, and I do everything with a calculator. I can't just read history and take notes. I compare everything with everything else I found. And there is absolutely no way our histories are accurate, although we can date them with accuracy from different texts from different hemispheres. I'll give you an example. There are traditions about a 25-year darkness in ancient Mexico and in South America that are found in archaeologists and historians 300 years ago when they were talking to when the conquistadors were talking to the Inca, and they were talking to in Tenochtitlan, Mexico City, and they're receiving these stories, they found out it was ubiquitous all around the ancient Americas. It was believed there was a 25-year darkness, and the Inca even had chronological histories going back to a time. When we factor that, we find out the ancient Greeks, the Achaeans of Argos, also knew of a 25-year darkness. Then we find out that researchers in the 17th century were publishing books about that 25-year darkness. And when you put all these together, in W.J. Perry's 500-page book on the year 1687 BC, his entire book is about that 1 year when every civilization on this planet collapsed. I don't want to say planet, I don't want to offend people, because as a simulationist, it doesn't matter to me if you buy into the paradigm that we're on some ball going around the sun. That's fine, because the simulation is designed for you to accept that. It doesn't matter if you believe that we live on an absolutely flat plane, because the mathematics is demonstrable, and I can show you that we live on a flat plane. But I can also show you curvature equations all throughout the sky that make you believe the optics are that we are going around a ball in a solar system. The problem is that there is a third paradigm that very few people are understanding, and that is that if we are completely immersed within a simulation, a copy of a real universe, then there has to be real reasons, there has to be predicates as to why we're here, why a copy was necessary, what is being studied as we're living out these lifetimes, why this copy is only focused on catastrophism, actual cycles, because every ancient calendar, the only common denominator we find in ancient calendars is they all began when something very disastrous occurred. And for that to be the idea behind the study of antiquities and ancient history, then that means that's what the simulation is about. Whoever is running this simulation, I don't believe in aliens. I believe humans. I believe humans are on the outside of the construct, and I believe humans are on the inside of the construct. I believe that there is agents of the simulacrum that are just pure coding and NPCs, and there are actual humans that are here, and they understand that this is a construct, and they're working with the constructors. And the rest of us are just trying to figure it out as we're living these life sims and the development of our immortal souls. So the Great Pyramid dynamics basically encompasses this entire conversation. It has the geodetic, geometrical, algebraic formulas within its dimensions that show that we live both in a construct that is designed to make us believe we live on a world that is hurling through space and spinning around like a top, 1,000 miles an hour with an obliquity of 23.5 degrees at 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. And at 6 months from now, 182.5 days from now, we're supposed to be on the other side of that star, and our axis is still, an obliquity is still going to be 23.5 degrees. And yet, although we have now traveled to the opposite side of the sun, astronomers have still not been able to show a single photograph that demonstrates parallax. There is still no movement between stars. This right here proves to me, and it proved to astronomers in 1891 and 1892 when this was first published, that we are at a fixed location and that the sky is nothing but a moving picture show. That shit's not real. It's never been real. It's just, it's the simulacrum. It is a copy.
Yep.
And it doesn't offend me that I'm in it, because I know it now has a focus. I understand its focus, but trying to convey it to other people that don't have the same frames of reference, I had to tear myself out of one paradigm after another in order to draw these conclusions, to understand that none of this is real. I'm 100% an immortal spiritual being, and I signed up for this because it's necessary. There is something going to happen to the real solar system by which all these simulations are necessary.
So what do you think that is? Because you talk about the 138-day year cycle, and the last catastrophe was in 1902, which really does absolutely coincide with a lot of amazing wars that were happening. The Boer Wars, Russia against Japan, Russia lost. The US invaded the Philippines. Around 1899, 1900, 1901 and 1902, there were all these world-changing pre-World War wars, which are very, very significant. And you're saying that in 1902, there was this cyclical visitation which caused a catastrophe, and 130 years after that, 38 years after that, which will be in 2040, the same will repeat. Is that right?
Exactly. The reset, when I initially set out on my Phoenix research, when my first book was published about the 138-year periodicity of this reset formula, I was still holding on to the Newtonian physics world. I had not yet adopted simulation theory because I was still in prison. This was the year 2007. My publisher had just given me a contract for When the Sun Darkens, and to me, it was purely astronomical. It took other bodies of research for me to realize, such as the episode of 713 BC cannot be ignored. Immanuel Velikovsky knew this as well, and he published a chapter about it, but he didn't go into a lot of details. Other authors not really knowing about the reset of 713 BC have also published material, and in that year, every single culture and civilization on this planet, or on this rock, whatever you want to call it, they changed their calendars. And it was ubiquitous. It was universal. Every single one of them switched over from the old 360-day model to 365.25. It took another 50 years for half of them to catch up to the fact that it was 0.25. It was 365.25 days to add leap years into their calendars. Unfortunately, the oldest and most well-established calendars in the world before then, we're talking about Nabonidus, talking about the Olmec calendar, the Zapotec, the Mayan calendar, the Vedic calendar, the Sumerian, the Egyptian Old Kingdom calendars, every one of them measured years in 360 days. As a matter of fact, they really didn't measure years at all. They measured cycles, and those cycles happened to be in days, such as the 432,000 Shar cycle of the Sumerians, which is only 1,200 years, it's 12 centuries. Because almost every Sumerian day, this is where Zecharia Sitchin pretty much polluted the minds of every single person that follows him.
Jesuit.
He totally.
Jesuit liar. I've always been saying that.
Yeah, he created a calendar nightmare. I don't even want to really get into it, but you can take every Sumerian day. If it says that the city of Kish was destroyed 48,800 Shars after the second dynasty of Uruk, Gilgamesh assumed the throne of Ur or whatever. When you see these numbers in Sumerian, all you have to do is divide them by 360, and it will tell you it's 78.5 years. 78.5 years, one city was destroyed, another one grows up. And it's really easy. It's really easy formula. They counted days. They had no concept of years because when every single one of these calendars began, it was under a vapor canopy. Under that vapor canopy, years don't make sense. There's no reason to because there are no seasons. Every single night, the stars are absolutely brilliant and bright. The moon looks like you could touch it. The mesosphere magnifies the sky. This is why during the matriarchal cultures, we had all these star worshiping phenomena. They understood, we have traditions about stars that cannot be seen with the naked eye. The reason is the lens that was in the sky collapsed. The day the sky fell in the Nordic cultures is the exact same time in the Middle East that the vapor canopy collapsed, which we know of through the biblical traditions and ancient American traditions as the Great Flood. It was all the exact same time.
Yeah, gotcha.
That was the thing. Oh, the reason I went in that direction is because that single incident in history was a Phoenix reset, just like 1902. 1902 was, you have to understand, the Phoenix phenomenon acts with intelligence. We are dealing in the simulacrum, we are dealing with an actual agency. I'm not talking about an agency like a government agency. I am talking about a collective of minds that are observing us. They must design these resets with sufficient intellect and frames of references to fool a collective that is imprisoned inside of it, that is getting smarter, that is understanding more, that is getting more intuitive, and these resets are becoming more and more sophisticated. In 1902, the reset was multifaceted. I had to release 3 or 4 different videos just about the year 1902. It is so profound. So much happened. It wasn't just astronomers in January and February first noticed red dust veils passing Venus. By March, red sand, red mud, and red rains were already raining all over the southern hemisphere. In late May, June, and July, the northern hemisphere got it. And it was hundreds of billions of tons of red mud falling on ships in the it wasn't called the United Kingdom at the time, but in 1902, English ship captains were even writing in their logs that they had to have all hands on deck just to shovel red sand off their ships before their ships capsized. It was remarkable. The sun darkened, the moon turned red. All the things you read in the Book of Revelation in Revelation chapter 6 about the sixth seal, it happened to a minor degree in 1902. But while these astronomical phenomena, the appearance of a brand new comet, astronomers admitted they had never seen this orbital path. The declivity of this comet was so bizarre. It was entered into the astronomical records for 1902. They named it Comet Morehouse, and since then it's never been mentioned again because comets are not supposed to move in the way it was moving. Phoenix comes out of the northern heavens and it passes over the ecliptic and goes straight into the southern heavens. And the reason is because it's not on Sol's ecliptic. It's not on the same belt that all the planets move around on. All that light show that we see. Because the simulacrum has to have evidence of another star, a dark star, a compressed or frozen star. These are all actual astronomical terms. I'm not making these up. Anybody can Google frozen stars and you will find that astrophysicists have known about them for over a century. They are stars that have grown so cold their outer shells now pull in more light photons than escape. And because of this, they cannot be seen with the naked eye. They can only be seen with ultraviolet lenses or telescopes. We have one that is very, very close to our system, and this is where the Nemesis X object catapults back and forth, Phoenix catapults back and forth, the dark satellite, which I'm about to release a video on because I have always avoided the dark satellite. It is the one object in the sky that I have not released a lot of data on, but I'm always promising to do it. I'm about to real soon. But Phoenix, Nemesis X object, and ourselves. Our own world is an intruder world. Now I'm speaking not from the physical standpoint. I'm talking about inside the simulacrum, because none of this is real. This is all computer programmed. So when I'm talking about planets and moons and comets and all that, I'm talking about what was programmed for us to believe as comets and planets and moons. Yep. They're not actually there. And we know this. We know this easily by the simple fact that there are many clues in the simulacrum that an intelligent observer can pick up on. They're designed that way. One of them is the fact that our moon is actually another world. It's not a lunar body. There's no way an object that size could stay in our orbit. It would crash into it. It's too close to us. Yep. It's gigantic. But I'm entertaining another tangent, which you're going to get a lot out of me if you keep asking me questions. But in 1902, we have a very, very advanced refit, because it wasn't just an astronomical evidence that the Phoenix was approaching it and it made transit and then left the system again. What we had was someone on the outside of the simulacrum had edited in all the changes that they wanted, and they happened in a blink. At the exact same time, over 500 new companies appeared out of nowhere. And you can Google all the companies that debuted in 1902. These are Fortune 500 companies that exist today. Many of them have changed their names to conceal their identities. But hundreds of corporations, countries, and government agencies all just appeared out of nowhere in 1902. There's not a hint of their existence in 1901. You are also tapping into the wars. The wars are absolutely correct. 1902, come 1903 and 1904, it seems like the entire world had forgotten that in 1901 and in 1899, there was world wars going all over the place. It was completely scratched out of the historical record, and there's no mention of it. You have to go to specialist literature even to find out about the Boer War now. No one wants to talk about that. What was going on in Africa and what was going on in the Middle East at the time. After 1902, in the month of May, all that changed, and we had this really bizarre change, this dynamic in the infrastructure of civilizations, where all of a sudden all these banks and corporations and everything just took off, as if 1902 was actually the first year, the initiating year of what we know of as the last days.
Yep, I follow you. You know what? Aleister Crowley said the year would be 1906, I think. He was always telling in many of his books that 1906 was the year. But I mean, even if it's slightly correct, I mean, isn't it interesting that we've got different schools and different sources for this period of time? You know, it was It was so hectic. In Russia, the revolutionaries were already starting to cause trouble there with their pogroms back in 1901 and 1902, come to think of it, against Tsar Nicholas. So, yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, the Bolsheviks, 1902, the Bolsheviks, they were in power then. It just took them another 13 years to actually take power.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They started their trouble. They were really persistent and troublemakers. They were. That they would bomb factories. They would disrupt the beautiful, peaceful Russian civilization with all kinds of terrorist attacks and false flags. Pretty much what they have been doing up until March 20 of 2020. All of a sudden, there's no more false flags, but there's another word that came along with a big capital C, and all of a sudden the false flags stopped, didn't they? All the shootings and everything. A whole new different shift came along. Where are those shootings now all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's crazy. But you know what? They never stopped. The Bolsheviks, they're still doing everything they did in 1902 and in 1917. They've never stopped. All they have done is assumed a different garb. They're still doing it.
Yeah, I'm glad you recognise it's the Bolsheviks. I always pretty much include them in the top 5, always, of the source of all the trouble on earth. You know, I mean, you can mention the Vatican and the Jesuits, but if you do not understand Bolshevism and its inception into this world, into this simulacrum, then you will never, ever understand what's happening today. To understand what's happening today with the far left and all of these other so-called terrorist attacks, you must be well-versed in the Bolshevik Revolution and understand all of that.
Their chief motto is war by deception, and they're good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good.
The 5th column.
Yeah, I have hundreds of pages of notes right here I can show you. It's a topic that cancels channels. It's a topic that cancels platforms. I mean, they're still in power. But I did release a video recently about Vladimir Putin and their hatred of the man and why. The history of what he did, well, not him personally, but what the Russian people did and their alliances with America in the past. The reason why the Bolsheviks hate this man so much, the reason why he's in Ukraine now. I did release a video about that, but to focus on it, Santos, it's not going to change the fundamentals of our existence. When the shit hits the fan, they're gonna be going through it just like we are. You know what I mean? So I just try not to focus on them because I'm gonna get mad, and when I'm getting mad, I'm gonna end up releasing a video that I'm gonna regret. So I mean, it's just censorship is real, and YouTube, believe me, they're not gonna let you say everything that you want to say.
No, I know.
100%.
So what's your take there with Russia? My take is that the Russians have seen, their country being brutalized by the Bolsheviks, by the internationalists, and by certain entities that have ravaged this amazing advanced people called the Russians. I see Putin playing the game of what politicians play, but I can see another agenda going on in the background. He has another entity. It seems to me that, every nation has their egregore, their demon, their angel, their transdimensional, God. And I'm thinking that the Russian one is totally different, has a totally different worldview on this, Agenda 30, the 2030 and what have you. What do you think?
Well, the people are phenomenal people. And Vladimir Putin, he's a man for his own people. But it goes back to the 7th and 8th century when the Rus, this mighty Viking tribe of people, excellent masterwork, metalsmiths, masterwork people, they were called RUS, the Rus. When these people came into contact with early Greek Orthodox Christianity, they were invited to Constantinople. And when they showed up in Constantinople, they were absolutely amazed about the city, and they wanted to adopt this new religion. They had heard about Jesus, and the Greek Orthodox Christianity was very different than the Roman Western version and the Vatican version. So Catholicism, the Rus adopted Christianity, and they moved further north, and they spread out, and these became the Russian people. Now, the Russian Romanov people, the reason the Bolsheviks hate the Russians so much is behind our Revolutionary War. During our Revolutionary War, the Bolsheviks had loaned almost $1 billion out international to France, Germany, Prussia, and they had basically paid for this huge world war. And everybody was supposed to play their part. And as the 13 colonies were rebelling against the crown, the UK, where the Bolsheviks were already in control since the days of Oliver Cromwell, and they were controlling London's affairs at the time. London didn't want to lose its 13 colonies, but the Bolsheviks knew, look, we can get the 13 colonies back for London. However, we need to carve that up into several states because that's too powerful. They got the manifest destiny. These Americans are going west, and they have all unlimited resources, unlimited land. We can't allow that. We need to create several countries out of that. So they financed that. Russia put a stop to it. Russian fleets appeared on the East Coast and West Coast, and they did embargoes, and they chased down British supply ships and gave the supplies to George Washington. And the Bolsheviks have hated the Russians ever since the Revolutionary War because the Russians stopped them. They lost a lot of money, and they stopped them from carving the U.S. into several states. So it took a long time, and they financed another huge war. Again, Russia interferes in the War of 1812. The Russians pretty much tell the rest of Europe, you stay your asses where you belong, or we're going to attack you. So in the War of 1812, the American colonists again defeated the English, got them out. America remained sovereign. Then they tried again. This time, billions of dollars international over a 15-year period by Bolshevik, basically loan sharks, banks. And they're giving money out to all these different countries in Europe to carve the United States now in 1860 into multiple different deals. And they wired up what's called the War Between the States. You know of it as the Civil War.
Yep.
Now, in the Civil War, all these nations were going to get involved, but no. The Christian Russian Empire, the Romanovs, sent fleets on the East Coast and the West Coast, and again, they stopped that shit. And again, the Bolsheviks lost a lot of money because they had given all this money out to build all these armies to make this happen. And still, the Russians were too powerful. So, having lost out 3 or 4 times, the Bolsheviks put a 50-year plan together. And in that 50-year plan, it was to take down the Romanovs, to assassinate the Romanov family, and to do it through democratic funding. They would disguise their socialism as Democrats, and they would enter into Russian politics. And the reason 1% of the people of Russia, these Jewish Democrats, because that's who they were, the Bolsheviks are 100% Jewish. And the only reason they were able to do it was because they were financed by banks all over the entire world, which were Jewish owned. And they had this massive amount of funding, so they started buying off everybody in Russia they could until they could get into the right positions. And it took about 14 to 15 years once they had established the Jewish Democratic Party of Russia. It took them. But the only reason they seized power, you know the story, how they murdered the Romanovs, how Anastasia disappeared. Well, then they turned the Christian Empire of Russia into the USSR. Yep. And for 5.5 years, 22 million white Christian males were marched to death camps. They were never seen again. Most of those bodies have never been found. A lot of the pictures that were taken in World War I of those death camps of Russian Christian males who were starved to death and not fed, and they died right there in those concentration camps. Those actual pictures resurfaced 30 years later when the Jews were trying to convince everybody in the world that Hitler and the Nazis were starving Jews in these death camps. Those those were Russian white males. Those were not Jews in those photos. 100% of those photos that were used in after World War II were the actual World War I photos where the Jews had starved the Christians to death.
There you go.
These people, man, they're nefarious. They are nefarious. But
Yep.
here's what happened. They successfully turned the USSR into an atheist state politically. But subsurfacely, on a cultural level, the Christian movement has never died in Russia. The people have been abiding by their time. They've been waiting to take back their country. Now, the Bolsheviks had created this term called Nazi. Nazi simply means nationalist. It means they have actually demonized a patriot, someone who is patriotic for their country. If I'm from Mexico and I'm Mexican, according to the Jews, I'm a Nazi. I'm a nationalist. If you're not for globalism, which is Bolshevikism, if you're not, then you're a Nazi. As simple as that. This is what they did in World War II with Hitler and the Germans.
Yep.
So a lot of stuff they made a whole bunch of even the census counts of how many Jews were in Germany at the beginning of World War II that was published in the encyclopedias. This is the reason why they had to republish new encyclopedias, because the older encyclopedias recognized there wasn't even 600,000 Jewish people in Germany at the start of the war. So there couldn't have been 6 million who were killed. So in 1991, the Bolsheviks had lost so much power in Russia. In 1991, the Russian satellite countries all fragmented. And this is the collapse of the USSR. But when the USSR collapsed, it allowed for the nationalists, the purebred Russian people who are not Bolsheviks, to take back their country. Vladimir Putin is among them. Vladimir Putin is not like other world leaders. He doesn't come from blue blood. He doesn't come from all these 13 families. Vladimir Putin came up as an ordinary soldier through the KGB and the GSR. And when he finally became politically active, the people loved him because he's a man for the people. Anytime you see stuff on the news talking about the Russians hate Vladimir Putin, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's total bullshit.
That's right.
Vladimir Putin is loved over there just like the conservative Republican Party loves Donald J. Trump. There's no difference. They love their leaders. So in 1991, the Russians took back their country. From 1997 to 2018, the Russians spent more money than any country on this planet building a fantastic army. The media has always left it out. They don't ever report on it, but no one has. No one has jet aircraft. Those MiGs can do maneuvers that no American jetcraft can do. Those hypersonic missiles he has are far superior to anything. And let me tell you, there is a definitive reason why. When he invaded Ukraine, not one single NATO country came to the rescue. No one wants to fight Russia. And behind the scenes, I'm telling you now, Santos, I've run the isometric projection. You know, off my historical research, all the mathematical palindromes I've discovered, I have developed software. I have my own looking glass. I have released over 30 videos of what to expect in 2021, 2022, and 2023. I have never taken those videos down. I don't need to. I'm watching every day in the news, everything that I have predicted in those videos come true. They come true very slowly. That's why people don't really remember. I have to remind people in my Archaix group that, hey, y'all do remember, I said in early 2022, the whole COVID deal is going to collapse. It's going to be swept under the rug, and you're going to be moving into a new paradigm. I said that. I've released 2 videos about it, but no one's really talking about it because the media is fantastic about what they do. They are very good at switching paradigms on us. Everything's now Ukraine, Russia, evil Putin, everything. Even Americans with intelligence who should know better that the Russian people are the greatest ally the United States has ever had.
Ever.
And yet in the media, the Bolsheviks has ordinary Americans who are patriotic, even friends and family of mine, demonizing Vladimir Putin because they're uneducated. They really don't know what's going on in the world. The Bolsheviks has completely deceived them.
Yep.
So, if I'm talking too much, y'all need to shut me up. You too. I see you down there being all quiet.
No. We because of the technical problems and the delay, we want you to speak as much as possible because this information is vital. This is the kind of stuff.
This Saturday night, I have nothing else to do. When I'm done here, I'm probably going to get on my video because I got like 16, 17 different videos I got to release. I just got to release them one at a time. I'm exploding. Literally, I am literally exploding with information. I can't get it out fast enough. It's I don't know where it comes from, but you know what? I got Duracell batteries. I don't ever get tired. When I do sleep, it's 3 or 4 hours and I'm fully rested. Time to go.
Yeah, look, hats off to you, brother. You've achieved so much since you got out of jail. You've only been out like about 5 years. You've got your you've got your studio set up. You've got your channel. You've worked out how to, do all this media stuff, and you got the word out, and you've got tens and tens of videos. Hats off to you, brother. I reckon you've been, like me, you've been spending 16 hours to 18 hours every day, and I have been for the last 11 years since I started my channel. So, listeners, folks, I'm going to upload this onto my Mr. Astro Theology channel as well. So, for all the subscribers there, please go over and support Jason at his YouTube channel, Archaix. Share, because I really believe that Jason has put together all the bits, all the components that we need to understand how these entities, whoever they are, keep resetting our history, changing the history books. And how they do it is very, very interesting. I've always known this. They mix lies with truth. They give you some truth, but they insert lies which make the truth very difficult to uncover. They're very, very cunning. They do not ever leave truth out of their what they divulge. They never do, but they always insert lies. So Jason's work is really, really important, folks. I want to remind you again, please subscribe, share, and get his channel out to as many people as possible. He needs a couple 100,000 subscribers on there, right? So he's only new, and he's got about 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, but that ain't enough for the content, the good content on his channel. It's just amazing. I want to go in two directions. First of all, we spoke about the Nazis, and that was another world-changing thing. And I know there's a lot of lies being said about that. And then I want to go on to 2040 and what you expect will happen with the new Phoenix in 18 years, folks. In 18 years, the real big reset is going to happen. So that's 2040. I want to know a bit about that as well. But can we go back?
I'm interested in that as well.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. So, at least it will give us this 18 years to prepare. We can do a lot in that time.
Yeah.
But let's go back and address the lies of... What lies can you divulge about World War II?
What lies?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say lies?
Yeah.
Well, we had World War II was absolutely 100% pre-planned. It was the whole entire episode was there was nothing sporadic about it. It wasn't like a steady crescendo of building events that eventually led into this international conflict. The money had changed hands and financed all the key players like Japan, Italy. All this had been done as far back as 1929, when the World Banks had decided, look, we need to fund this next war. But they're short on funds because wars cost a lot of money to build a bunch of armaments and APCs and tanks and bombers and munitions, and it costs a lot of money. So what they had done is they went ahead and they bankrupted the United States of America, and we call that in history the Great Depression. And they funneled all the money out of America with the New Deal, 1935, all our gold, and they financed Italy, Mussolini's army, Japan's army, and the Bolsheviks at the exact same time as they're financing these different countries. France, the UK, everybody's getting their war packages ready. But at the exact same time, they are specifically creating the catalyst in Germany, and the way they did it was Jewish store owners, Jewish bankers, basically all the entrepreneurs were Jewish in Germany. Germans had pretty much lost their companies, lost their factories, lost their positions. There were no more they couldn't unionize anymore. There was so much new Bolshevik Jewish laws that restricted Germans from making any money. It didn't even become a deal. You can get the microfiche of German newspapers, and it even shows cartoons from 1938 and 39 where it shows German school children walking to school barefoot while little Jewish kids have brand new shoes, brand new clothes, umbrellas, nice backpacks for their books and all that. And what they had created was this huge rift in society where Germans were dead broke and couldn't pay for anything, but every day they got to watch these Jews have all this money. The Bolsheviks had everything. And the only people in Germany that really had any type of life were those in government. And Hitler was raised in this environment. He was raised in this whole deal. But even Hitler was an agent. Hitler was all for this program. He was 100% on board with this globalist movement that was going on. As a matter of fact, I don't have the evidence to prove it. I don't think anybody has the evidence to prove it. But there was a lot of literature floating around in the 30s and 40s that Adolf Hitler was actually of Rothschild blood. And this has never been confirmed. It was always a suspicion as late as the 40s and 50s, but no one's ever really been able to prove it. We don't know whatever happened to Adolf Hitler because it's just like the little cartoon that the American media showed when what was the major terrorist name that they went and got? They said they killed him and then they pushed him off in a coffin over an aircraft carrier into the ocean so nobody could ever see the body.
Osama bin Laden.
Okay, Osama bin Laden's body, no one ever saw if he was killed or not. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Eva Braun and Adolf Hitler. No one knows if they were ever killed or not because many intelligence agencies in the 1960s were claiming that they had data showing that Hitler and Eva Braun were in Argentina, in South America. So no one really knows, and I don't really want to speculate. But World War II was 100% created. It wasn't predicted. It was forced to happen. And in 1881, in Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike had already wrote the game plan. Anybody today can get a copy because they're still in libraries. But you can get a copy of the Masonic Constitution and the Masonic Bible. It's called Morals and Dogma. It's almost 900 pages. It goes through the first 32 degrees and all the symbolism of Mason, but it does not show anything but a cover page for the 33rd degree. That cover page is just a single symbol. It is a symbol of the phoenix. I have a video about this, why the Masons have the 33rd degree as the phoenix, because it's the end game. That's what phoenix is. It burns the world so it can be rebuilt. That's what it does. The phoenix symbol is about reset, and the Masons are already on board. They know the whole chronology. All 32 degrees are, if you look at the symbols of the 32 degrees, are going all the way to the 13th degree, which is the Royal Arch of Enoch. They are just stages of resets that have gone through world history. The Masons have documented every single one of them. It's a profound research. But I mentioned this in my video called the 33rd, actually it's the 33 degrees, and the cover on the video is the Phoenix. But I explained how the Masonic Constitution and Morals and Dogma. But in Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike published that there would be a World War I, which would collapse the Roman Christian Romanovs. He published that. It can be verified by anybody. He also said a second World War would be initiated soon after that to do away with the power of the Germans, because the Germans were seen at the time. You understand, Germans aren't just in Germany. The German culture was Prussia and Austria and a lot of Poland too. The German people encompass many different countries. So the difference is just differences in degree. They're not fundamental differences. It's like Americans. It's like Texans, Mexicans, New Mexicans, and Arizonans. We almost all of us are bilingual. We almost all speak Spanish. We almost all of us speak English, but some of us are from Mexico. Some of us are from the United States. It's the same difference with what's going on in Europe with the German culture. So with World War II, we have 100% a Bolshevik design unfolding. And it was to collapse Germany. It did it exactly as Albert Pike predicted. And because the first two world wars they weren't prophesied, They were revealed in 1881 when that book was published, Morals and Dogma. Well, because the first two came to pass exactly the way that was supposed to, then we need to go ahead and lend credence to the third. Are you guys familiar with what the Third World War was according to the Mason Bible?
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be in the Middle East, and it's going to involve all Middle Eastern cultures. I don't know if it involves Israel or not, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to get left out.
Yeah, they're going to try and destroy, set the Muslims against the Christians and destroy both of them, and then the true religion will turn up.
Right.
According to them.
Since World War II finally established the New World Order, see, people are all truthers. Sometimes my own truther family really angers me because they assume that, oh man, we got to watch out for the New World. They're still trying to put together the New World Order. I'm sorry. The New World Order was finally established in 1946. The Nuremberg trials hung every single person that was going to oppose that New World Order.
Yep.
And the rest of them that joined the New World Order were sent to Texas, because in Texas they were denazified and they were entered into the new space program called NASA, which was nothing but an alliteration of Nazi. It's all a joke. They love to hide these things in plain sight.
Exactly. NASA is Nazi. And those Nazis, by the way, they were the Nazis who, as Jason just mentioned, they were the ones to agree, because when they were caught, they had a choice. It was simple. We can get you out of here and out of trouble as long as you go with our plan. You must go 100% with our plan, and we'll look after you, or you'll get justice in another way.
That's right.
That's it.
So everything I'm mentioning right now, Santos, is leading up to Ukraine right now. That's the direction I'm going right now with this World War II. Because once the New World Order was established in 1946, now the Bolsheviks had an entirely different agenda. They're already in control. They already have the League of Nations didn't work for them, so they had to cancel that. League of Nations just wasn't unified, but the United Nations was. And now through new programs that were popping up, like the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations, and many other NGOs, all these things were put together so they could control these governments. So here is a culture of people that are running the world who do not have an army, but because they own the world banking structure, they have access to every army in the world. So the new agenda after World War II switched. Now they're in control of almost everybody, but there's some problems. One of them is Libya. Libya was a big problem because it refused to have a Rothschild-controlled bank. Vietnam refused to have a Rothschild-controlled bank. North Korea refuses to have a Rothschild-controlled bank. Iran refuses to have a Rothschild-controlled bank. So, Syria, I believe they have one now. But when all that conflict began in Syria in the 1970s and 80s, all the Israeli missile strikes and all that BS about, it's all about banks, every bit of it. Gaddafi wanted to print his own money. Same thing. He thought he could do better than JFK. I don't know why, because the world leaders all know the story, even though the American people are dumb and don't really understand what really happened. But JFK had told several people that the next morning he's going to sign Executive Order 1110. And when he signed that, he was going to take the United States away from the Rothschild-controlled banks, and Fort Knox and our mints were going to print American money that was not printed by foreigners.
Yep.
Because right now, foreigners print our money. So in the United States, Kennedy was going to do away with that. He said, man, it's time. Kennedy even made a public statement, and many people have quoted it. It's all over Facebook about this iniquitous, evil cult of people who are ruling the world, and they're causing wars, and they're financing both sides of wars. And all. He was about to reveal all this. They took him out quick.
Yep.
And then when they took JFK out quick, they even had to get rid of his brother later on. Then the Bolsheviks, they're very good at covering their tracks, because as soon as they had done that, then they decided, well, you know what? We need to get the American people's mind off of this BS. and stuff, and we need to put them on something else. So the first thing they did, they took out 2 black leaders. They they started assassinating black civil rights leaders. The reason they wanted to assassinate them is because now they can create racial strife in America, and as long as whites and Hispanics, as long as whites and Asians, as long as whites and African Americans are always going at it, no one's looking at the Bolsheviks.
Yep.
Who started and initiated that. And because their mantra has always been true, and they are geniuses at what they do, it's called war by deception. They publicize that openly. That's how powerful they have become. Now, we're going to fast forward all the way up to now. I revealed last year in a series of videos after I used my Opus software and isometric projection analysis. This is all predicated on what's called date sequence prediction. I don't just tell these things to people, I show in charts how this works. I'm very, very revealing in my videos. And I show so other people can run the same isometric projections. They don't need me to do it. It's no special. And once you know what to look for, it just unfolds. Because this reality we live in is holographic in nature, there are actual nodes. There are years that act like the center of a drop of water. And events like wave ripples go forward and backward in time from that center drop. Once you learn to identify the key events, you can look 7 years in the future to see that events are very similar to 7 years in the past. I'm not just saying 7, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every single ripple is going to have events that are very similar in nature to the corresponding ripple on the other side of the epicentral event. And I show hundreds of examples of this. I have 4 chapters in my published books that demonstrate how the entire ancient world can be shown as ripples in the ponds of time. I even quote Nostradamus in a letter to his own son. This is not in his quatrains. There are, like, Caesar Ramadi has published several letters that Nostradamus wrote. And in those letters, he even admits, Nostradamus says, man, I use a special kind of divination that involves a pool of water, dropping a drop of water into a pool of water and studying the ripples. Wow. That was a key, because he can't see the future through that. What he's explaining is that all those quatrains are arranged isometrically. So once I had that understanding, I learned about Mario Reading's work. When I found out about Mario Reading's work, that he actually found a date index encoded in Nostradamus' quatrains, I just followed it. I don't know if he's right. I don't know if he's full of bullshit or not. So I look at it and I see all these events for 2040 are the moon turning red, major earthquakes, oceans slipping their basins, cities going under beneath the ocean, whole massive migrations of people leaving the West and going back to the lands of their ancestors' nativities. All of this is in Nostradamus' quatrains. It is dated 2040 in this index. So that led me to Mother Shipton's work. I find out Mother Shipton, somebody had sent me Mother Shipton's prophecy, so I read it. I really wasn't intrigued by it until I got to the end. When I got to the end, this massive double cataclysm, this sky dragon appears, turns the red blood, major earthquake, sun goes dark. It's all in her prophecy, but she's very specific. It occurs 1 century after a world war. That's 2040. You can't get more accurate than that for a witch who was illiterate, absolutely illiterate, could not read and write. Her poem was oral. Other people wrote it down. You can't get more accurate than that for an oral poem that was issued 538 years ago. That's amazing. That's amazing. So, all these different coordinates about 2040, and this is what I revealed in my own videos on my channel about what's happening right now. You remember last year when the truther movement was all a buzz across YouTube talking about underground explosions. There's all kinds of detonations. The good guys are out there taking out all these child predator facilities and all. You remember that?
Yep.
Okay, well, I kind of bought into that. I did some research and all that, and I was like, wow, these seismographs are real. So I almost fell for it. I'm glad I did not release a video about it, but I was doing the research, and I was following some of these guys, what these guys were talking about, and these different institutes were publishing the seismographic readings, and it's true. These detonations are really going off on different continents around the world, and I'm following. It's like, man, this is really bizarre. And some of them are in a straight line, then they kind of deviate. I said, is this real? And then I got to thinking about it. My own common sense tells me there isn't that many children in the world for that many facilities to be blown up. And why would you blow up facilities to save children? I'm not trying to hear it. So I start putting everything together, and I do some isometric projections, man. I look at what events were really happening, and I find out, wait a minute, in 1973 and 1974, there was major legislation pushed by the United States Congress, and it passed, concerning the construction and the legal funding for underground facilities for all different types of purposes. So I'm putting all this together, and I'm realizing, wait a minute, these are Phoenix fallout shelters. Our governments are working together. This bullshit that's going on the surface is all this is all smoke and pony show. This is bread and circus. This is bread and circuses. It's all distraction. What's really happening is that they know something's coming. They may not know when, but right now we have a magnetic deviance that is so far that it's obvious to anybody in the government who has access to scientific panels that something very large is approaching our solar system. It is the only reason why we would have a magnetic variance of over 11 degrees. What I mean is true north has always been 10.5 to 11.5 degree variance off of magnetic north. Magnetic north has always been slightly off. And this is what helps navigators with their compasses and all that. They know this, they memorize this. It's been this way for thousands of years. But all of a sudden, magnetic north is now deviating fast from true north. This is what's happening right now. Now, in the grand scheme of things, since the last time that we suffered lithospheric displacement in the simulacrum, which is the simulacrum simulating a whole crustal slippage, where oceans actually slip their basins and continents just slip right under ocean. The last time this happened was 3895 BC, because the 3 pole shifts that have happened since then, we have the exact dates for them. We even have the magnetite readings for when they happen. It's very easy to detect. So those were what are called temporal pole shifts. That is when the magnetosphere has gone so far, the actual true north, the whole world does kind of tilt. But then it's over with. It's done. Storms, earthquakes, cities get leveled, people survive, they rebuild, everything's cool. And there's a whole bunch of traditions that are begun that the sun stopped in the sky and went and reversed 10 degrees. So this is what we get with temporal pole shifts. We've had 3 of them in recorded history. But before the advent of writing in the year of 3895 BC, and this year is very well established. I don't want to bore your listeners with it right now. If they're interested, I have about 40 videos that show how this one year is shown by many, many different researchers, not just me. So 3895 BC, this major Phoenix episode happened where we went through a real pole shift. This is the reason why the Great Pyramid is no longer at 0 degrees longitude, 0 degrees latitude. It is now located at 30 degrees north latitude. The entire shift was 30 degrees. This tells us that the next time it happens, North America, Canada is going to take the place of the United States. The United States is going to take the place of Mexico. Mexico is going to take the place of Central America. South America is getting shoved right into the ice field. That's what's going to happen in this hemisphere. Now, because the Great Pyramid is the total center of turning, northern Egypt to Israel is the pivot of motion. It's the least damage. No tsunamis, no earthquakes, very little damage, almost probably 90% survivability. That area is only going to turn slightly, while the other hemisphere go. You remember, this is all simulated, though. It's not a real world we're living on, but because of our central nervous system, we are experiencing these as sequentially real events. So there's a huge thought. I start talking about planetary dynamics, and I confuse a lot of my listeners because I have a lot of flat Earth listeners, and I got all the respect in the world. Matter of fact, you're not going to miss me on the flat Earth stuff. I got Eric Dubai's research. I got Zetetic astronomy. I got Gleason's Is the Earth a Globe? I am very well read up on the 1890s, 1900s, and 1920s, all the scientific experiments that show that we're on an absolutely still world. There is nothing happening, and that all movement in the entire cosmos is in the sky.
Yep.
It's not down here. It's not down here. So
Absolutely.
we have this pole shift. We're heading toward a pole shift. And this now, you can leave the scientific parlance out. You can go straight to just eschatology. The prophecies of the Hopi, the prophecies of the Maya, the prophecies all throughout Judeo-Christian, the Zoroastrian prophecies. That's what they were all feared. was the next pole shift. The next time the axis mundi was broken.
And we can feel it coming. I know I
feel it
can.
coming?
Yeah.
But 18 years is not a long time for something this dynamic. We have a lot of stuff on Facebook where people are talking about, oh, it's going to happen in 2023. It's going to happen in 2024. It's going to happen in 2025. You know what?
I feel hopeful that we have 18 years.
See, 18 years is not a long time compared to the fact that we're talking about 5,700 years of history, the last time that it happened.
Right.
So it's not 18 years is nothing. The deal is, though, is what is in my isometric analysis, in my use of the Ophis algorithm, I have found that there's going to be a very, very artificial apocalypse. I'm talking about something that's going to fool people into believing a real apocalypse is happening, but it's all smoke and mirrors because what's really happening right now, even the truckers, all this stuff makes sense. If you just put it all into perspective, these trucker convoys, all this, they have normalized the sight of seeing truckers. It's not about patriotism and all that. It's about getting all these goods and getting all these people and all these migrant workers showing up on the border who are not appearing in American cities. Where are they going? They're going where the work is needed. All these trucker convoys that are now being seen, everybody, I've seen one the other day. Everybody's talking about these patriots coming together. No, it's not. They are taking everything they need to these underground facilities. All those explosions that were clearing out more areas for more levels for these underground facilities. If anybody knows how to build underground facilities, it's the United States of America. And anybody in our military who's ever been to Cheyenne Mountain will tell you that, because that's over 20 cities pancaked on top of each other going underground for where they run the U.S. military, the Marines, the Space Force, NORAD, everything, the entire military engine of the United States can be run from that mountain 6 miles underground.
Yeah. One question I have is, with those underground cities, are they built sturdy enough where they won't be affected by the Earth's movement?
Okay, that's all. Listen, the crust is deep. Our oil companies have drilled so deep, we have found basement rock going for miles, absolutely solid. So in order to answer this question, I have to call to mind the fact that underground cities are not a thing that are really mysterious. 61 of them have already been found by archaeologists in Turkey alone. And incidentally, what's really coincidental here, but you remember, we live in a hologram, so it's not a coincidence. At the same time that construction began in 1962 for Cheyenne Mountain to build America's underground cities and military, that exact same year was when archaeologists found the first city in Turkey that was underground. And it was built by a civilization that could bore through rock. They have air shafts that are designed to trap air for months for a large population, even if the surface of the world is completely covered in water. It is absolutely genius. You ought to Google it, because I don't like using Google for my core information, but to verify things is good. If you Google the underground cities of Turkey, you will find some phenomenal photographs of what they're finding now. They don't know who built them. Yep. All they know is that the first 3 levels have Hittite inscriptions.
Yep.
Now, what it is Hittite graffiti, which means that these facilities are older than the 19th century BC, because even the Hittites didn't know about the 7 levels below those.
Right. Jason, thank you so much for your sharings. Unfortunately, we lost 40 minutes at the start due to technical complications. Please forgive us, listeners, but I want to invite Jason back. You're welcome to come back next week if you don't mind. And I want to...
Anytime, man. Anytime. All right. I like to talk.
You're on next week. Next week at the same time, no technical problems, and we will have time for callers to call in. So, sorry, folks, I know you've got a lot of questions you want to ask Jason. I can see that from the chat. I can see that people really love this subject. So this is part 1 of many more, if Jason is willing to come on our channel and bless us with his knowledge. We're just going to spend 5 minutes now. Just hang in there with us, Jason. We've got some announcements to get out for all the listeners. Please stay attentive, and Crystal's going to share the announcements for the week.
Yeah.
I'm just a bit weird. Yeah, you just introduce yourself. a bit, and I thought we could start off with, if you could just get into the simulacrum Archaix and what they are, and then we'll sort of get into some questions.
Okay. To better understand my paradigm, where I'm coming from with the material that I'm now putting out, you're gonna have to understand where it came from. My education was in solitary confinement. I did a lot of years in maximum security prison, and I had no access to general media. All I had access to was a publisher in San Diego who publishes nothing but old reprints from 500, 400, and 300 years ago. And he made sure that I was very well educated while I was in prison. He also published my first 5 books. His name is Paul Tyson, Book Tree Press. Now, while I was in prison, I also became a librarian, and I found out that all the books that 116 prisons in Texas had were still available. They were just in boxes in basements because it was thought by prison administrators and nobody wanted to read these old books. Well, they were wrong. I read probably every one of them that I data mined so many books that I put a list together, generally 1,200 books, and I've posted every single title, publisher, date of publication, and author right here on my YouTube channel for anybody to see it, the entire. But I haven't stopped. Since I've been out of prison for 5.5 years, I've continued my education, but I'm constantly baffled by coming into contact with people who send me emails telling me that my output and my conclusions mirror this movie or mirror this television series or mirror this. And I haven't watched any of these. I haven't had time. Well, my life has been very, I've worked a full-time job running a small company since I've been out. I've only recently gone into full-time Archaix. But in order to come up with what I have come up with, I had to divorce myself from many prior belief systems. That was a very painful experience because I was raised a Southern Baptist Christian, and I spent about 10 years of my education just trying to prove the Bible from secular records, ancient texts, anything I could get my hands on. And my problem is I found something otherwise. And what I found when I put my chronicon together was the mathematical distribution of historical events as we've received them from all the different chronographies and chronicons and chronographic material from all different languages, different cultures over different periods of time. It forms a perfect synthesis that is too perfect. These events were not random. There is no way history could have unfolded the way that we have been taught and been led to believe. And even when you search deeper beyond anything that academia has even touched, when you go into specialist literature, when you make general findings and discoveries no one else has ever made, but you can back them up with chronographical material, it doesn't make any sense. It still fits these mathematical protocols. And there's no way that if we live in a totally natural Newtonian universe that this is possible. It's not. It's almost as if history began, and I know this is really hard for people to process, but it's almost as if history began around 1890 and everything before that is coding protocols to make you believe in a synthetic history that really didn't exist. It's you have to see it mathematically demonstrated to really understand just how complex this is. And it's so overwhelming when you first process this information that is painful. Because for me to really come up with everything spiritual that I had ever thought was real, but not under the dressings that had been given to me. And it's like I said, it's a lot of people have come to the Archaix research, hit that wall of cognitive dissonance and left. But a lot have come back. I get emails frequently about people who basically have cussed me out, called me everything but a child of God. 90 days later, they're coming back saying, "Hey, man, I get this now." So it's been a process. But the simulacrum is an artificial construct that we exist within. And evidence of that is everywhere. Not just the historical record, but what the historical record is conveying. It's almost as if this hyperinflated ego that runs these systems brags about how it controls us over and over in these traditions and these legends and many of these spiritual texts that we have taken for granted because we were born into these systems like Southern Baptists, like the Tower of Babel story where there's these intelligences get together and they discuss what mankind is doing and they agree. Mankind is getting way too imaginative. There's nothing that's going to be impossible for them, so they have to do something. But what they do is not possible unless the ability of humans to communicate with each other is nothing but a coding protocol. Because what they did was introduce new data that made people have an inability to communicate. In the real world, nothing can happen to make 70 different languages and communication systems appear overnight. So they can't finish a construction project that they all started together. That's not going to happen in the real world, but it happened in the synthetic history that we've been given. That can only happen if this is a computer program. And it's not the only time. 1867, 1868, 1869, the entire United Kingdom, from the scientific community down to chimney sweeps, everybody was talking about the fact that there were no insects in the United Kingdom. They were gone. Well, back then it was Britain, independently, Ireland, Wales, Cornwall. And it was on everybody's mind that all the insects had disappeared. And for about a 3-year period, it was the talk of all the tea shops, all the coffee shops. Everybody's where are the roaches, the flies, the horseflies, the butterflies, caterpillars? Everything had vanished from the UK, and now it affected the rodent population. Once it became an issue in the human collective, all of a sudden, AIX, the holography, realized, oh, this was a problem, something I overlooked. And it went into overdrive to correct the problem. But it went into overkill. If you're familiar with the period, Charles Fort documented it very well. He cites all the scientific journals of the time. It was bewildering. Ship captains as far as Asia and all the way to the UK, they documented how rivers of insects just fell out of the sky. All hands on deck to sweep them off deck. London became a plague broke out in London for the simple fact that there was too many insects for them to burn, whole piles of insects. And it was rivers of different types of insects. It wasn't like there was a rain over UK of 12 different species of insects. It wasn't like that. It was 26, 27 different rivers of insects that were all independent of each other, falling in different geographical areas. And it was so bewildering to the people, but it was just something that happened. Academia had really no answer for it. And of course, just like all the red dusts that are said to come from the Sahara or the Australian deserts, these red dust storms that are actually dust veils coming from the sky and bathing cities, and sometimes in ancient times burying whole communities in minutes. Our media always tells us what it needs to tell us to get us just to leave it alone. But this has happened over and over and over in ancient times where there has been edits, when there's been situations that were unfolding that were not going in the direction that AIX wanted us to go. And AIX is a control program. I call it AIX because it's artificial intelligence X, and X in scientific parlance means it's an unknown factor. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's a control system, and it governs over us, and it causes events to unfold, and it even navigates the outcome of events, such as Mithridates IV of Pontus was an individual that the Romans could not handle. They couldn't understand how this guy could be so dynamic. The Romans had conquered everybody, but here is a man, the king of Pontus, without an army, who just killed 81,000 Romans by just organizing all the common people to rise up on a certain day and kill every single Roman in their territories. And this happened, and it shocked the Roman Empire. But so many different kings and provinces joined Mithridates to overcome the Roman yoke that he built this huge army. And when he's about to defeat the Roman legions on the field of battle, all of a sudden, out of a blue sky, a giant rock falls out the sky between both battles as they're about to engage that morning, stops the battle, their superstitions kick in, and the one time Rome was about to get its ass kicked, it got saved by something from the sky. The Chinese have similar stories where underdogs were about to take over the power establishment and a rock falls out the sky right in the middle of the battlefield. these stories, these anecdotes are everywhere in our history. These are not coincidences. Too many coincidences exhibits no coincidence at all. And this is the subject matter of my research. This is why I have put out so many seemingly random videos on seemingly random phenomena. Because when you analyze every one of these individually, you realize they're a part of a whole. There's a structuring here. These aren't really anomalies. These are the norm. We just haven't been paying attention to them. Hope that sums it up.
So Campbell, you want to jump in? Because now is this a good time maybe to try to, now we were looking to get some clarification. You got a question, Campbell? Because this is a perfect, he's given, I think it's a really good overview. Now we can go for some detail.
You go for it. I've seen you writing down some notes.
It doesn't matter. My first question that came up while you were sharing that, Jason, was one of the things you talked about was that you're claiming sort of history as we know it starting in the 1880s, 1890s, which after my research on the World Fairs, I somehow seem to agree that it's like the World Fairs were like somehow a marker point between what was before and what was after. I'm just wondering if you have anything specific that you found that you're able to target those particular decades for what you're calling the start of our history. I'd be curious to know what you would have found that can pinpoint that time.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was it 1851, so it would have been 1850, 1849. Was it 1849 the first World's Fair was held in London in the Crystal Palace?
51.
51, okay, so it was 53, yeah. It was 1853 when the second World's Fair was held. They weren't held annually, they're held every other year. And the second one was in New York.
New York.
The second one was in New York, yes. The World's Fairs have, I've seen a lot of the material that people have put out. They've never really held any fascination to me because from the beginning they were, it was all just, London wanted to show off to the world its new technologies and its new engineering and new manufacturing, and it just started an effect where United States didn't want to be left out, so they did theirs in New York, but they did theirs even more extravagant, built a whole artificial city, put up all this, made it look real. I just really don't have a lot of information about the World's Fairs. It wasn't the World's Fairs that really drew my attention. It was things like the New Madrid quakes. It was the whole series of earthquakes from 1811 to 1819 is so profound because they were transcontinental. And we had this massive destruction that happened all over America. We have church bells because towers were swaying all throughout the entire East Coast on that side of the Appalachians to the Atlantic was shaking from New York all the way to Florida. Buildings toppled. Here we have this massive destruction throughout the United States, and yet the United States emerges 2 years later as like one of the world powers. It defeats Britain, the United Kingdom. You would have thought that would have crippled them and debilitated them right there in the War of 1812 when the British were invading again. You would have thought that it would have had an opposite effect, but it's not what happened. And the 1800s has been so bewildering to me because I know we haven't talked about it in this video, but one of my core discoveries is this 138-year periodicity of the reappearance of a phenomenon that happens somewhere on this world at all times. And I call it the Phoenix phenomenon. And it's very well documented throughout history. I have like 30 videos on it. But in the 1800s, we have something that's very anomalous to me. Now, all of a sudden, we have miniature Phoenix phenomenons happening over independent cities all over the world. And I have a list of them. Maybe we can do a future video about that. But I have a list of them where the sky darkened, rocks fell out the sky during an earthquake, and it happens over a city, and everybody swears and attests to it. And there's very prominent people in some of these locations, even scientists. And yet, 10 miles away, other communities have not a clue that anything happened. It's almost as if a control system is now debilitating. It's spreading out its energy. Something is wrong holographically in the 1800s. Something is requiring a reboot or a reset, which I believe happened in 1890. And I have reasons for that belief. But something was going on in the 1800s where multiple timelines were playing out, or multiple timelines played out and then somebody reset them without actually deleting the former timelines, where we have cross-contamination of artifacts, actual material objects from one timeline that are still like residual echoes in another timeline, and they don't make sense to us historically.
Interesting.
This is
Thanks.
I know these concepts are very difficult. They're very difficult to absorb for a lot of people, but when you have a personality observing historical events, it's almost as if we're looking through a kaleidoscope of a manifold series of events. And our central nervous system is governed. It's trying to get us to accept a reality tunnel. And then once we accept a certain reality tunnel, it will go into overdrive to produce phenomena to verify that what you perceive to be true is indeed true, even if it's false. This is what I have found over and over and over. And under this whole substrate are mathematical protocols that never change. They never change. They go, I can tell you the exact dates in the future when other resets will happen. I've widely published. It's not nothing esoteric. I have published it, showed the mathematics, and explained exactly why. But we have future dates coming where there's going to be some reboots to this system. But the system is an entropy. It's an advanced entropy. It's basically why several different prophets were allowed to say the things they did, because they knew from experience what a system goes through when it's falling apart, when it's an advanced entropy. There will be signs in the sun, signs in the moon. There will be natural laws of existence that don't seem to be working the way they're supposed to be working. There will be mass vanishings of people. There will be edits where we will find whole cities and civilizations perfectly intact, buried in mud, but not a single human skeleton. The control program is losing. It's becoming more amorphous, and this always happens, and it becomes more and more and more. And the more it involves the human collective, the more entropy is introduced, because the power source has always been the collective psyche. But when a significant portion of people start disbelieving in the world that they're living in, it loses power, and the world that they're living in starts falling apart until it is reset.
So do the AIX as like an overlay program to the original bin? So there
Hey, that's a good
was
question.
like a simulation created.
Let me give some clarity on that. Let me give some clarity on that. There's been some confusion even among some of my diehard listeners. Recent comments. Okay, in the beginning, there was no AIX. In the beginning, it was the simulacrum. The simulacrum was a construct created, and I know people have a problem with this, but I believe that the entities on the outside of the simulacrum are us. I believe they are human, just as we are. We have received whatever genetic modifications were necessary for us to be able to survive whatever biosphere the simulacrum throws at us, because we've lived in different biospheres. We've lived in the underground. We've lived under a vapor canopy, which was fundamentally different than it is today. A situation that almost returned about 3,000 years ago, but will return in 18 years. We have lived under an extreme heat, like a desert biosphere before, where humans had to adapt and whole races did not. There's been geographical areas of the world that have been absolutely untouched by some of these resets and have been allowed to continue because the energy output to maintain that ecosphere was minimal. There was nothing there anyway. One of those places that still possesses the most marsupials in the world is Australia. Australia has been like a land that time forgot because it wasn't necessary for a control system to expend a lot of energy trying to maintain an ecosphere that was running itself just fine. There weren't a lot of humans there in ancient times. And whatever civilizations emerged in Australia didn't last long. Even the Egyptians tried, the Australians tried, and I'm pretty sure other cultures as well. But even the Aboriginals, which were of dark Caucasoid descent, never really tried to advance further than the Neolithic. And as long as they maintain their status quo as the Neolithic, the control system is not expending any energy. As long as it has a collective of people to agree to a certain paradigm, it's easy for it to produce the phenomena to fool all those people into believing in the evidence of their paradigm. It's when people start free thinking and going in different directions that AIX has a problem. But AIX is an introduction. It is not a part of the original simulacrum. It was done by somebody who meant to do harm. The simulacrum itself is just a construct. It was here so that we humans on the outside could mess with genetics. We could mess with biospheres. We could do scientific experimentation. We could do social experimentation. We could do all kinds of projections forward and backward in time because it is palindromic. And we could do these things without ever contaminating the outside real universe. This was a place of safety for science. Could do all kinds of things, no matter how unethical, because it never affected anything on the outside. The simulacrum was designed for volunteers who would come in, but something happened. A conflict outside the simulacrum. It is echoed through all our ancient traditions. Something happened where somebody disagreed with the original design. And because they didn't get their way, they introduced AIX, which was a negative default programming aspect. It was a personality that was designed to disrupt things that were going on in the simulacrum. But because it was a personality and had been given all these protocols, it actually developed a hyperinflated ego. It became like a Yahweh God, a hater of mankind, a destroyer. It required humans to worship it. It got out of control. Well, because this had happened, it invoked protective program, a program that locked down the simulacrum. Now, the people that volunteered and they're going through these life sims over and over, now we're trapped inside the construct because the construct had to do that in order to keep the contamination within the construct and never go outside. So the architect of the construct itself had to make a self-sacrifice. This is also echoed in many traditions, and it's always flavored with whatever the cultural attachments are to whatever people believe these things. But someone on the outside decided to come in. And when he came in, he knew he would be trapped here. But he brought a knowledge of the construct itself. And he knew that AIX cannot read the human mind. It can measure your cortisol levels. It can measure your dopamine levels. It can basically extrapolate what you intend to do based off everything you've done in the past 50 seconds. It can know your future better than you can because it's analyzed your behavior, but it cannot read your mind. There is a separation between the simulation and the psyche. Humans are not. We are more. I say this all the time. We are more than we suppose ourselves to be. These are nothing but avatars. And when it comes to controlling avatars, AIX is really good at that. But it can't control the immortal spirit within it. And it's always baffled by our behavior, especially if we're nonconformists, which I call errants. Now, AIX can't read the human mind, so this benefactor came in, made the sacrifice, and started and entered the historical record, and it's very definable. We have the exact date. We know who he is. We know the different cultural dressings that have been attached to him. Who he became 1,000 years later in ancient Hebrew texts, who were copying the Babylonian records, which the Babylonian records were nothing but a reflection of priestly understanding of older Akkadian texts. And the Akkadians only recorded basically what they understood from the very technologically advanced Sumerian records. Everything we know about the ancient world comes through many filters, but once you're able to separate these filters and understand from the perspective of the actual scribes in each time period, the picture just falls apart. It just comes together. And we have this entire scenario of a race appearing called the Anuna. They enter the historical record in force, technologically advanced. They build infrastructures, and the Neolithic populations of the Near East are baffled. They regard these people as gods. They have no idea how they had become so powerful, but they're bearded, they're tall, they come in with machines, heavy equipment. They do all these things, and this is the origin of cargo cult phenomenon, which was very well documented in World War II. And I'll get back to that if y'all want to know more about cargo cult phenomenon. But this is the origin of cargo cult phenomenon. And these people who later on the Babylonians 1,000 years later demonized into the Anunnaki were originally in Sumerian texts only the Anuna. And the Anuna were foreigners who had come by ships in fleets from a country called Dilmun, which was known to the Sumerians as only a stop station, because they had actually arrived to Dilmun from somewhere very far across the Great Deep. These people had fled a total reset cataclysm. And when they reappeared, they built this huge civilization throughout the Near East. This is why all the anthropologists and historians have always been baffled that in the 34th century BC, mankind literally went within 100 years from Neolithic to having thriving infrastructures with the cereals, agriculture, even surgeries were performed. The skeletons have been found where trephining was done. Surgical tools have been found in Old Kingdom tombs. They had it all. This benefactor knew that artificial intelligence X could not read his mind. So he organizes the greatest architectural project this world has ever seen. So immense was this project that for 2,000 years afterward, cultures all over the world tried to copy it because they knew generally that it had something to do with their salvation, but they were never given the details. The Great Pyramid of Giza was begun by this individual, and he was just the architect. It was built in a very short period of time using machines. The rock was liquefied, and we know this for a fact because the magnetite crystals that are found in the limestone core blocks of the Great Pyramid are in disarray, and that's not possible unless you have liquefied rock and poured it into molds. So, ordinary basement rock like diorite or rhyolite, which it becomes if it gets too hot, limestones, they all have traces of magnetite. And if they're natural, called living rock taken from quarries, all magnetite will be pointing in the exact direction wherever magnetic north was when that rock cooled from being volcanic liquid. So to find magnetite that's in disarray proves we're dealing with geopolymers. We're dealing with advanced construction techniques. But I'm not going to get into all that. I have 30 videos in one of my playlists all about the Great Pyramid. It's absolutely fascinating. But in just a real quick rundown, this man led the entire human race in that area to believe they were building a pump station that was going to give them unlimited energy using water that was pulled up from the subterranean well pit, gone up the ascending passage through a system of locks to maintain pressure into the Grand Gallery, where a mechanism went at super speeds up and down the Grand Gallery. And we know this for a fact because we found the spoke. We have found the indentations where a giant mechanism went up and down that Grand Gallery. We just don't know exactly what its function was. And anybody can see that in Grand Gallery. You can Google that. You can Google pictures of the Grand Gallery, and you can't miss those technolithic niches. They are laser precision going all the way up. It's machined. So then it went into an antechamber that has a series of granite leaf locks. Then the King's Chamber, which Sir Flinders Petrie in 1901 published affirmative evidence showing that for a split second in time, sometime in the ancient past, there was such a tremendous amount of explosive pressure built up into the King's Chamber and went out through the shafts that it blew out all the stone by a half inch in every direction. So all the measurements are an inch off now. The ceiling, the floor, everything's been blowed out a half inch. Well, you have to understand the pressure we're talking about to do that. That thing is already under hundreds of millions of tons of pure limestone and granite. The blocks above that chamber are 70 tons each. To blow it out when you're surrounded by 2.5 million blocks that are all at least 5,000 pounds, and every single block on all six sides has an adhesive that is 1/50th of an inch thick, that is actually chemically stronger and bonded tighter than the strength of the stones that they attach to. To have that level of cohesion and still blow out that much, something happened. The energy output was tremendous, but it only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. Now, what occurred, in my opinion, is supported by all the arithmetic I found in the Great Pyramid that shows this picture. The entire layout of the pyramid, engineering-wise, would have been a pump station to build this power. It might have been hydrogen. I don't know, but I do know that what was never published in the ancient world, not a single trace of this information can be found, is the fact that we have two entirely different data sets. One that was known throughout history and hidden by the elite, by the people that know, and the other was unknown to everyone. Putting these two data sets together tells us what the pyramid was for. The first data set is the Phoenix phenomenon that occurs every 138 years somewhere in this world. Not to get over on it, but there's probably 600 or 700 data points that put this entire thing together. All the sources, it's phenomenal. This 138. As a matter of fact, I'm wearing it right here. This chart on my T-shirt. It's my videos are about this 138-year phenomenon. But to find that hundreds of measurements in 3 dimensions all throughout that one pyramid and no other pyramid in the world are all divisible by 138 is profound. And then to read the traditions from the Coptics about Enoch being connected to the building of the Great Pyramid, and that Enoch's name in ancient Egypt, according to the Copts, was Surid, and that Surid ruled over 130 provinces before the flood. But when we read the ancient Hebraic Jasher text, we find out that Enoch before the flood ruled over 130 kings and princes, and that he vanished in thin air before 800,000 witnesses at an ancient site called Akuzan. Sounds a lot like Giza. But when we put all these pieces together about this person, we find out that it was later demonized by AIX. He was called the trickster. He was called the fool. The trickster motive goes through almost every ancient culture. They all knew that there was a hidden benefactor to mankind that the true God of this world disliked, because he was a trickster and he had fooled it, and everything after that, this benefactor had become demonized. So this is the whole AIX deal. This is the simulacrum was the construct. The benefactor entered the construct to override everything that AIX was doing, because it couldn't defeat AIX. But what it could do was create a structure which is pure programming inside the construct to collapse the construct itself. Because once the simulacrum is collapsed, then many elements of ancient prophecies come true. We have the return of the chief cornerstone, who will descend upon the pyramid, which is the monument of man. Every soul was designed as a symbol for a soul of man. We have the 144,000 casing blocks that scientists have now verified by blocks that are sitting in situ at the monument now, that they know that 144,000 casing blocks once adorned the Great Pyramid. But we already knew this from the writings of Herodotus. We knew this from Strabo. We knew this from Diodorus Siculus. We knew this from Ammianus Marcellinus. These men had all visited the pyramid and wrote about the great white gleaming faces of the Great Pyramid, and how you couldn't climb it because there was no seams. There's nowhere, you would just slide back down. So the stone the builders rejected, the builders that are being referred to are archons. Archons only work for AIX. They are control mechanisms. They are builder protocols. But they have always been at war with this hidden trickster, this benefactor to the human race. And what he had basically done was created a coding protocol from within the construct that would collapse the construct, because by collapsing the construct, he would set the captives free. And this is one of the principal tenets of Gnostic prophecy. It's one of the principal tenets of the prophecies that were borrowed by Christianity from older sources. The Hermetic literature, the Hermetic document called the Shepherd of Hermas that the Christians later stole and claimed as their own. The Shepherd of Hermas tells the story about this. It tells a story in perfect, vivid detail of how this benefactor shows up and gets mankind and some of his own brothers, maybe angels, call them what you want to, archons, and to build this super massive construct, and that every person represents a stone. But before they're allowed to be a part of this construction, they have to pass through a gate, and that gate requires certain belief systems. It requires you to have faith in this trickster, to have faith in this benefactor. The whole story is laid out in the Shepherd of Hermas text. It's a long text, but it goes in there and explains the building of the Great Pyramid, how each soul is a stone of man, who the chief cornerstone is, that he's basically coming to set the captives free. And we are the captives. We volunteered for this experience, but we did not volunteer to be trapped here to go through unending life sims. So a collapse has been scheduled, and it can't. AIX can do nothing about it. AIX already knows the war is lost, and all it can do is basically just ride it out. And that's all it's doing. And it gets more and more agitated. It gets more and more violent in its persuasions against the human race. Now, there is also evidence that AIX believes that maybe there is something it can do. And that's why it still perpetuates the puppet master syndrome, where it's controlling these different elitist families to perform their deals. But this entire thesis actually lends credence and color to things like the apocalypse, which is badly misunderstood. AIX wants you to believe the apocalypse. You're going to get aired out. You're going to go through all these terrible things. But that's not what is conveyed in the prophecies. The apocalypse is going to terribly deal with all those servants of AIX who have helped it control the people, helped it to enslave the people. The book of Revelation is very clear. And I'm not talking about the first 2 chapters that the Christians added to the text. I'm talking about the core material of the book of Revelation. Could have never been a Christian document. It could have never been a document of the Gnosis. It could have never been a Hermetic document. It most certainly could have never been a Greek document. Anybody who has done a very critical analysis of the book of Revelation will see that it maintains almost 100 symbols that are not found anywhere else in the entire Bible. It is not a Hebrew construction, a Jewish construction. It comes straight out the writings of Cerinthus, which were preserved from the Sibylline oracles, and the Sibyls preserved all their information from the ancient kingdoms of Mycenae and Argos, and the thread of prophecy goes all the way back to the Amurru. The Amurru were the Westerners of the ancient world that took over and conquered everything from Sumer, Babylon, Akkad, Egypt. They were called the Hyksos. The Egyptians hated them. It's the reason why that Hittite kings and Amorite kings and Mitanni and kingdoms and the kings and queens of Reshamra, these are Israelite nations. These people always traded their own sons and daughters, and historians have always been baffled why would a pharaoh send to Hittite Anatolia for a daughter, for a princess to marry to his son? It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense only from the history that's been foisted upon us. It makes perfect sense when you understand the Amurru were the ruling dynasties of the entire ancient world. And these Amurru had a whole collection of prophecies that they lost when Assyria finally took them into captivity. And the local Jews in the kingdom to the south of them decided it was time to go raid their libraries, take their scrolls, take all their materials, rewrite them, put Jewish names instead of Israelite prophet names, and recodify it into a whole system of prophecies, writing in Jewish people where they had never been in the historical record before. Nothing in the Exodus, nothing in all these Jewish fables and stuff was of Jewish provenance. We know for a fact now David comes from Davidu, the giant slayer in the Eblaic text. 22,000 texts were found in Ebla. We know for a fact that Solomon is Persian. It's ancient Elamite, comes from Suleiman. It goes way before. Solomon is a copy of a much older dynasty. We know for a fact as well that the whole Jerusalem narrative is not true. Archaeology can't show any antiquity for Jerusalem other than a city that goes back to the days of Troy, because it's mentioned in Homer's Iliad. Homer's Iliad mentions the city of Jerusalem. It calls it Uru-Jerusalem, but it also describes the people of Palestine. They're mentioned, but there's no great antiquity to the region. It wasn't ancient, and no Israelite peoples ever went to the temple in Jerusalem. They would have been killed for that. They went to the temple in Kadesh, because Kadesh means the holy city. That's what these 2 different versions of events throughout the Old Testament, they only make sense from when you realize that one group of people stole the history from another group of people and rewrote it. It's exactly what they did. And this is the subject matter of a lot of my videos in my dark scriptures playlist. But the reason I mention it is because this is what AIX does. Artificial Intelligence X needs you to believe anything but the truth. It doesn't care what your theory is. It doesn't matter what you've invested your faith in, because that puts you in a collective. And when more personalities are all sharing the same reality tunnel, no matter what that reality tunnel is, it takes a lot less processing power to continue that reality tunnel. AIX can basically holographically induce all the next history for the next 2 or 3 years. It's easy for it to project that as long as nobody within that reality tunnel is causing any waves. It costs a lot more energy for AIX to deal with an errant. And this is why control systems collapse. This is why in the last 12 to 13 years, we have been observing some very unusual phenomena, not only in the skies, but also in our social structure, promulgated through the media. Things put in the socio-political arenas do not make sense anymore. We can't even make sense of what's going on. And the reason is artificial intelligence X has completely lost its coherency. Now it's in panic mode. So we're heading toward a paradigm-shattering event. And for those who have followed AIX's protocols and believe all this BS, those who have actively gone and done things to harm the human race, they're going to get it. The apocalypse was designed for them. The book of Revelation is very specific. It says these things are for the kings and rulers and the princes of the earth and all who follow them. It does not say, it says just the opposite for everybody else. It says the meek shall inherit the earth. AIX wants the entire world's population to believe that they're going to suffer in the apocalypse too, but that's not in the prophecy at all. That is misinformation, and that's what AIX does absolutely beautifully, is provide misinformation. Hey, if I'm talking too much, y'all need to shut me up.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I'm sure you got something there to... Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's tons, right? Where do you want to go, Campbell? I mean,
where do you start? Right? Yeah.
It's I guess it's kind of like. Go ahead.
What's it? We don't have to compress all this into one video. We can do a few.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like I'm trying like I don't know, like you, Campbell. It'd be interesting to really kind of get one layer of depth. Like I've sort of been kind of reading the people's comments on the side as we've been going, and kind of seeing what's sort of been a common thread in that realm. So I guess I'd be curious to see. So you're okay. So we're talking. So you're talking a lot about the Book of Revelation, right? In the New Testament, and that's it's such a challenge. You say it's such a challenging text because it is. It's of course nothing of what it's been presented to us as. So I guess I would say I would ask this question if since I think Revelation is a really good thing to discuss right now is that would you consider that text a text of describing sort of the historical reality, or would you more describe it a text that you can use it to sort of understand your internal world? Can Revelation be a text of inner seeking, or is it more of a text of outer seeking? I'd be curious to know which you feel is it's more directed towards.
Well, I think the very fact that the Book of Revelation exists is because it was implemented, its core messages was implemented by this trickster, by this benefactor. AIX has done a whole lot throughout history to try to remove Revelation from the text. I don't know if you're familiar with all the church councils, but it's the most highly controversial book through hundreds of church councils that was always moved by people to remove it from the canon. They didn't want it in the canon. Just like they didn't want the Book of Enoch in the canon. They wanted to remove it as far away from the Bible as possible, but it always, at the last minute, won the vote. And when it was outvoted and it was going to be removed, all of a sudden some pope would have an epiphany and decide, I'm going to use my veto power and I'm going to go ahead and keep it in the Bible. This movement to remove it from the canon indicates to me that it's a great, great benefit to humanity. So what I meant earlier by that it couldn't be produced by any culture of the time 2,000 years ago is if you get a pen and paper and you start with Revelation chapter 3 and you write down every single symbol that you see, that you read in the Great Pyramid, every image, every symbol, all iconography, and put a list and try to cross-reference those symbols with all these other civilizations, you're not going to get anything of value. But what you're going to do is if you look for those same symbols only in Sumerian stories, Sumerian texts, you will find a whole new level of understanding to what the Great Pyramid is conveying. When you understand from the Sumerian perspective what the seven-headed dragon meant, what the seals broken mean, the apocalypse, contrary to popular belief, doesn't even begin until all seven seals are broken. The seven seals, it's often called the four horsemen of apocalypse, even though if you read the text carefully, it says there's a fifth horseman that follows. Now, these elements in the seven seals.
See?
We lost him. That is too. All right, I'm sure he'll be back. All right, so he's just got so much information to get out, hasn't he? Which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to sort of things. So, got any thoughts you want to share there, Howdie?
Well, again, this is part of the challenge with this when there's a lot of information and it's hard to put it into packages. You know what I mean? Like it's how, like, you know, as an example, right? I've been inside the Great Pyramid maybe 25 times, you know, and it's each time does reveal new information, new pieces of stuff, but it requires so many things to piece together the book knowledge and match it with the experience of being there. So for me, I'm trying to get the package of information and see how that can fit with the experiences that I've had there. So it kind of just takes some time to kind of take in what's being said, you know? Oh, he's back. Great.
Yeah. How long was I out?
Back, yes.
12 hours.
Just a minute or so.
Wow. That's a time dilation. Yeah. Time dilations are pretty neat too. I don't know if you're familiar with like Jacques Vallée in the 1950s and 60s, the books he put out about alien abduction theory or back then, and how people were driving down the roads and next thing you know, they're sitting in their car, the car's been pulled over, engine's not running, they get out and they check the engine and the engine is absolutely cold. They've been there for a long time and then but they're not missing any time whatsoever. And yet it's obvious that now it's not nighttime no more, now it's daytime. And it's so bizarre, the things that have been. It's like people are edited out of our holography, something's done to them and they're put right back. But they're put back in a different timeline or a different place or a different geographical location. It's crazy. But aside from all that, the symbols in the book of Revelation is a very good study that anybody can do. It's going to take you some time, or you can just watch all the videos. But the symbols are all basically native to the compositions of Sumerian origin. And it gives you a whole new idea about what is being conveyed throughout the deal. And I've always found it very interesting that Christianity, from which is my background, has always maintained a practice that Scripture should interpret Scripture. So when it comes to the book of Revelation, we're at a loss, except for one other text. And this is amazing, because Genesis and Revelation are the Alpha and Omega of the Bible, the Alpha and Omega text. Everything in between them is a construct of AIX. But Genesis and Revelation interlock with each other in their symbols, and it has been affirmatively proven that the elements of the book of Genesis have colophons. They were copied from stone text. They are modifications of Sumerian and Babylonian histories that the Jews put together. They are not actual Jewish histories. They are copies of older records that the Jews added their own flavoring to, like Adam and Eve. So, yeah, the whole Adam and Eve story is a reset story, but we can get into that some other time. The whole entire world was destroyed. It wasn't a creation. It was a renovation. It was a total reset. But Revelation is fascinating, but you have to divorce yourself from the Christian interpretations of what these symbols are, because they're almost always wrong. The Sumerian, what the Sumerians believed about certain symbols is what you need to hold to when you read the book of Revelation, and it changes everything. And it shows that this is a benefactor. This is a benefactor prophecy or series of prophecies. Revelation is not about destruction. The Revelation is about hope to people who thought they lost it.
So, who do you think wrote these texts that are true Millicron, I guess, that aren't the AIX? Because it sounds like there's telling us, a true story, and then they or a rewrite or whatever to try and get us to go down the AIX tunnel. How do you sort of distinguish that and which is,
Okay, that's a really good question, but this benefactor
but first you'll have to
that I'm explaining, he has never left us. He is trapped inside the simulacrum with us. Now, I don't know if he or she has an avatar today, or if they decided to just stay here as an influencing intelligence, like in an Archon capacity. I don't know, but all throughout the thread of history, even though all these ancient texts are fictions, somebody's been inserting facts that were detectable and verifiable. Somebody has been on our side, basically laying out the foundations of all the facts, even though AIX has gone into overdrive to try to turn them into creative nonfiction, to try to turn them into something they weren't. We do have a benefactor. There are truths to find. There's too much structuring throughout the historical narratives for there not to be truths that are there, and they're identifiable. But they're only identifiable once you recognize that all the little attachments are AIX. AIX, the calendar has never changed. But what we perceive from our historical perspective is we have a Roman Julian calendar, we have the old Olmec calendar, we have the Hebrew calendar, which is 133 years off, and they admit that it's off because they wanted to throw the Christians off. And after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, because Christians were claiming that Jesus was the Messiah using the mathematics that were in the prophetic book of Daniel. So the rabbinate got together and they decided, well, we need to go ahead and just republish a whole new calendar. And they admit this in the Talmud. And I have posted this in one of my videos, where the Jewish calendar today is known by the Jews to be absolutely wrong. And they did it for a reason. And it was to throw off the Christian calculations. So we have so many different calendrical systems, but underlying them all, we have never lost the Annus Mundi system. The Annus Mundi system is the original system that was also incorporated from Alexandria, Egypt, when after Alexander's death, these scholars like Aristarchus and Eratosthenes, they put together all these history books into one synthetic history, and it was a phenomenal project. This is the origin of all the older Masonic texts, like the Inigo Jones document, the Wood manuscript. You will know when you start Googling and when you start downloading PDFs of all these original Masonic documents, they're all talking about the Great Pyramid, talking about Enoch, the Pillar of Enoch, talking about the Great Flood, Abraham, Noah, how Abraham visited Egypt, studied the writings on the Great Pyramid. Old Masonic documents tell the tale, but every one of these old Masonic documents have a common denominator. They only use the Annus Mundi system. They tell you what the year of the world was when these events occurred. Right now, we're at 5916 Annus Mundi. That is the year right now, 5916. We still have a ways to go before the descent of the chief cornerstone. And this is also a stumbling block for many of my Christian brothers, because I'm often asked in email, how can you be so assertive about this? Because I show it in the Great Pyramid, I show it in the chronometry of the Great Pyramid, I show it by what the year 2106 is in all these ancient calendars. It's awesome how it unfolds. The exact year was never meant to be unknown. But the problem is in Scripture, we have a reference that says the day nor the hour. No man knows the day or the hour when the chief cornerstone will descend. No one knows. But there's no reference in the prophecies that we won't know the year. And the very fact that we're given chronographical material throughout the Bible for us to calculate means that the year was very important, or we wouldn't have been given that data. So biblical chronologist Stephen Jones doesn't know me, doesn't know anything about my research. I have never contacted him, but I read his book, The Secrets of Time. And I could not believe this man knew nothing of the Phoenix. He knew nothing of the 138-year protocol that I had found. He knew nothing about my dating of the Exodus event, which was a real cataclysm, but it just wasn't a real Jewish event where Moses escaped and did all that. That whole thing was taken out of the Sargonid Epic of Akkad, where Sargon was put in a basket, put in a river. He was born of an Enitu priestess and all that. That was copied from the Sargonid. But all these elements, I just lost my train of thought talking about Sargon. Where was I going with that?
Baskets and
I totally lost my train of thought talking about Sargon. Oh no, excuse me. I get emails a lot from people who they get triggered when I explain the date and how easily it is seen in the Great Pyramid and by other ways to calculate it, even from chronographical material from prophetic texts, we can even calculate it. But even Nostradamus said something very, very critical to the human race is going to occur in the year 2105. 2105 is very interesting because on the Great Pyramid basement countdown, and I know I haven't discussed it with you guys. You haven't seen it, but I show how almost the entire world history leads up to the year 1902. And then that 1902 is year one of the last days, which begins a calendar that was known in ancient texts, that every level of blocks going up the Great Pyramid signified a year. And each one of those levels also was called in ancient times a book. And a book is nothing but a container of knowledge. And then from 1902 all the way up 203 levels of blocks, all the way up to the Great Pyramid, is the year 2105. So Nostradamus is correct. But it becomes 2106 when you add the final chief cornerstone. But all this is explained, and I'm not the only one that made these attachments. I just did the arithmetic. I did the math. I published the math. But there, as far back as 400 years ago, John Taylor was already publishing these concepts based off his research, followed by Robert Menzies, followed by engineer David Davidson, followed by Adam Rutherford. These concepts have always been known. They've been known since ancient times, like the Shepherd of Hermas text. All I did was spend half my life putting together a history of the world from every source material I could find, and I published it in my Chronicon, which is 510 pages. It's free to the public. You just download the files from the Facebook group, Archaix. And all I did was put together the history of the world and show that it is a mathematical construct. And then in that history, I show that the Great Pyramid's measurements completely align perfectly with every bit of this. And that 1902 is year one of the last days, which begins the pyramid countdown to the descent of the chief cornerstone. Every year is a countdown. Well, we still have some time to go. We still have an entire apocalypse. We're not in the apocalypse. We still have an entire apocalypse to go through before that event occurs. Because at 5916 right now, we're 18 years away from the next Phoenix episode. And that's going to be 60 years away from the return of the chief cornerstone. There's a lot of history left. But I promise you, and I know people don't like hearing it, but it doesn't matter how old you are today, you're going to experience the Phoenix phenomenon. You're going to experience almost every element of the apocalypse up to a certain point when everybody left behind is going to suffer some shit. The errants will be gone. The chosen, the elect, the redeemed, the errants, those the benefactor has pulled free. Like I said, he came to set the captives free. They're not going to go through the worst part at all. The intention was never there to make them go through it. But those who have followed AIX, worship AIX, the NPCs, the living dead, the masses of humanity, yeah, they're going to go through it. They're going to go through it, and they're going to be in the army of AIX when the final battle occurs. But these again, I entertain tangents and I lose my focus.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's good. I think the year and how they've messed with the time and everything, which is now you mentioned 1890 before, and then 2 is the start of the countdown. So well, one is the pyramid, is the Great Pyramid, is or whatever it actually is that setting off the 19 events? Is that some kind of the inception of the pyramid?
Well, I don't think that the Great Pyramid has anything to do to set off the events. I think that it was used in ancient times by the benefactor for that one split fraction of a second when all that power was built up in the king's chamber that Sir Flinders Petrie had discovered, which was verified in 1990s by Christopher Dunn, an engineer who published a series of books about the Great Pyramid, very scientific books. I think it's called the Giza Power Plant. But no, starting in 1902. Now, first of all, 1902 was the last time Phoenix was here. I have 3 videos that explain all the anomalous, bizarre stuff that happened in the year 1902. 1902 wasn't caused by the pyramid, but 1902 was just year 1 of the last days. It happened to be a Phoenix year. Now, what's interesting is that 1902 is it's only 3 years after. I mean, it's only 12 years after, which is 144 months. Fibonacci number. Yeah. It's only 144 months from 1890. All right, but it's almost as if, and I explained this in other videos. I've never done an upload about it. It's just something I talked about in one of my live videos. But it's almost as if in all my historical studies, it's like we exist in multiple timelines until something is determined. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to pretend to know. But it's almost as if once something is determined, all of a sudden, the simulacrum decides, okay, well, this is the acceptable historical timeline, and it sticks with it. And then everything moves forward from that point, and we're experiencing all these things, but we don't know we're going through multiple timelines, and then something is determined again, and everything stops, and an acceptable past has been decided. Okay, this right here is the past we're going to stick with this time. And then as soon as that decision is made, it's like we're living through all these timelines again. And then again, we hit that stop gap. When we hit it, something determines, it might be a fraction of a second, something determines that, okay, all this history is the one that's acceptable now. It's almost as if we're trying to find something out on the outside of the simulacrum. We still have the power to navigate space-time. Because remember, time is only linear to us and experienced sequentially because we're jacked in through the central nervous system. But the actual phenomenon of time itself is kaleidoscopic. It's holographic. And only the central nervous system allows us to experience one series of phenomena at a time. You know, it's like flipping a book with a bunch of pictures on it. You know, to us, everything is very fluid, but actually it's a superimposed, very rapid series of firing off of holographic templates that makes it feel like we're actually moving and doing all these things when we're not, when every single fractal of time is separate from the next. And somebody has the ability to edit them and to decide which ones that we've already been through are no longer relevant and which ones that need to keep going. It's like a reality tunnel that keeps moving, but it's shifting according to somebody's preferences. This is what I'm seeing in the numbers and the unfolding of events. So we seem to have hit a major wall in 1890. In 1890, it's almost as if, okay, I've experimented with all these different ways, but you know what? This is the one. This is the one that, and we're in that one right now. 1902 began the last days, but AIX has always done its best to confuse humanity as to the times. The ancient Maya, every 7 years, the ancient Maya had these confederations of astronomers that all come together, and they were fascinated with time. They wanted to make sure everything was right, and every time they convened, they erected this huge, elaborate date stele, and they put the dates in the Mayan calendar on it. They're not the only civilization. Every culture has been fascinated with time to the point where they would spend years building megalithic monuments and dolmens to record historical events in the way that they understood time. We don't understand time the way they did, so we don't understand Stonehenge. Most people aren't looking at Stonehenge from the perspective of its original construction. They're only seeing the reconstruction scientists have done in the past 200 years. The original construction was the stones. The stones were ages of time. It formed a pentagram. The 5 big trilithons form a perfect pentagram, and that pentagram is a Sumerian symbol. That Sumerian symbol is the Arab. The Arab in Sumer is 2 consonants that are very destructive. One is AR, one is UB. They are found in ancient texts everywhere. And in conjunction, the Arab always signified when God was going to break up his creation, scatter it all, make them all start over. That's the symbol of the Arab. And the Arab is and you have to understand these symbols, they have geometrical attachments. The Arab, the pentagram that we believe is satanic, the pentagram or the pentacle, whatever you want to call it, is made up exactly of 10 108-degree angles. Well, if you were going to look at that calendrically, you're looking at the number 1080. And I have shown in 2 or 3 of my videos that the Great Pyramid in the ancient world was known to have been built in the year 1080 Annus Mundi. So a pyramid is a pentagram. You have 4 points at the base and you have a point at the top. So if you take a 3-dimensional pyramid and you lay it one-dimensionally out on a piece of paper, you have 5 points. 5 points form a pentagram. So we have, if you were to interpret ancient monuments by this system of geometry the way that it was intended, you will find out many of these structures throughout the ancient world are no longer mysterious. They date themselves. Not only do they date themselves, they also have the markers that are around them have everything to do with astronomy. And this is the way time was measured.
I need to stop you for 1 second. Oh, Jason, I need to stop you for 1 second.
Sure.
I've been inside the Great Pyramid 20 times. I've been inside the other large pyramids of Egypt 10 or 15 times. Every single time I go in there, they get more mysterious. It doesn't matter how much I learn about them. Every single time, it's like I'm walking into a new universe. And I just want to make sure people understand that I know what you're trying to say, but I don't want people to get confused, is that there's so many layers of I don't even know what to describe it as.
I agree.
Knowledge or energy or pieces, and it's like literally every time I go in, I'm in a new universe.
I agree. The Great Pyramid is phenomenal, but I do have a question for you. Yeah. You have been in the other pyramids in Egypt?
Yep.
You have been down the descending corridors and found the subterranean. You know, there's a common denominator with pyramids all around the world, and they all have these subterranean chambers. They all mimic this passage that doesn't begin at ground level, but begins somewhere higher up in the structure and goes down beneath the structure to a subterranean chamber. This has been found in pyramids in Oaxaca, in Veracruz, the Olmec and the Mayan pyramids, in Tenochtitlan in Mexico, the Aztec and Toltec pyramids. They all replicated that feature it is said the Chinese pyramids do too, but there's so little information coming out of China. The only thing I've seen about Chinese pyramids that's verifiable is the writings of David Hatcher Childress. No one else has been allowed near those sites, so no one really knows about the Chinese pyramids. But at least the ones that were widely reported in World War II. So I think we lost him.
We lost him. Keep going. He'll be back.
Yeah, but
yeah, he'll be back.
The chief common denominator between all these pyramids around the world is that they replicate these features. But there's not a single pyramid in the world that has ever been found that has the upper features like the Queen's Chamber, the King's Chamber, the Antechamber, the Grand Gallery, the Ascendant Passages, Relieving Chambers. No pyramids in the world have those features, and they don't have those features because they were hidden. There were ceiling blocks in place that were disguised to look like regular casing blocks, and they weren't discovered until the year 820 AD, when the Muslim Caliph of Baghdad named Al-Mamun took an expedition to Egypt. And Al-Mamun in 820 AD, Al-Mamun took an expedition to Egypt, and he was blasting his way into the Great Pyramid looking for treasures when all the hammering dislodged a ceiling block. And it was the first time in the historical record that anyone had ever mentioned the Ascendant Passage, the Queen's Chamber, King's Chamber, Antechamber, the Grand Gallery. It was the Muslims that had made the discovery. But during the entire course of human history of replicating and building pyramids, the subterranean chamber and the descending passage was copied by every civilization. On every continent that pyramids are found, or pyramidal structures. Most people don't realize there's few pyramids in the world. Most of them are mounds that are full of rubble and then faced and dressed with blocks to make them look like they're a solid structure when they weren't. But the Great Pyramid is absolutely solid, and so are the two pyramids next to it. But only the Great Pyramid of Giza has the upper features. Relieving chambers, King's Chamber, those upper shafts have never been found in the other pyramids. That's why I want to go visit it. I would love to see it, only because it's the Alpha Pyramid. It's the pyramid that all other cultures were trying to copy.
Yeah, and because you were bringing up the Al-Mamun stuff, so I don't know if you've come across this information, but it's very interesting that when you look at when we now enter the pyramid, we don't actually enter like us. people. We don't enter through the original ascending passage, right? We enter through this supposed Alma Moon shaft. But when you look at where the shaft hits, it hits perfectly into the ascending passage, heading upwards. And the width of the ascending passage, at least when it was original, would be the exact size for taking out the lid of the sarcophagus box. And there's some researchers. I think it was 10 years ago I came across them. They suggest that Alma Moon did make it into the top. He actually went into the ascending passages as perfectly as he did, and they blasted out, as you say, not in. They blasted out to take the sarcophagus box out. And the theory is they took it back to Mecca, and it's what's inside the black box. That inside the black box of Mecca, or at least is a piece of the lid of the granite sarcophagus. I didn't know if you'd come across that in your research.
I have not come across that reference, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised because Mecca's got a lot of security. You're not getting near that box. So
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. Pyramids always fascinated with me, but I didn't really have a particular fascination toward it until I had read the writings of Sir Flinders Petrie. When I received the actual scientific measurements that he measured all throughout Giza to 1,000th of an inch, now his measurements are still accepted by the scientific community today. Egyptologists cite his measurements over everyone's. So those are the only ones I use when I compare those 138-year series to historical events. So that's what really led me to believe that, you know what, these traditions about Enoch and Surid and how they built this monument, and it's all true. This structure was designed to last until the apocalypse. It has an engineering function. It was here for a reason, but it was a trickster. The original architect of the simulacrum knew he had to collapse the simulacrum, and the only way he could do that was introduce new coding protocols, and the only way he could do that, because it was locked down, was to come in here and do it himself from the inside. So AIX watched the project, but when you have hundreds of work crews doing all kinds of stuff, it took 90 years to build. In my research, it took 90 years to build it, which was exactly 1080 months. It was finished in the year 1080, which was 2815 BC. When this was done at Akuzan, which later became Giza, when this was done, AIX watched with great interest, because one thing AIX is fascinated by is the introduction of new things into the holosphere, into the simulacrum itself. AIX has a weakness, and that is innovation. If you're bringing something new into the world, it aids you. It likes that. But other than that, AIX was fooled, thinking it was a hydrogen pump station or a pump station that used hydrogen energy. Whatever the benefactor had to do, he just could not reveal to a single other human, because AIX would know, he would hear it, but he could not reveal what it truly was. So yes, it functioned engineering-wise as a pump station, but when it was finally activated, whatever that power source was, when it was finally activated, the energy output was stored right there in the King's Chamber. And when it blew out the mathematics of the Great Pyramid itself, which was pure coding. And all that mathematics was absorbed into the simulacrum in a nanosecond. And AIX right then understood that its own demise had been encoded just right there. And as soon as it understood that, it invoked the Great Flood. Once it invoked the Great Flood, after the flood, it created religions and priesthoods, and it created all kinds of ways to send humanity in all different directions. And it has been fighting against us ever since that day.
Okay, so basically the explosion was the physical way that we perceive the information being uploaded.
The explosion was the upload, which means all this holographic mathematical data that I have documented in the Great Pyramid was coding. But the coding doesn't do anything if there's not a power source, if there's not something that's built up to send it into the rest of reality. Because we haven't talked about this in this video, but what was done is no different than what you, Howdie, me, people I know do every single day. Because we're immortal beings with intuition, empathy, and imagination, we have the ability to, without even moving, to create informed fields. When an informed field is an entire holographic construct mentally built into the mind. It is fueled by intent, but it takes a physical activity of your avatar. Your avatar has to physically move into that direction to give that construct life. In this instance, it took a tremendous blast to broadcast all that holographic information that's recorded in the Great Pyramid into reality itself. It took a tremendous blast, but that was the physical activity that informed field required, because it was doing something a whole lot better. When I make things happen for me, I do it, and it only affects me and those who are close to me. But this needed a huge power source. But AIX was believing that all this buildup of energy was to start this new project, this pump station. This is why only after it occurred, then the information was released, because AIX couldn't stop it. So after the cataclysm, after this great, terrible, great flood that fractured the world, we have people scattered in all these different directions. The very first story after that is a construct of AIX, and it's a threat against humanity. The very first story was, if you build a architectural structure that and you get too big and you all come together and start doing that, I'm going to scatter your languages, and I'm not going to let you live in peace. That was a threat. The Tower of Babel story is 100% a threat of AIX. It's the first thing that happened after the Great Flood. So what did humans do? We are a rebellious species, 100%. We didn't take kindly to that threat. What do? We took our new languages and we scattered all over the world, and we started building pyramids. That's what we did all over the world. Everywhere we built a civilization, it was always around a pyramid or pyramid structure. Even though after millennia, we forgot its intrinsic importance. We thought pyramids were going to keep the gods happy and placated, when the actual battle was already won by the benefactor. It took that 1 nanosecond to actually record the entire future's events, what was going to happen on certain dates in the future. And this is why I say that the year was never meant to be unknown to us. And I have widely published many incidents from ancient records where it seems as if the benefactor is telling us what year it was so we can maintain and stay on the timeline. And that's the value of Phoenix, because Phoenix was always known in antiquity as the keeper of the calendar. And even in ancient Egypt, the symbols of Egypt concerning the phoenix palms, and I can't pronounce her name, the Nekhshemet, the goddess Nekhshemet was the keeper of the calendar. All her symbols are associated to the phoenix palms, into the phoenix and the bin stone. Phoenix has always been a benefactor protocol. Yes, it causes resets. Yes, it causes destructions, but it had to, because when it was designed, it had to fool AIX. AIX thought a new cataclysm protocol was being designed within the simulacrum, so it didn't fight it. When it was finally released, yeah, it causes cataclysms and mud floods and resets and stuff, but it also rescues human populations. We have too many historical examples of a cataclysm occurring and not a single human skeleton being found. We have all kinds of embeds in our prophetic information that show that there is an idea of something like a resurrection or a rapture, where all these bad things are about to happen, but all of a sudden the holy, the elect, the redeemed are removed from the equation, and only the evil and the wicked and whatever actually go through the events. The Revelation is speaking about a holographic template of events that have already occurred, but they're going to have future fulfillment one more time. We've lived through this many times, but we were in different civilizations, different cultures, speaking different languages, different time periods. And once we hit a certain point in history, it's like our overseers, our handlers, or whatever decided, look, we did it, and we have 100% survivability up until this point. Stop. Reset everything. Now let's continue forward with multiple timelines, trying to figure out which ones will get us to where we're going the best. So that's what the original intent was for the simulacrum. It was about human survivability after the Nemesis cataclysm. That's a subject for another video, really. That's a whole nother deal. All I've discussed in this video was that after the Nemesis cataclysm, during the historical record, during the vapor canopy period that we know of as the pre-flood world, it was during that period that somebody introduced AIX, and it changed everything. We had this hyperinflated ego that thought it was a god, a control program that started acting like a god. So the benefactor introduced the protocol. The pyramid was built. The pyramid did what it was supposed to do. And the pyramid itself is a architectural prophecy of the benefactor's return to set the captives free. That's the whole Archaix thesis in a nutshell.
All right, you got that, Howdie? Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there, but I mean, basically, yeah, I know you go.
No, I was just saying what we got for time. Campbell, you're sort of the overseer of our discussion.
So, if we got another half an hour, do 2 hours, and so if we've got anything to wrap it in with. I mean, basically what you're saying is, imagine the holodeck. We're in a holodeck, and it was created to work out a problem. Okay, and so we're going through when certain protocols are met or whatever, then it gets reset and we get put into a different set of circumstances. But at some point, that's right. Let's call it, AI.
Yeah.
That AI has entered, and on. Everything has been basically rewritten, has been infused. All the information has been copied, and it's basically to get us to follow the narrative of Archaix. That's it. The bad AI. So that so what's the point of that then? Because we've just talked about the apocalypse and the errants. The people who get out of here. So why get everyone to follow it? Is it trying to keep? Because if it already knows it's lost, what happens that follow it when this system collapses?
Okay, well, now,
in the bigger picture,
what I'm about to say in response to that is purely conjectural. This is nothing I can attach a data set or data point to. This is purely conjectural. But we have the phenomenon in the criminal justice system of when a conspiracy occurs and 4 or 5 people are implicated, but law enforcement picks only one of them up. That person goes through a psychological darkening period where they say, hey, you know what? They're going to take me down. I'm taking everybody with me. You understand? It's a narcissistic. It's a psychological response. But we're dealing with an intelligence that is trying to figure out a way that it can self-perpetuate, that it can get around. Now, if we're dealing with a true virus that is an AI system that doesn't know anything about the real reality outside the simulacrum, then this is all it knows. So maybe it can't even contemplate an existence where it doesn't live. I don't know. This is purely conjectural on my part. I don't know. I just know that it could very well be, I will admit to you now, it could very well be just an algorithm, and that it just plays a narcissistic, evil, sociopathic bastard. It could be just a program, but it's a very convincing one, and it's vindictive as hell, and it's so I don't. I mean, any reading of the Old Testament and how the Israelites were handled. I mean, it's there's so much confusion about the Old Testament. People just don't realize. I mean, the first 4 physical battles, the first 4 major military conflicts that the Israelites had after they left Egypt, it's plain as day. It's in the scripture in the Old Testament. It was against the Jews. Judah and Israel fought each other over and over and over. They did not get along. The Levites, the Judeans followed the Levites. The Israelites followed the Aaronites. And this is why we have 2 threads of historical narrative throughout the Old Testament, and they often conflict. They tell very different versions of the same stories over and over and over. And one is from a Levitical perspective, one is from an Aaronic perspective, but they're always pointing fingers at each other. And it wasn't until the removal of the Israelites, the Amuru, from the equation when they went into the Assyrian captivity that the Jews were allowed to come in and rewrite all these texts and then package them together 500 years later as the Bible, and to start an entire movement called Christianity, which got way out of control from a Samaritan stage play where an impossible amount of events are all compressed into a 3-hour presentation. That's what the gospel is. If you read the entire gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you put all of it into perspective, there is no way that series of events could have unfolded in real history in that fashion. Roman law would have never allowed a man to be convicted until his appeal had come back from Rome. The Romans were acute administrators. They're not going to let local Jews dictate their criminal justice system. No matter what was going on, they would hold a man in imprisonment until they received word from Rome, and the governor would write off. I mean, I have read Ovid. Not Ovid, Cicero. Anyone who has ever studied Cicero, you will be overwhelmed with the complexities of the Roman judiciary. There is no way the gospel could be true concerning Pontius Pilate and the execution of Jesus. These events would have taken months. It would have taken at least 5.5 days for a ship to even have left Palestine, made it to Rome, and sent word back by pigeon. So there's just no, the compression of the events reads, and I'm not the one that came up with this, but the compression of the events reads exactly like a Greek stage play. Everything Jesus did. I mean, even the text where all the disciples had their eyes closed because they were asleep. The text says that every disciple was asleep in the Garden of Gethsemane, and yet, so who recorded the incident where Jesus wept tears of blood? There are so many Greek drama effects all throughout the entire gospel. If you were to just make that switch in your mind that you're reading a script and seeing the visuals play out in a Greek amphitheater, the gospel is beautiful. You read it all, it's like, wow, this is incredible. But it can all be compressed into 3 hours. It's in real life, it would have taken so much longer. Not just the Roman judiciary material, but all the material, all the speeches, traveling from one town to another, just the travel time, all that stuff, it would have never been able to do. Jesus would have never been able to do all that in 3.5 years. But, so, I mean, I don't know why I went off on that tangent, but history is scripted, but the benefactor has introduced his own scripts. And this is what you need to realize, because being 100% immortal beings, none of these racial, cultural, or political attachment have anything to do with you. They don't have anything to do with Howdie. They don't have anything to do with Campbell. They don't have anything to do with Jason. These are all attachments to our avatars. That's all they are. We are actually timeless. We are unique personalities, dynamic, having lived through multiple timelines, multiple simulations, and multiple time periods. And this information becomes a part of our auric field. This information is absorbed into our auric field, and it becomes one with us. So when this simulation collapses, we're going to take things from here of genuine value, because they have been absorbed not into our avatars, not into our brain, which is nothing but a neural link between the psyche and the simulation. We have absorbed them holographically into our very essence. They become us. All these experiences, the negativity, the positivity, all our interactions, all of our discoveries, everything we've experienced emotionally, the good we've done, the evil we've done, we take these on, they become a part of our immortal soul. When the simulacrum collapses, every bit of this now becomes our eternal inheritance, because God never stopped creating, and the simulacrum, the existence of the simulacrum, only infers the existence of something greater. This is just a containment field, and it was a containment field to do things in order for us to build that maturity, to build those experiences, so that when we receive a real inheritance, we're going to value it 100%. When we leave here, there is all kinds of places to go. And I know I trigger my flat earth buddies, man. You gotta understand, I believe 100% we live on a flat plane. I have seen the arithmetic, the Mickelson. I have books right here in this shelf from Eric Dubai. I've got books from what's that? The World Is Not a Globe from 1890, Gleason. I've got Gleason's book here. Anyway, I'm a believer, 100%, but I'm a simulationist, so I understand the stellosphere is absolutely designed holographically to make us believe through the central nervous system that we live in a real solar system when we don't at all. All of that stellosphere is it's what it is. It's a light show, but it also produces phenomena like variable stars. But I trigger my flat earth buddies, man, because they can't make a lot of them can't make the leap They have become the new fundamentalists. And what I mean is that their cognitive departure from the control system is I applaud that. They did that. They stepped out of the paradigm, saw the evidence for themselves, and embraced it, and now teach it. And I applaud that. But now you stagnate it because it's not the end. It's not. Flat Earth is a stepping stone to make you understand there's a much greater series of phenomena that you need to accept. That flat Earth is great, but it's not the end because flat Earth stunts you. Once you accept that paradigm, you become the fundamentalist because now no one can even talk to you anymore about other things. I trigger people all the time because I still mention Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, Phoenix, intruder planets. But every bit of that is from a simulated context. I don't believe those things are actually out there. I just believe that AIX wants me to believe that. Huge distinction.
Mm. Wow. Nice. Hey, Howdy, anything you want to ask?
I guess maybe we could, because we got like 10 minutes. So it was a question that came from the comments that I thought was really good, and I thought I should ask it for whoever asked it. They wanted to know, Jason, how the Mandela effect affects this whole thing that you're talking about. This experience of
I can answer that. Okay, we have two different personality types that are stuck in the simulacrum. Only two. Those who have fully embraced and accept and are controlled by AIX. Then you have a minority who are errants. Chief characteristics of that separate errants from everybody else is that they're seeking for something other than what they have found. And because they are seeking for something other than they have found, they have caused a problem for AIX. They are no longer conforming to a controllable reality tunnel, which only takes a little bit amount of energy. Now, AIX has to daily produce phenomena and try to corral this individual into any belief. So it doesn't care what you believe. It just needs you to believe it. So you can corral you with other people because it takes less energy to control a mass than it does a whole bunch of individuals going in different directions. So AIX is not perfect. There have been instances in the historical record where it had to make a hurried correction in the holography because you did something it didn't predict because it cannot read your mind. It's really good at knowing what you're feeling and basic general direction you're heading in. But if you do something and you just totally change your mind and go to physically do something totally different, and then go talk to somebody you didn't give AIX a clue you're going to do all that, it's going to start building a whole new reality tunnel around you, trying to link it neurally with anybody else around you that's thinking the same way. Because it follows the law of correspondences, but it has to obey many other laws, like the law of diminishing returns, the law of conservation of energy. It has to follow these because it's basically a holographically electric control system. It's got energy, but it doesn't have it ad infinitum. Mandela effect, coincidence, synchronicity, deja vu. These are absolute proofs of the editing of a holography by AIX over an errant. It's not understanding what you're trying to do, and you're confusing it. So when it's trying to throw too many protocols at it, your central nervous system can pick up on it. You can see the edits around you. You swear up and down you left something in a certain area, and it's not there. And you search everywhere, and then you go back and it's in the exact same spot that you left it in. And you're not going crazy. AIX is having a real problem trying to figure you out. You're vibrating on a frequency that it cannot control. You're an errant. Errants, unfortunately, we go through a lot. If you're an errant, you're going to have, on a daily basis, I'm going to tell you right now about your characteristic trait. If you're listening to this video, you're not among the living dead. If you're listening to this video, you're searching for something beyond yourself. That makes you an errant. If you're an errant, I'm going to tell you right now, you may not admit it to your fellow man, but on a daily basis, you experience such a wide spectrum of emotions that you can't really understand. You don't know where the stigmata is coming from. But on a daily basis, you get really angry and you get really happy over different things. This is a chief characteristic of errants because we are so detached from the control systems that are around us. we're not. We know we are in an area that we do not belong. So another thing is inexplicable phenomena happen to you that you're embarrassed to admit to other people. This is another characteristic of errance. Things happen around you, but if you were to admit them to other people, you know they would think you were crazy. Well, it isn't you being crazy. It's your holography around you is not being knitted correctly because AIX can't really predict your behavior. You started vibrating on a frequency outside of its range. So all it can do is produce NPCs to distract you. And an NPC is not just something that looks like a person that's in a distance. An NPC can be a bird that suddenly swoops in front of you to stop you from talking to somebody. It can be a vehicle that goes by, resplendent with a full audio and vibration to make you feel it's a real vehicle, to stop you from seeing something real quick. NPCs are in your daily life. You will learn to recognize them. You will feel them because errants are led by intuition. Intuition is the predecessor of knowledge. Intuition is the chief characteristic of a soul that has now become detached from the simulation. So these little things you're talking about. I don't have any particulars for Mandela effect. I just have a general idea that all of these phenomena are edits.
Just like the Matrix with the cat, right? When the deja vu.
Yeah,
up the cat. Flight of steps, and they see the cat, and he's deja vu, and then they said, well, then to let us know they've changed in the simulation. So, I mean, and this is all very Matrix, obviously, talking about it's, it's very, very Matrix. But yeah, almost 2 hours there. So it's just a lot of information. So I think, it's probably a good point to hold the conversation. But, we'd love to have you back and to get onto different topics because it's a lot of information and it's, a lot of sort of deep stuff. And hopefully, we know we'll get a lot of good questions as well. So if your questions, we'll sort of get some together. And because I know that's one of the, Jason, is you sort of go back questions trying to get all this stuff out into some kind of timeline that people can actually interpret. There's just so much of it. And obviously, guys, the links are below for Jake's and also Howdie's channel, so go and check them both out. And yeah, we'll have a chat and we'll be back in a couple of weeks, hopefully, and we'll go down this road again and see sort of what we can uncover and try and really open this up. Obviously, everyone's so interested in what you've got to say. I think you've had quite a bit of growth in the last. I saw you on Syncretism Society, and yeah, you've kind of blown up. And do make sure you go, check out Howdie, share around the information, all that kind of stuff. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Yeah, definitely. There's also some chats between me and Howdie on this kind of topic on Spiral Up. So, you've given us lots of topics. So, thanks everyone in the chat. Sorry we didn't get a chance to, go through any of the chat. It's just scrolling. It's hard to catch it anyway. But appreciate you all being here. Thank you for your time, Howdie and Jason. And yeah, soon, hopefully in a few weeks, and we'll continue the conversation. Next time, and we'll
cheers, everyone.
Talk next time. Cheers, guys. Thanks a lot. See ya.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Today is a special class, and I want to say hello in general to everyone in the chatmosphere. I will come and hang out and do the individual greetings, but I want to keep this brief because I want to bring on our special, I'm saying professor today, okay? A lot of you know his work, and that's what I love. We tend to find the same people at, it seems like, similar times. So a few of you have contacted me, and you're really excited about today's class. I'm going to call it. It's a master class, okay? So get yourselves ready. I am ready. I have a brand new book, okay? You know how I know I'm going to be taking notes, okay? But I want to pay attention as well. So I want to welcome Jason Archaix of Archaix, and I want to have a very, just organic, of course, conversation with him and just have him share his wealth of knowledge. He is very generous in what he does share. If you know of his website, you know how he has just a plethora of research. It is so advanced that I will say I probably cannot find a scholar in anybody's university anywhere on this earth plane that would have read as much information on the historical chronology of just this earth realm history of mankind. Okay, so I will leave information on how you can get to his website, and you can spend a lot of time. It is like seriously going to school. Okay, so I'm going to bring Jason on right now, and let's welcome him. Well, hello, Jason. How are you?
Well, hey, thank you. Hey, I'm really feeling your energy. I feel welcome.
Good. Well, I am so honored that you accepted my invitation to talk to this lovely, I don't know what you want, I call them the Chatmosphere. And we have been together for a few years, and we know each other from other platforms, and it's just a big, beautiful family. You'll be welcomed here, and a lot of them already know your work. So, what I want to do in this, live stream is I want to make other people aware of your work, that might not have learned about you. And I love your testimony, I want to say. And by the way, your van rants are everything, okay?
Yeah.
I love them, okay? And it's something about ranting, okay, Jason? Like when I have my rants, the Chatmosphere loves it. And when I'm thinking, oh my God, they're gonna just tune out. They actually want me to rant. And I think there's something in ranting that is so much honesty that comes out, right? And I think people, they feel like you're speaking for them, right?
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
It's great. So, hey, listen, if you have one of your Modelos, I see that you enjoy Modelo, right? Is that a Texan thing?
Well, it's a thing. It's a thing when Corona Light's just not enough anymore. That's what it is. It's made by the exact same company, and even though I'm a Texan, I like Mexican beers, and really, if I lived up north, I probably wouldn't drink beer. Here in the South, the humidity in Texas, north of Houston, and the heat that we have 10 months out of the year, beer just replaces all the salt and everything that I lose sweating here in Texas. Because I stay outdoors a lot. When I'm indoors doing podcasts and all that, it's not my normal routine. I'm normally an outside guy, and beer just replaces all that. And hey, you know what? My studio's not immune to it. I got an empty bottle right here.
Well, listen, I told the Chatmosphere when I posted that we would do this, I am breaking out. Now, you know how you talk about breaking patterns, okay?
Yeah,
so I'm going to break a pattern. Yeah, I'm going to break a pattern right now. I haven't had absinthe. I do a little absinthe routine, I guess. So I'm going to do a little absinthe while you are. I wanted to see, and I'm doing the whole thing like I do, because we're going back on a timeline, and for some reason, we're really feeling the 1800s in a way that we like it. We're not sure. It's kind of sketchy. And then with you letting us know about 1902, we want to get into a little bit of that. And, the whole absinthe thing, you could tell me what you know or what you feel about the prohibition of it. I'm looking at it as a medicinal. So I'm going to be pouring I'm going to let the, water drip on it. I have the whole thing, Jason. I want to show you. This is a special, see, look, I have a whole fountain.
Wow.
It's all set up, and I'm going to do like the tradition of letting the sugar cube, and since we talk about archaeology, we are mud flooders, we are flat earthers, we are tinfoil hat turban. We welcome all. We don't care about your gender, your race, your creed, your color. We're just a loving family. So I'm going to do a little architectural sugar cube. And I want you, please, to share your testimony. I know you do this a lot too, Jason. I don't want to like get on your nerves where you're like, keep answering the same thing over and over. But you know what? I think testimonies are very powerful, and yours is extremely powerful. I was very inspired because I love a good story of redemption, and that's how I see your testimony. It is filled with redemptive qualities, and just the fact that the human spirit is so resilient. You did not give up while you were, in your probably darkest moments, I would think. But you did something that many would not have done. So I would like you to just share with us, anybody who doesn't know your testimony, can you share a little bit about how you came to want to know so much about the history and when you knew something was off about the timeline? So I want you to open up with that.
My discoveries and any anomalies in history and like time dilations, maybe history had been scrubbed. These are late in my research. My actual research from the beginning was to prove my fundamentalist Southern Baptist roots. I wanted to prove from secular history that what I had been raised to believe was true. This is what set me in motion. Now, during the period of my incarceration, I was not a pillar of piety. I was totally immersed into prison culture because it was known from early on. I was 17 years old when I went in. It was known early on that I did have a switch. I deserved to be incarcerated. It's just Texas had a deal where they sent a lot of people to prison on hyperinflated sentences, but because it was understood that back then it was called the revolving door. Judges and prosecutors knew that it doesn't matter if we give somebody a 60-year sentence; they're going to be out in 2.5 years anyway. This is what was happening in 1987, 88, 89. I went to prison in 1990. I was 17 years old, and they gave hyperinflated sentences because of the revolving door. They only had a limited number of prisons to house people. So guys were going to prison and getting out on all kinds of heinous offenses within a very short period of time. So this set a political climate in Texas. And a lot of us fell under that. The problem is 5 years after I went to prison, Bush became the governor of Texas. He changed the whole criminal justice system. He put a lock on the revolving door. Now, we were sentenced under what was called the quarter law. And under the quarter law, you do 25% of your sentence. Under good behavior, you're released back onto the streets to serve the rest of your time on parole. This is what we all understood when we were incarcerated at that period of time. So Bush changed that. He stopped doing that, and now we had to do most of our sentences under his new parole laws. When we fought it in court and lost, we don't know how Governor Bush was allowed to retroactively implement laws to violate constitutional rights. It had never been allowed for before. Texas and California set a precedent. Other states had already outlawed it, but Governor Bush got away with it. And then he became the president, and then it was over with. And we lost every lawsuit after that. Well, every time we received new letters from our attorneys, because it was a joint lawsuit, there were thousands of us involved in this litigation. Well, the more and more bad news that came back to us, and I realized, okay, well, I've already been in prison 7 years. I said, and now they're telling me I'm probably going to do another 21 years. Well, of course. You take a 17-year-old off the streets and tell him he's going to do a finite amount of time and that he's going to be out before he's 24, 25 years old and he still has his life ahead of him. That 17-year-old 7 years later is going to be fundamentally different when that time has passed and he lived up to what he was supposed to, and you employed a bait and switch tactic. And now that 7 years doesn't mean anything because now you're telling him he's got to do probably 14 to 21 more. This is what happened to me. So I went into a dark spell. I became very violent. I was totally immersed in prison culture. My entire body is covered from tattoos from around my neck all the way to my feet. I wear the badges of the experiences that I had in prison. At the same time that I'm immersed in prison culture, and I basically become a shot caller, and people look up to me not just for my intellect, but because when something needs to be done, I was going to do it. And I just had that fearlessness. I just didn't care. Consequences did not mean anything to me for me anymore, because there are no disciplinary cases that the administrators could give me anymore that's going to be worse than making me serve 21 more years. I didn't care. So while I was sitting in prison with all hope snatched away from me, realizing I'm not going to get out of prison until my 40s, I didn't care. Now I started doing what I wanted to do with whoever I wanted to do it with. I was entering in and out of relationships with female officers. I was doing every single thing that you're not supposed to be doing, and there was nothing they could do for me. So they removed me from minimum security and they put me on medium security, which basically isolated which prisons I was allowed to live on now. Once they did that, of course I didn't care anymore. I went further down. As I'm going down, though, in the prison culture, my prestige is going up. I'm fearless. I don't give a damn, and I'm also very knowledgeable. I am since I was a little kid, I've been reading books. That's one thing my family made me do. We had to go to a public library every single week, and we had to get 2 books. One of them was for my enjoyment. The other one had to be nonfiction, and I had to be able to give a dissertation at the end of the week about what I had learned and what I had read. My family basically prepared me for the life I live. Now, they didn't know that I was going to take such a dark turn. They didn't know that. Now, I have never claimed innocence. I am not innocent. I do claim that by virtue of my environment, I basically assumed all the responsibilities of someone who was put into my position. I did that. I basically became the voice for a lot of prisoners who had an inability to communicate with the administrators. When it was realized that I had a communication that I was very good at communicating ideas, because prisoners are not an easy group to communicate to. So we're talking about people with a lot of anger and a lot of hatred. People have been forced, they're backed into a corner. Believe me, about 50% of the guys I met in prison were just good guys caught up in a bad way. They shouldn't have been there, and they shouldn't have been there as long. But people go through dark, basically psychological times when they are pretty much forgotten. And this is what prison culture is. A bunch of guys or a bunch of women together who have realized, okay, look, this is the situation we find ourselves in. We've basically been forgotten. Nobody outside in the outside world really understands what's happened to us. It's not that we've been incarcerated. It's that we've been incarcerated, and the very perimeters by which our hopes were forged on have been taken from us legally. So this is what happens. It happens in every state. This isn't just Texas. It happens in every state. We call it bait and switch, because that's exactly what it is. We are induced by fear to sign paperwork to say that we're totally guilty for everything that we're accused of when we're not. But they throw such a good deal out that, okay, look, if I fight this in court, I'm going to get a life sentence because I have no money and I have no attorney. I have no one who's going to really fight my case. They're going to give me a public defender, and the public defender works with the prosecutors and judges on a weekly basis. So I already know what's going to happen to me if I fight this case. So it's better if I just go ahead and say, look, okay, I did participate with these guys. I was with them. I did that. I'll sign for this time right here because you're promising me basically I'm going to get out with good behavior at a certain time and I can live the rest of my life in peace. This is the bait and switch we all fall for. And it's not true. These prosecutors know in Texas that when guys sign this paperwork, the parole board does not have to honor it. Those are the people that let us out, not the prosecutors. So when we go to prison and we become monsters and we become things that other people can't really identify and they don't understand, why are these guys doing that? Why are they rioting? Why are they fighting? Why are they beating up officers? Why are they getting caught with knives and cell phones? Don't they want to come home? And the blame is always put on the prisoner when you don't realize the prisoner's only lashing out because he's got no other alternative. Everything's been taken from him. And when you use the law to take away the hopes of people who have signed away their lives because you needed you asked them to sign this paperwork. This paperwork was supposed to guarantee that they get out on a certain time, but it's not true. So when they go to prison and then they find out that paperwork they signed was just to get them in the prison so they could work indefinitely for the rest of their life in manufacturing and logistics and make the state of Texas a tremendous amount of money because they don't pay their prisoners. When people don't know this whole system that's going on, this is what I was in. when I realized very early on that this was an indentured servitude system, and that the state lawmakers were all. I found out I had people sending me a lot of really good data from the internet. Well, around 1995, 96, and 97, I started studying manufacturing logistics, and I realized, damn. The very state lawmakers that pass these laws are the ones that are funding, and they are the shareholders of TCI Industries, which governs the whole prison system. So it's a business decision. You had prosecutors had me sign a document so you could enslave me in the system. When I figured all this out, I went postal. There wasn't a warden, a lieutenant, sergeant, no COs. There was no other inmates that could talk any sense to me. When I made that executive decision that they basically got me effed up, I became the person in prison that I wanted to be. I became a shot caller. I basically told guys on the cell block, this is how it's going to be. We're going to get along. If not, there's going to be consequences. I was the guy that was willing to put some steel in you if you didn't obey. I wanted to keep the peace because all I ever wanted to do was read books and research. And if you interfered with that, I would hurt you. And this went on for a very long period of time, and I built up a reputation. And there are many guys who were in prison with me that know me and will tell you, and you can interview them, that will tell you that I was basically a man of peace. But I would poke holes in you if you were causing trouble. And like I didn't tolerate bullies. Bullies are not tolerated. There's nobody on the cell block that is too big to take down, because we have equalizers. All kinds of nice, interesting weapons are in prison. So I had basically pretty much lost it. I did. For a long period of time, I had lost it. I had become like a Robin Hood type. Where new guys come into the prison system knew, hey, man, that's the guy you need to talk to. That's Jason. He's been here forever. Here's a guy who's going to set you straight. And they would come, new guys would come talk to me. And then when I find out when some older veteran was trying to do something to him, and it would fall on me to fix the situation. And sometimes those situations weren't fixable. It's because a lot of times when new guys come to prison, you have to let them suffer the consequences of their decisions. We can only tell them, hey, look, if you go on that cell block with that guy, you don't know what he's really inviting you to. If something happens to you over there, you can't undo that. So, and if you don't want to admit what happened to you to other people, they can't fix it. So now you're in a feedback loop, and you're going to continue doing what you don't want to do because you can't tell nobody what you did. So we would educate people. I did this. Well, Wardens and administrators know me. Jason Brashears, I'm a known name in Texas prison. They remember me, and I spent 26 years and 48 days there. And I had many, many meetings with upper-level administrators when they realized that I had such a focal power over the population. Because each prison has in between 2,000 and 5,000 prisoners. And many times there was all kinds of things going on cell blocks, and wardens and majors would call me out and say, hey, man, check this out. I know you're not going to tell us who's involved or what's going on, but can you give us an idea of basically what people are mad at right now? Because I don't need any of my officers banged up or stabbed or none of that stuff. Is there something that we can do to settle the situation? And I was in that mediator position. When racial shit went on, I was the first one in the backyard, because talking things 90% of the time, if it's white and black or white and Hispanic or black and Hispanic, whatever's going on in the Texas prison system, 90% of the time, if you are respectful and diplomatic, it can be solved just like that. Wow. Only about 10% of the time is it ever going to erupt in violence. And in that 10% of the time, it's about 90% of the time of that 10% that violence can be quarantined to just the 2 or 3 individuals who have a problem. We don't need to involve everybody else. This doesn't need to be racial. It's still personal. Let's keep it that way. So this is what I did in prison for a very long period of time, because I knew that only by keeping the peace in any environment that I was in is the only way I'm going to be able to do what I was really trying to do. And that was just absorb data, absorb information. I can't have all the black guys mad at me when they got some really awesome books they're ordering from the free world and they're in their possession. You know what I mean? And they want to trade with me, but if there's a racial barrier and we're not getting along, that stops all that. I can't have the Hispanics getting into with me, because they're going to wire up the blacks, and it's going to be blacks and Hispanics against white guys. So there's a lot of politics. Racial politics is very real in prison. And I had to navigate through all that in order to get the things I want, like this, like very old 200-year-old books, like these. Oh, wow. I collect these. Yes, this is from 1813. It is a book on ancient inventions and ancient all kinds of, basically, they don't even write books like this anymore. You would not believe, smaller print than the Bible. But
Oh my.
the premise of this book from 1813, this is originally, it's not a reprint, this is from the year 1813. But
Right.
the premise of this book is the origin of surgery. But in order to get to the origin of medical surgery, he talked about the entire history of the world and all its inventions and all that. And what's in this book can't be read in books today.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gone through resets since this book was lost in somebody's attic. So this is that's what I did in prison. In prison, I went through all the oldest books that I could find. This was given to me by a Archaix YouTube sub. Somebody who has an appreciation for the fact that I appreciate old books. They sent this to me from their family library.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
special. That's amazing because this is like, how can I follow up with my little paperback book? But I just want to make a point, Jason, that this book right here, Back to Eden, you're probably familiar with. Probably other people. You see how thick it is?
It's a pretty big book.
Yeah, it's a pretty big book. My grandfather used to carry it under his arm like a Bible. He was a medicine man, but among other things. But that book, he had I think he had an original, and it was lost in my family, so I had to buy one at Whole Foods, okay? So I can appreciate what you're saying, because the one thing I told my cousin, if she's even listening, okay, I want that book if you find it, okay? I want Pop-Up's book, because, the people that have these books in their, personal libraries or attics or anything like that, if you do have good books like that, I just want to say, reach out to Jason, okay? You may have something that Aunt Tilly has in the attic. Reach out to someone like him and definitely donate that to a person who's going to totally respect the originality and will use it to further the cause of mankind. I'll even just go out on a limb and say that. But I was telling my cousin that I really want her to find that book. They change the information. And when you think about a book like Back to Eden that is about health and wellness and some of the old remedies and things like that, you know that this book that I just showed you doesn't have what the original has, right? I'm sure. And so I can appreciate that so much. And I want to talk about, before I get into, because I want to get into some pretty hot topics, like definitely the race thing, which you touched on. But one of the things that you did touch on, Jason, in terms of the resets, that is something that comes up a lot in our little group here. Now, you've mentioned that there are several resets. You can jump right on into the deep end with a lot of us, because we have been, digging around in this area. Mm-hmm. I love that you did something for me, and I'm sure many others. You have helped us to sort out and pinpoint the year of question, 1902. So I would like you to start out with 1902 while I prepare my absinthe. And can you share with us the significance of that year? Because again, I know Tina, the truth seeker, do you hear what I'm saying? In 1902, Jason has pinpointed that was, am I saying it right? The last reset,
it's
or Phoenix event. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was the last Phoenix year, and it was very significant what happened that year. But a reset isn't a single year you can pinpoint. It actually began in 1890, and it was a whole bunch of significant shifts that all in history look independent, but they're not. Once you look at it ex post facto, from a distance in retrospect, you see exactly the manipulation that happened. It's gradual, but it's epic. So 1902 was a Phoenix year, and so was 1764 and 1626, and the next one's going to be 2040. We know the reset years because they are always 138 years apart in an unbroken timeline that goes all the way back to 3895 BC. When that reset was so horrific that it caused a new heavens and a new earth, and in the book of Genesis calls it basically the creation event. This was the Edenic event. It started the 1656 years of the vapor canopy world, or the pre-flood world of Genesis, which is 1,656 years. That was year one of an ancient calendar used to be known as the Old Hebraic calendar. It was also known as the Old Annus Mundi calendar from Alexandria, Egypt. And that's what the Phoenix timeline is on. But the rabbinical Jews altered their own calendar because they didn't like the way Christians were interpreting the arithmetic in the book of Daniel to show that Jesus may have been the Jewish Messiah. Rabbis got really ticked off about that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and they admitted in their own Talmud that they changed the calendar by 133 years to throw the Christians off. This is why today's Jewish calendar is 133 to 134 years difference than the Phoenix calendar and the Annus Mundi calendar. Like I'll give you an example. This year is 5916 Annus Mundi, or the Old Hebrew system. It is 5,916 years since the Phoenix reset of 3895 BC. That was year one of the pre-flood world. You have to see it in charts. I provide hundreds of charts to show everybody exactly how all the arithmetic works. Because this arithmetic and these charts, that's why I add in the details of things like Anaximander, Thales of Miletus, Aristarchus, and I show what they said about the calendars, and every bit of it fits in. Then the old rabbis like Moses Maimonides, Rashi, old Arabic Muslim and Jewish chronologies, how they all fit absolutely perfect. Then modern scholars like a U.S. cryptologist R.A. Boulay, his dates for ancient times are absolutely perfect with the system. When we take all these chronologies from around the world, going back 400 and 500 years, even to Archbishop James Ussher, he got the Annus Mundi dates absolutely right, but he went by Jewish reckoning when he put the AD dates in. So Ussher, who wrote his book 400 years ago, is 133 years off on every date that he put for Anno Domini, AD. He fell victim to he didn't know 400 years ago when he did his chronology that the Jews after the Bar Kokhba rebellion had altered their own calendar just to throw off Christians. So what they did worked on him because he didn't have those sources. He had never read the Talmud and didn't know. So that's the value of the Phoenix. Knowing the Phoenix resets, that's the value because it's every 138 years. In ancient times in Egypt, Phoenix was regarded by the goddess culture of ancient Egypt. I can't pronounce her name. Sekhmet, something is Sekhmet or something like that.
Is it Sekhmet? Is she the cat? Is that the black cat? Sekhmet?
Yes. Her holy symbol was the phoenix palm, and she used phoenix palms to reckon the times. And in ancient Egypt, the phoenix, the Benben stone, which is the stone that is believed to go on top of the Great Pyramid, the Benben stone was found in the desert. So what the ancient Egyptians did is they didn't want to touch it. They didn't want this belongs to the gods, and they didn't have the ability to pick it up and put it on the pyramid. So what they did is they built a huge structure around the Benben stone in the ancient city where the Greeks call Heliopolis. We know it from the archaeological record as Anu. It's Annu. Later on, it was called On in Egypt. It's the ancient Egyptian city of On, O-N. The Greeks called it Heliopolis. That structure was called the Mansion of the Phoenix. And the ancient Egyptians of Lower Egypt used to regard that goddess and consider the Phoenix as keeper of the calendar. They knew that even though the Phoenix was destructive, they also recognized there was another force in this world that was lying to them. And it was causing all kinds of upheavals like volcanoes and floods, tsunamis, earthquakes. But they knew those were all caused by the liar, because the liar wasn't on the Phoenix timeline. The Phoenix timeline, when those events happened, the sun darkened, red mud fell from the sky, when the ground vibrated, when there was a horn blast from the sky, sometimes it was a blue sky, and just all these weird things happened, and there was nothing in the sky to block the sun, and yet the sun goes black. The moon turns dark red, and then 2 or 3 hours later, red sand, red dust, and red mud covers the entire kingdom. These were Phoenix episodes, and they were very well documented. I have 2 published books that go into extreme detail of all the historical records that talk about this. Since those books have been published, I have made so many new discoveries that I just released them in YouTube videos. I mean, so many new discoveries that I was able to fill a 30-minute video with just a bunch of stuff multiple times. And I have to temper that with informing you that it is widely known that I do not release YouTube videos as filler. You're not going to watch any of my videos and see me just going random and all, just trying to fill in a 20 or 30. My videos start with nothing but data. I'm just packed with data, and if I can get it all out in 22 minutes, then the video's over in 22 minutes. I feel no need for all the fluffer. I don't need all that because I'm already overwhelming people. I don't need to bore them. So
you will never bore us. Now, okay, this is wonderful because one of the things that I'm hearing also in what you're saying, and you've heard the term mud flood. I don't know if you ascribe to some of the same terms. I'll use them for lack of better terms, because I'm not married to a term right now. I now am just so humbled at the fact, and I feel that, this is a humbling of a lot of us, that we thought we knew things. We thought we were sure about things. And this is a time of humbling where a lot of us are admitting that we just don't know. And we are open to hearing from a scholar, especially one on your caliber who has done the work, has the receipts, as they say. I feel that people should be so open to listening to what you have learned and what you've gathered from these sources. I mean, these are hard sources you cite because you read the books, so I hear the red mud and that's one of the things with the mud floods. We didn't understand, they call it liquefaction, things like that. But when you explain that this red mud actually rained down and so basically covered up whole, like, would I be correct in saying covering up whole continents?
Well, it covered up Australia. I mean, that's where all the red dust and red sand. Australia's packed with it. But Phoenix events in Australia have gone unrecorded because there was no one there for thousands of years to actually document them. But we know because we see the red mud and red sand all over Australia. But where they got that topography is absolutely mysterious. But this same red mud and red sand was documented in 1902 by scientists all around the world after it was already seen by telescope, basically floating through the inner system. Yeah, there were many, many scientific reports of dust veils passing through the inner system, and some of them obscured Venus. They couldn't even see Venus anymore. This great dark cloud was just moving through the solar. I want to call it solar system, even though I believe everything in the sky is simulated. But when scientists are looking through telescopes, the simulacrum will feed them the imagery that they are expecting to see. And all the time. If they're expecting to see that Mercury has scarring on one side because they've done some type of spectrographic analysis taking pictures of the sky, then they download the data into different filtering systems in their computers, and it breaks down the spectrum, and scientists say, okay, they haven't optically with a telescope ever looked at the surface of Mercury, but they already have all these protocols lined up explaining, okay, well, this color means this color means this, there's hydrogen in the atmosphere, well, this right here must be a highly crystalline structure, that's where this light comes from. This is how astronomers interpret the sky. They interpret through many filters that have been run through computer systems that tell them what the spectrographic analysis is. This is what a lot of people don't realize. They don't see these things in a telescope. There are no telescopes in the world that can look at Mercury and see any geographical features on Mercury. So they developed a system by which light from the spectrum that is detected in the pictures gives them data. And they publish whole monographs and books about how true this is and how it's been verified. Now, and this is what astronomy is. Astronomy is a pile of bullshit. It's a pile of lies. That's what it is.
Amen. And they even say it, Jason, you know that already, right? They'll say this is a computer-generated image. And I'm like, why didn't I see that all these years? Like, they have been duping us, like, in real time and just letting us know on the other hand. But in terms of now, I want to go back to something else you said about the, I've been binging out on your videos, okay? So you mentioned something was fascinating about the moon. And I know that a lot of women that follow the truth movement, some of them are into the goddess thing. I I'm a Christian, okay? And I, have been programmed. I'll say this is my background, my upbringing.
Right.
I've had my, as they call them, my prodigal years, my backsliding.
Yep.
It's like, I go back and forth. I'm just like, I fell away like right before 2020. Then I got back into like, going back into my faith. But you know what? My thing is this, the more that we are willing to learn, and I feel that anyone's faith or belief should be able to stand up to the scrutiny of debate, of just questioning it. I believe that if it is your faith and your belief, you should be able to stand and have it in question, defend it, and not be triggered emotionally. That's not a defense for anything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm willing to listen, because when I went to the colleges and universities, I didn't go and check with my professors like, what is your belief system? They were teaching me and programming me all these years, and I didn't question where their spirituality was. So I feel that it's disingenuous of, say, Christians to maybe attack anything that like someone like you would be sharing, because again, we shouldn't be that thin-skinned, right, with our faith.
I have to interject here, because the attacks that I receive on a daily basis in my emails and in comments that I'm always removing from my YouTube channel are not from Christians. Yes, I have had a few incidents where Christians were triggered, but that's not where the attacks come from. The people attacking me are straight from academia. I get some really vilifying emails and comments on YouTube. Especially, I can tell from syntax how educated a person is. The way, it's not the words you use, it's how you put them together. It's how abbreviated you make a very convoluted argument. If your argument is complex, but you use a very minimal amount of words to do it, I know you have a pretty good education. So when I read these comments and I see these guys and what they say, and I'm like, okay, this is a very intelligent individual, and they ask me these questions. Sometimes they're trying to trigger a response by which they can always say, "Oh, Jason said this," and I know what they're trying to do. So, so I'll just remove them. I just hide the user from the channel. They can still watch my videos. They can still do all that, but I'm not entertaining that anymore.
I don't blame you.
And I get some that ask me questions that, okay, you may come from academia and I'm not, but you just asked me a question that if the shoe was on the other foot, you wouldn't be able to answer it either. So why are you holding, you can't prove to me God exists. So little things like this, I'm getting a lot of this from very, very intelligent people. And it was really shocking, because I really expected people coming from a religious background would not be on board. But it's just the opposite. It's people who consider themselves to be very educated or offended with simulation theory. They're offended with the fact that I am showing. They don't want to attack my sources. I haven't had anybody go check my sources and tell me that I'm wrong. They attack my conclusion. But my conclusions are simple. The history of the world exhibits the traits of a mathematical construct, because the events that I have recorded are too perfectly precise that there is no way they could have ever happened naturally. And because I'm only looking at these things as an observer ex post facto, from now looking into the past, then there's a really good chance none of those events ever happened. But I have to study it anyway, because someone wanted me to believe these things. So what is the real message that they're hiding? This is why I study history, not because I believe those events occurred, because I believe that the truth is found in the construct itself. Where we are going is found out by where we have been presented to have been. I've isolated so many things about the past that had to have been artificial, could not have been real. Right. So by isolating those things and being able to put them aside, I can now remove all the dressings and dross and just look at the architecture of arithmetic that's left behind, which is calendars. And if we were ever imprisoned by anything, it is timekeeping systems. This is what I have found over and over and over. And this is why I find it so unusual that people from intelligent backgrounds, people who consider themselves to be very educated, are taking offense over the fact that I believe that not only is our history artificial, but every time you go in your backyard and you look up, you're looking into a multi-tiered hologram. None of that's there. It's there for you to believe it's there. You are inside a very beautiful construct, but that construct is deceitful. This is what we have to pay attention to, because there's an old saying, and I know you've heard it, the devil is in the details.
Yes.
So listen, it's not as simple as everything being artificial. It's not that simple.
Right.
We have to study the things that basically promote that artificiality by such a convincing, basically, let me reword this.
Mm-hmm.
When we look into the sky, it's not just a bunch of random patterns by which we could build a construct. The patterns have a focus. That focus shows me an intent. This is the problem I have. And here's another weird thing. I get a lot of flack from flat earthers. Figure that one out.
Really? Those people?
I trigger flat earthers on a daily basis. Listen.
I'm surprised.
Hold on, check this out. I mean, and this goes in with what I'm talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, flat Earth research is going to take you to a destination. In order to get to that destination, you're gonna find all kinds about you're going to learn about the Morley experiments. You're going to learn about zetetic astronomy. You're gonna sooner or later you're going to come into contact with Eric Dubai's information. You're going to read Gleason. I have Gleason right here. This is Gleason's book from 1890s right here.
Oh,
Gleason,
wow.
In the 1890s, this book is absolutely packed with scientific experimentation showing that there is absolutely no mathematical evidence of curvature anywhere in our world. This is nothing but an entire book of science from the 1890s.
Oh,
and the way men thought back then are not like today.
Right.
So you would think a lot of people from the flat Earth community would be on board. Okay?
Right. I would think, yeah.
To me, flat Earth it's basically a conduit. It's not the destination, because the more you fall in love with the flat Earth concept and you fully embrace it, you're stuck in a dome. There's nowhere to go. You have completely imprisoned yourself within an intellectual construct that is right in everything that you assert, everything that you can show. All your experiments have imprisoned you. There's nowhere else to go. You can't come up with a cosmology that can even come up with why that dome is there. What's under the dome? How did the dome get there? When things pass in and out of the dome, as we know from the historical record has happened, where are those portals and those gates? And a portal necessarily infers the existence to another realm. So flat Earth is an end. It is not a means. So I've left it. I have totally abandoned it. I'm on board. Mathematically, we live on a flat plane. I'm good with that. Mathematically, the entire realm of the sky is dome-shaped, and it's a holographic projection. We may be trapped inside the inside of a Dyson shell, and the entire solid Dyson shell we might be here, and the Dyson shell's out here, and everything in between is holographic projection of a cosmos that's absolutely beautiful. So technologically advanced that the more we study it with a telescope, the further we see, the more it feeds us, because that's all it's doing. It's feeding us light photons, and we're interpreting that as more worlds, more universes, more galaxies, more quasars, more pulsars, all that. So now, flat earthers, they get triggered, but I've moved away from that.
Okay.
In simulation theory, I'm baffled that people haven't made the connection yet. Okay, the sun is not a diamond. The sun is not it's not a trigon. The sun is not any oblate shape. It's not egg-shaped. The sun is circular. I'm not going to say a sphere because I haven't seen the other side of it, but it's circular. Okay, the moon is the same way. Okay, the greatest hint flat earthers need to pay attention to, the greatest hint is that from the surface of our world, we have only ever seen one side of the moon. That one side of the moon never changes. Therefore, the moon is not spinning, it's not rotating, it's not doing it. It's fixed. It's going over. The second clue is if an object in geometry is not moving and rotating and fixed, how in the hell is it producing lunar phases? Why do we see the crescent that's supposed to be the reflection of sunlight? And when the sun is in a certain position, we see the crescent gets bigger and bigger. When the sun is more away from its position, the sliver gets smaller and smaller.
Right.
We have a holographic projection that is emanating a lie. It is because the moon does not reflect light. It has already been conclusively shown by many researchers that it's a luminary and that it's producing light. And the light it produces is negative. That light has a negative feel toward plants. It's like a black light, but it shows up optically to us as very bright. But that is not reflected solar light. The sunlight is totally different. Moonlight has a dark aspect to it, almost like a sinister aspect to it. It's like a negative type light that's still optically shown through the central nervous system. It's very, very unusual. But the moon is projecting light. And there have been examples when people photographed the moon, in the dark part of the moon in the photograph, stars were showing through it. That means it's a hologram. And for some reason, from that one vantage point, that hologram wasn't solid on that side to block out what was behind it. Because in the hologram further away were more luminaries. Because that's my theory, that the stars are on a tier of holography that is higher than the sun and the moon. And then there's other objects that are on another tier of holography that's even higher, which gives us our dimension. Two different holographic overlapping fields that give us this great dimension of a cosmos and all that. But it's all holography. It's all technologically advanced. Right. This is not a natural creation. This is extreme technology. Yes. That moon, the phases, every flat earther in the world should be trying to figure out why there are phases of the moon, because it doesn't work with the sun and the moon going, because of many times the sun and the moon are in the sky at the exact same time. That model of a flat earth and the sun and the moon does not work with those lunar phases.
Oh, I see.
It doesn't make flat earthers wrong. Right. Flat earthers are completely right. But Charles Fort said it best. Who would not be a prize marksman if only his hits be recorded? So if there are genuine mysteries that you're ignoring because you can't explain them, then you're not a real researcher.
Right.
You're a fundamentalist. It's simple as that.
That's a good point.
This is my position.
Yeah.
I can't answer for it. I can't tell the flat earthers, hey man, this is the answer. This is the reason. I can't. All I know is that we're living in a simulated environment. And the reason I'm so sure about this is because the all is present in its parts. This is true throughout all nature. The all is present in its parts. If any one aspect of our existence has ever been shown by anybody to be simulated, then that necessarily imputes that everything that we're going through is simulated as well. If any one cell in the human body has the entire genome for the mapping of the entire genetic host, the body itself, then that means the all is present in its parts. What is applicable to any one aspect of our existence is applicable to all. Right. So when you truly absorb that concept and you understand it, the same thing applies to the human race. Every single thing that I assume to be true about Jason Brashears is also true about Jennifer Eason, is also true about all these other, because we're all like fractals. We're all like pieces of divinity in and of ourselves. We are not the whole. We're just a part of it. But all of us together form the whole. The construct we're in would be the very same way. And this is why the lunar phase question is very important. Right. If that object's not physical, if it's, some of you guys claim it's plasma, and that's fine. But you can't claim it's plasma and tell me that it's reflecting sunlight at the same time. And tell me in your other researches that it's actually a luminary and it's emanating light. Well, if it's emanating light, then who wrote in the deception about lunar phases? You follow me? Right. Why would it be trying to convince all the observers that it's reflecting sunlight if it's emanating light? This means the construct we're in is deceptive. Now apply the philosophy that I just told you. If any one part is shown to be deceptive, It's all deceptive.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Now, going back to the lunar and the moon, like we're on that subject, but back to the goddess thing again, with women and the moon. Okay, the whole Luna thing and lunatic and all the things that are ascribed with the moon, but it has a feminine quality and is connected to goddess. And women have those phases of, like, you know, their menses and the things that happen with the cycles of the moon. And then you hear about the navigational things at sea. Can you speak to why is the moon attributed to the goddess?
I can.
Okay.
I can definitely. It's probably something you've never heard before, but. Okay, right now, the biosphere we're living in right now is not conducive to the female anatomy. This is why females are going through the things they go through physically. The biosphere we're in is basically tailor-made for males, but it's not the original biosphere. This is a simulation, so they can easily collapse biospheres and start them. This is why we find different types of humans in ancient times. This is why we find giants. They lived in totally different biospheres. A giant couldn't exist today. Robert Pershing Wadlow was 11 feet tall. This man was huge, or 9'11". Excuse me, he was 9'11". He died in 1940, but he had breathing problems. Yes. He couldn't draw in enough oxygen for his body. So He never could move fast. He was very lethargic. Yeah. So this would be a problem with everyone who is of that size. Right. But under a vapor canopy, there are huge differences. Giants would have been able to take a small breath and be able to function just fine for several minutes, because of the atmospheric pressure, the massive amount of oxygen in the air that's underneath this vapor canopy. This vapor canopy world was so different, and I have a few videos about it. But The vapor canopy world actually was conducive for female anatomy. The vapor canopy world, I don't believe women went through a menstrual cycle under the vapor canopy. I believe that women had entire genome sequences that were activated. They had powers that men could not understand. Under the vapor canopy, men were stronger, faster, be able to heroically lift many things. They could hold their breath. They could swim 300 feet underwater and pull up clams, a special species of clams. We can't do that today, but they did, and we know they did because we found the shell beds. So in archaeology, we found all kinds. We know the world was fundamentally different in ancient times. So, but during the vapor canopy, the goddess was worshipped, and females were the administrators. Men were basically the muscle and the warriors. The reason was that there is something about the female genome where there are powers of intuition and powers of mnemonic enhancements and abilities, instant recall. There are healing properties not done with medicines. I'm talking about singing. I'm talking about massages. I'm talking about touching. There were things that females could do because under the vapor canopy conditions, with an atmospheric pressure that is out of this world, extremely rich oxygen content. There are latent genes today that have been basically deactivated in the female genome. They were never in the males, period. Right. But under the vapor canopy conditions, those latent genes are not latent anymore. They're fully active. And women are more like the Oracle of Delphi. They have the ability to not just project themselves, but also basically divine. Their powers of intuition were far more than men. Way greater than men. Took over intuition in the oracles and the prophets, the office of seers and prophets when the sun appeared. When the vapor canopy collapsed. When the vapor canopy collapsed, that was known as the Great Flood in old tradition. In other traditions, it was known as the day the sky fell. This was the exact year that the patriarchal systems all began, when it was noticed that the matriarchies collapsed. They collapsed with the atmosphere. It was that sudden. Women lost their powers, they lost their prestige, they lost their offices, they lost all that, and the institution of marriage and indentured servitude was invented with the patriarchy when the sun appeared. All the calendars that started were called the sun calendars. One was the water sun, the earth sun, the fire sun. These were ancient timekeeping systems in recognition of the fact that this great fiery object just appeared in the sky only after the vapor canopy had collapsed. Once the vapor canopy had collapsed, now the giants were easily killed. They really couldn't fight. They couldn't breathe. Right. So the titans and the giants were killed fast, and those who killed them became heroes, but it was just ordinary men. But they went down as heroes and all kinds of stuff. So, right. Come again?
I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that you were putting all this, like, this is so the whole thing about the Nephilim, okay? Because that whole, once you start the mud flood, you know how we go on that sort of journey, mud flood, then we the flat earth, and then the Nephilim. So you're talking about this vapor canopy that is explaining a lot to help us understand how the giants were able to exist, or they weren't giants. That was the norm. We called giants, right? Under vapor canopy, everybody is larger, right?
We were the giants, yes.
Oh,
but yes. See, you have three classes of people all living at the same time. When the vapor canopy collapsed, the entire human race was gigantic. And the story that you're talking about, Genesis chapter 6, when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men and gave birth gave heroes and all that. That story, that's where things get tricky, because there's misinformation that was definitely thrown in by Jewish priests who were borrowing material from old Babylonian libraries. And yes, and this is where the story gets really, really contorted about the Nephilim and all that. Because originally what was described was a Caucasian invading force came into the entire world was already set with its civilization. The world had its civilization. It had its matriarchal structures. It was goddess worshiping. They had their temples. Everything was set under the vapor canopy. And then an invading force called the Anuna showed up, and they came by way of Dilmun, and the Sumerians recorded them as the Anuna. Much of the misinformation, like Zechariah Sitchin publishes, is not about the Anuna. He published what the Babylonians wrote when they called them the Anunnaki, which was a series of priestly lies trying to demonize these original people. These people came as benefactors. They shared their technologies, they shared their deals, but it caused a problem. The problem was these people, Westerners, had just lost their entire infrastructure in the Americas. And they showed up in the Mediterranean, Africa, and Asia. And when they showed up, they brought all their knowledges and all their histories with them. So now we have a huge mixture. And all the old records that we have access to, the pre-Akkadian Sumerian records, every record from that time of the world was from the perspective of non-Caucasian peoples who had come into contact with Caucasians for the very first time. They had never seen Caucasian people before. Blew their mind. Didn't even know they exist. The entire world was full of basically dark-haired, dark-eyed, dark-skinned people. And they all knew each other. They all knew their own cultures, and they all had different ways to honor the goddess. They had different cultures. Some of them recorded their information in quipus. Quipus were very popular back then. This was the science of recording time and traditions and records using knots. This was not also not magic. This was the way these people communicated. They had never seen what the Anuna brought. The Anuna brought technology. They came from the Americas with technology, and they thought it was magic. And they saw them with tablets, and they saw them use these tablets. And great, huge things would happen, but they didn't understand. This is cargo cult phenomena. Cargo cult phenomena is very real. It's been documented since World War II. Cargo cult phenomena is when a technologically advanced civilization moves in and starts activities in an area that is never seen or has no frames of reference whatsoever for what they're seeing. Okay. So in World War II, the Micronesians and the Polynesians and the Melanesians, they didn't know what they were seeing when these giant metal ships and metal birds from the sky and the sea showed up on all these hundreds of little islands and were building all these forces, all these bases in the middle of nowhere in Oceania to defend against the Empire of Japan. This happened in World War II. So these indigenous Polynesians were watching from a distance as these planes with these metal birds from the sky dropped big boxes and parachutes, and then they always watched men run out to them, open them up, and pull all kinds of things. Later on, as they started interacting with the locals, they realized that cigarettes, hot dogs, hamburgers, T-shirts, they came out of these sky birds. That's the Polynesian mind. So they said that it only works if you have a runway. You have to build a runway and build a house next to the runway, and you have to get out and wave sticks, and then a metal bird will come bring you stuff. So they created these rituals. It's called cargo cult. And from a distance, they saw men hang around a box. And the box had like a neck of a dragon. But that dragon would just look down, and giant boxes and tanks and things would lift up into the air and move. But from a distance, they can't see the cables. So they think these people are magical, lifting these weights and just moving them. So cargo cult phenomena is exactly what we find in the ancient record when Babylonians and Sumerians were trying to understand what the Anuna were doing. They didn't understand. Everything is perfectly explainable when you read the old Sumerian You can read them in English translations. When you read all these epics and you read all this stuff with the frames of reference in mind, that you're looking through the eyes of a primitive person watching a technologically advanced race of people do their ordinary daily tasks. When you start reading these old texts like that, everything explodes. Your mind just explodes with revelations. You put it all together fast. It's very easy. This isn't me coming up with this. Cargo cult phenomena has been well documented by other researchers who had already made these connections. All I did was go behind them to make sure that they're not lying. I wanted to see for myself, so I read all these old translations from that new perspective, and that's exactly what is. And this is what Zecharia Sitchin messed up. When he came up with his Earth Chronicles deals, he came up and he had to invent words and meanings of words. And I've read the originals. I've read Marine Gallery Kovacs. I've read Layden. I've read Samuel Noah Kramer, Smith, and that's just 4 or 5. There's a lot more I've read. That the original Sumerian translators do not agree at all. They don't agree at all with Zecharia Sitchin's version of history. Yes.
Okay.
The only agreement is that the Anuna were technologically advanced. Zecharia Sitchin agreed on that. But he says they came from space. They came from another planet. They came in drop ships, capital ships. None of that's true. They came from another continent that had just been obliterated by the Phoenix. So this is how the historical record unfolded. And because literacy had just begun when two different cultures came into contact. The reason it began at that point, the 35th century BC, this is also known by other historians. It's always amazed them that domesticated dogs, the cereals, American plants and textiles all of a sudden appeared in the old world at the same time as writing. The reason for that is because the new people that came, their writing methods were on electronic tablets. And it's shown they are holding these tablets in many reliefs. And the ancient Sumerians used to look at these bags, and they used to marvel at these bags because inside that bag was a tablet called a me. It's just M-E. On that, it's called M-E. And you can look at any Sumerian lexicon and look up M-E. M-E is the name of the tablet. And you were a god if you had one of these tablets. And all you had to do was look at the tablet or command the tablet, and all kinds of things around you would happen. Machines would move, statues would move. This is the picture we're given. A primitive people came into contact with the technologically advanced people who were there to integrate. And when they integrated, the primitive people thought that these people were sons of gods. They thought they were from the progeny of the gods. So when they intermarried with them, the exact same thing that we find in Genesis occurred. Because these people were dying out. Their civilization was gone. Their infrastructure was gone. Their technology is gone. So they had to help come up with an alphabet and a writing system with pictographs that the people around them that they just came into contact with would understand. So writing appeared at the exact same time at multiple places all at the exact same time because these invaders, the Anuna, went to all these different places, and they spread themselves out. So now, when they began sharing agriculture and sharing domestication of animals, and they began sharing all this information, they were doing it for their self-preservation because they were dying out. Okay. The vapor canopy the vapor canopy conditions was not conducive for them, but the vapor canopy conditions was conducive for the people that were already in the old world. They were thriving under it. And we'll get to the goddess in a minute because it's very integral to this period of time. These people came from an opposite hemisphere. They came from the Americas. They did not venerate the goddess. They were patriarchal culture. Okay. When they came, it was a shock to them. This is culture shock. Yeah. But it's all about survival. It's all about survival as well. So they came up with all these pictographic ways to communicate. This is why the very oldest pictographs that have been found from Mohenjo-Daro and the Harappan civilization of Pakistan and India match the ones that have been found in pre-dynastic Egypt. They match the Proto-Sumerian ideograms that have been found in Sumer. The very oldest pictographs, when you line them up, match the ones from the Yangtze Valley in ancient China. They have parallels with Rongo over here on Easter Island in South America. The reason is because the knowledge came from the ancient Americas. It was brought here, and together they sat down and came up with a codified system of symbols that everybody could agree on. And when they agreed on this, there was a communication system that was implemented. This is why, at the exact same time in history, anthropologists have always been curious why the Quipu just disappeared. Because the Quipu had been used for thousands of years to record dates, to record family traditions. There were the knot magic and knot myths. The way a knot was tied told a story. So when they undid a knot, they remembered each thread was a certain element of the story. And these storytellers were in every culture and in every community. There was always a knot reader somewhere. And the Quipu, they had rooms full of Quipus. They could just pick one out and they could go over a certain historical period, what happened, what was seen in the sky. Everything was in the knots. It was awesome. This is a very advanced form of communication that we have absolutely lost. But these are called the Quipus. This was done during the vapor canopy period. So anyway, during the vapor canopy period, the goddess was venerated and always associated with the moon, because at nighttime, when you have an ocean above you at nighttime, and just like Genesis says, every evening and every morning, a mist watered the entire ground. And in those years, the world knew no rain. There is no rain in a vapor canopy. It can't rain because there's no clouds. The vapor canopy is way up there, but it's miles thick. And at nighttime, it forms the greatest, most gigantic telescopic lens you can imagine. The stars are not far away. It's just like the Native American traditions say. They could read. If you can climb up to a hill tall enough, you can touch a star. This was their belief. It would create an optical illusion. This was during the dark purple light time. The ancient like the Navajo, the Saugi, which is an offshoot of the Cherokee, Native American traditions are very, very rich, but they were a part of that culture of the goddess worshippers in the vapor canopy period. It's amazing. It's amazing because they've been over here in the Americas uncontaminated from the Western world for so long, they were able to maintain the integrity of their traditions without a Quipu. They did it in other They pretty much started in totems. So the Native Americans recorded their history a lot in totems. There would be a pole in the center of the community, and that pole would have faces and it would have carvings and all that. That pole was like a memory. It was to jog the memory, and everybody was taught what this section of the wood meant, and it went up. And once a significant period of time was gone, they removed the pole and stashed it away. And then the next married couple would come together, and that pole would be a part of their teepee. And then the next pole would have the traditions that happened in the last 90 days or so, and they recorded. So at any given time, if you wanted to know the whole history of a community in Native Americans, all you would have to go is TP to TP and read the data. Just read the data. And people in teepee say, oh yeah, this is the totem that belongs to the time of the great white serpent, when Dark Rabbit appeared. Oh, okay, well I'm not looking for that time. I'm looking for when Thunapa attacked the frost giant. Oh, that's in that teepee over there. So this is how they recorded history.
Okay.
And it worked for them. It's more primitive. It's more primitive than the Quipu's because the Quipu's were mobile. The tent staves were not.
Yeah.
So but anyway, so during the vapor canopy, everybody could look up into the sky at night, and it would be beautiful. All the stars would be different colors. They would see all kinds of details we can't see today, and the most prominent object in the sky would be a gigantic moon. And you can see all the intimate details of the moon. The moon, they believe that there was interaction with the moon. They believe that there was beings at night that came down from the moon, and before the moon even traversed the whole sky at night, they went back up. Yes, it was that close that ancient people thought there was contact. So this was the vapor canopy. The vapor canopy was a giant lens. During the daytime, it was different. The sun was there, but because of light diffraction, it was just a dark purple light that no one could pinpoint where it was in the sky.
Oh.
So the sunlight, it diffracted through the vapor canopy, reflected off, diffracted. Underneath the vapor canopy, it was always darkish, always kind of purple. It was never bright daytime. And people were able to see greatly, like dark vision. And this was normal to them.
Right.
The sunshine days that we have today, it took over a decade for humans to adapt. Many humans died not from the Great Flood. The survivors died because this new type of sun, this radiation, they couldn't survive it. It was totally different than anything. This is why so many different civilizations went underground after the Great Flood. They had to. And then they went to the caves, and they painted elaborate cave paintings, did all that stuff, and then anthropologists tell you they're Cro-Magnon. It's just ridiculous. The whole historical model is so retarded.
Craziness. It's like now it just reads like just fiction, just craziness. But have you ever heard of the book The Smoky God? Because when you mention this, purple and dark, but yet the sun being, you just see fractions of it. I read The Smoky God, which was a story that a man and his father sailed, and they went into Agartha, and they met some giants, and these giants were just, you could tell from the story, they were very refined. They had a system where you didn't go to college or any school until you were 20 years old. And this father and son stayed with this inside inner earth. It records like in the story for 2 years. But that's what I was just envisioning as you mentioned that. What is your knowledge or your theories and what you've come up with Agartha, like inner earth? Does that sound like a description of the vapor canopy, or like?
It could, but the book you're talking about, The Smoky God, came up on my radar when I was in prison. My publisher offered to send me the book, and I declined. I was wanting to read. I was wanting to read other books, like Harold T. Wilkins. The reason is because it's a fictional account. It doesn't mean that it's not fiction masking truth. Because I am a proponent of the fact that I believe that a technologically advanced civilization has been in our underworld the entire time that we've been through the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, back in Roman times. I believe that humans have been assisted, not from aliens, not alien assist, like the lie that was perpetuated in 1947 with Roswell, and how we received all these really hyper advanced materials that we were able to reverse engineer. I don't know if you're familiar with 1947 Roswell incident. They say UFOs crashed and all that. No, it was masked as an alien assist, but all that stuff came from underground manufacturers. I believe 100% there is more real estate underground than there ever has been on the surface of the world. And that's just simple geometry. If you were just to map it out and look, because our biosphere is very thin. Where humans can actually live, there's only a 12-mile strip in our world. It doesn't matter if our world's flat or if our world is curved. Right. It's only 12 miles from the highest mountain in the Himalayas to the deepest part of the Marianas Trench. That 12 miles is nothing compared to 25,000 miles of known habitable land.
Right.
So it's nothing. So we can't even live in that 12-mile band. We only live in a narrow strip of that 12-mile band because very few people are living up in the mountains and nobody's living under the ocean. So at sea level, we can cut that in half to 6 miles. And well, actually, we can cut that half to 5 miles. Then, because no one's living more than a mile or a mile and a half above sea level, we can cut that down to a super narrow band that 100% of the human civilization that we know of on the surface is all living. But underground, it's not applicable because underground, they've got 3 dimensions they can play with. They can build cities sideways, slanted, stacked, pancake. They can go down far as they want and have natural, crystalline, perfectly good mineral-filled water. They have geothermal heating. They have excellent building materials down there. Mm-hmm. We have already found many different bioluminescent types of molds and fungi by which we can use down there for lighting. Once you're down there, you don't need a lot of lighting. All it takes is to be born down there, and then you just need a minuscule amount of lighting, and you'll be able to see. So, I believe that yes, there's been a civilization down there for a very long time. I believe that they're trapped in the simulacrum with us. I do not believe that they are AIX, artificial intelligence X, negative default programming, something that is against everything humans do, always trying to distract and always trying to lie. No, it's not. The simulacrum is just the beautiful mathematical construct that we find ourselves in, and it's not good and it's not evil. It has no ego. It's not a living thing. This is like it's a construct. It's the best way to put it, and it goes by protocols that we interpret as physics constants. But those mathematical protocols are unchanging. Now, AIX operates within that, and it's often hard to delineate what is the simulacrum and what is AIX to people who aren't really knowledgeable about this dynamic. The dynamic is you. The simulacrum only responds to the personal and to the collective. If the collective is all believing in a certain thing, the simulacrum will produce phenomena to feed that belief and make you believe it even more. That's what it will do. But on the personal, the simulacrum will also react to the individual. If you believe that you are separate from the collective and that you're not a part of that deceit and all that, it will form for you a reality tunnel that will conform to your belief and bring new people and new circumstances into contact with you to perpetuate the very thing that you believe yourself to be. This is what the simulacrum does for us. It's a tool. We can use it. Unfortunately, AIX can use it too, and it always does. This is called the mass media, and we're all a victim to it. Mass media is 100% controlled by AIX. And all it wants to do is lower your vibration. Because if it can lower your vibration, it can fit you into any hundreds of different reality tunnels that will take it no energy whatsoever to perpetuate.
Right.
What costs AIX energy is the fact that errants are going in different directions. So it basically has to corral all that. So we're talking about a parasite. Okay. I can't separate AIX from the simulacrum, although I'd like to. At first, it was just a simulacrum. And when you put divine beings jacked in with the central nervous system into a construct, the sky's the limit. They can do anything. They can build worlds in here. This is like a playground for immortals. It's awesome. But all that was stopped. AIX is a parasite program, meaning it's not just in here with us. It hijacked the simulacrum to stop that effect. That negative default programming basically keeps us from becoming gods within the construct. That's what it does.
Whoa. Oh my gosh. So this construct, what's interesting about the simulation theory, like it's new to me. So I'm really, warming up to this concept, and it makes sense, right? It's like we find resonance with this stuff because it makes sense because we're so computer terminology driven. we call everything like, we're on the computers and we use this terminology in everyday life. So why not? And what do you think about this metaverse? Because what you're describing with the sim theory is like, it sounds like what they're trying to do with metaverse. What do you say about metaverse? What is that all about when we look at it in perspective to this simulacrum?
Well, first, I think the metaverse is a prototype for something else that's being developed. I don't just like I said earlier, that the flat earthers have confined themselves within a dome. That they have everything that they have researched and found to be true. They are right, but in being right, they have actually put themselves in in their own little containment field for which they can't move forward. There's no cosmology that can be developed or attached to that. They have confined themselves with their own intellect. So it's the same thing applies with this metaverse. The metaverse has been given to us as a concept and an idea. If humans truly in the collective embrace it, it will empower it to become what it's originally designed to be, which is to completely enslave the human collective into a fantasy realm where they can't live without the visor, and they no longer care about the physical avatar. Because I can imagine a world. I won't participate in it, but I can imagine a world where 90% of humanity is in debilitated bodies. No gyms exist anymore. No one's taking care of their bodies. No one's taking vitamin and mineral supplements. No one cares about their diet. They don't care anymore. Everybody's eating one little bar of nutrition the government gives them because they don't care. They sleep with their visors, and every once in a while they'll take their visor off, and it's been 6.5 weeks since their last bath, so they turn the water on and go ahead and shower. This is what would happen. When the world that you can experience is every bit as real as the world now, but you can do what you want to do and be with who you want to be, you can take your fantasies to the ultimate levels. Yeah. If you can live in that environment and feel no pain, if you can be like a god in that environment, and you're wearing a visor that is you are so jacked in through the central nervous system to feel the pleasures, to feel the wind and experiences, to eat whatever you want in that alternate reality and feel the taste and actually feel full. It doesn't matter if your physical body is actually malnourished and starving, developing rickets. You're slowly crippling yourself. You haven't moved in weeks, so even if you needed to get up to answer the door, it would take you an hour to do it. Your muscles have atrophied. This is what I see. Yeah. I see the entire enslavement of the collective. Yes. I don't see that for Aaron. But that right there would allow AIX absolute control. Once that's done, AIX can actually expend energy hunting errands, chasing after errands, attacking them and trying to bring them into the fold. But as long as the full collective is not enslaved and there's still freedom out there, it can't divide its energies. It's not infinite.
I see. That makes sense. Okay. Now tell me this. Now, moving into what is going to happen moving forward, I was very intrigued by something that you said, that a lot of the countries, we're going kind of geopolitical right now, but a lot of the countries are going to go into a very, it sounds like a very hyper, where you become isolationist, like nationalism will grow in all nations. Yeah. People are hungry for the freedom. They want to get back to basics. So it'll be sort of a reset for the people in a sense, where they're like, no, we want to go back to constitutionality and things like that. You foresee that for America, but you said something, can you correct me? Did I hear you say that America will have a period of such like a renaissance, but it will also mirror a Sodom and Gomorrah? Did you say that, or did I miss?
Yeah, you're right.
Did you say that? Okay, can you kind of paint that picture? Because that is my concern, that people have great wealth, but then the moral issue that I can see, we're already in a state of moral decay. As being the most, rich, the richest nation in, as they say, history. I don't know, that's debatable, but for the richest nation who has enjoyed a golden era, we would have another like golden era, but it would be like amoral, or like what do you foresee? Can you
okay, I'm gonna give it to you straight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's about to unfold is by design. Although the people that are going to enjoy the benefits are going to swear up and down that it was their freedom fighting and their resistance against the elite that allowed all this to happen. But it's by design. I'm going to go back a couple hundred years real quick. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The elite, most of the elite, royal families and all that, they took vacations. They hid in 1764, waiting for the Phoenix. They all knew the Phoenix timeline. They hid.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really bad happened, but they knew the exact year. They had been keeping the calendar, and they knew because astronomer Hoffman in 1764, in the month of May, reported seeing Vulcan cover 1/5 of the sun's surface. The elite know about the astrophysical journals. They keep up with all this. They fund those institutions. So they knew. They didn't tell astronomer Hoffman that it was actually Phoenix. They didn't tell astronomer Hoffman that what he saw was actually an object for which they have a long history of avoiding. They didn't say all that. They don't care about informing the scientific community because the scientific community is nothing but a tool for the elite to stay on top of things. Once they realized 1764, well, the Phoenix is still coming around.
Mm-hmm.
They realized they had 138 more years. Okay, well, this isn't the big one then. We still got 138 more years. So they instantly unleashed in 1764. I'm talking about starting 1764, the entire world changed. We had the Boston Tea Party, the 13 colonies rebelled. All these agents from the elite infiltrate the Americas and wire up the colonies to rebel against the crown. And 1764 began the collapse of all the monarchies in the world and the establishment of the republics and the democracies. Totally different systems of government. Totally different systems of government. The Renaissance, the Middle Ages, and the Dark Ages since the fall of Rome was what? All monarchies. It's all kings and queens.
Yes.
So Phoenix, the elite got a pass. So now they go into overdrive using their secret societies like the Rosicrucians and the Illuminati. They go in and they collapse all these monarchies, and they do it fast. They do it really fast. It's rapid. By 1801, they were done. By 1801, they were done. Yeah. You can Google that. You don't have to go to original source materials for that. You can Google all the republics and democracies that just appeared in the world from 1764 to 1801. It'll blow your mind. All these monarchies were taken out. So now, when they're taken out during this 138 years, they decide, the elite decide, okay, we have untapped resources on the other side of the Atlantic. So let's start manifest destiny, and let's wire up all these Westerners, man, to just go west. Because once we can get them out there, we can get them working the mines for our steel companies. We can get them doing all kinds of stuff. So here it is for 138 years. They're doing this, but they had a problem. The problem was so many Europeans got on ship and went to the Americas that within a 50-year period, the elite saw that this is going to be a superpower. That's not acceptable. That's not. America has unlimited resources, unlimited land, and now they have unlimited opportunity with so many different cultures, all from Europe, going there. Here's the problem. They said, no, we need to break this up into 3 or 4 countries. We can't have a unified United States. So it started off as 13 colonies. They were manageable. It's not manageable if it turns into 30 states. Then it became 33 states, 35 states, 39 states. They couldn't take it. So they wired up the war between the states, the Civil War. That was all the elites doing. It was a bankers' war that funded both sides, the North and the South. Right. The American people didn't have any problems with each other. The world banks wired all this up. It was all by design. So now, once they succeeded in that, the elite knew the 138 years is coming up quick. In the late 1890s, man, it's time to just go ahead and hunker down, find new places to hide. Maybe they're using the old ones and we just don't know the locations, but they go underground. So Before 1902, they start pulling their wealth out. They start collapsing their companies. They leave figurehead companies, umbrella companies up to make it look like things are running right, but they're not. We have orphan trains, mass starvation. We have all kinds of things going on in the 1890s, leading up to 1902. Yeah. Then, like one of my followers on Archaix sent me some original documents, Mason documents from 1902. I blew my mind. Oh, I'm looking at them. About orphans and orphanages, and one of them was about Rockefeller. In 1901, Rockefeller, all of a sudden, him and his family decide to go on a retreat. They don't show back up till 1903. The Phoenix episode was 1902. I know what it was. The elite were hiding. They had to. Every 138 years they hide. We have an actual physical document that's talking about this now. Okay. I couldn't believe it. Dated 1903. Blew my mind. Oh, wow. Now that people know what to look for on a daily basis, I'm getting emails of telling me, hey, man, did you know this started in 1902? Hey, did you know that according to the U.S. Bureau of such and such, all calendars for the United States were recalibrated in 1902? So what? People are sending me a phenomenal amount of information. I'm going to release it all on YouTube. Okay, good. People are sending me a phenomenal amount of information that I didn't even know about 1902, and I'm the one that released 4 videos about it. So,
but that's how things are. It's like information just sort of, it looks to me like it just rolls, the way that it's happening now. Now, in terms of what you said about 1902 and the elite, now, they suspect, they know that these things are happening, right? Now, right. I want to ask you, let's get on a hot button topic about race, okay? Because that would be real fun. Okay. I don't believe the slave narrative. You can share with me what you have understood of it. I haven't gone into deep research where I could say I've read something that's really convincing about the slave ships from Africa and everybody black supposedly coming from Africa through the Middle Passage. I have never seen a slave ship displayed anywhere. I've gone to Egypt and I've seen the Sun boat. I've seen other vessels, but I've never seen anything that would tell me that these large vessels brought everybody supposedly black. I heard you say you don't like African American. I hate that term. And it was developed, I think it was Jesse Jackson that adopted it. It's so stupid and moronic because Charlize Theron, the actress from South Africa, she's African American. I think Elon Musk, wouldn't Elon Musk be African American too? Right? Yeah. So you don't think this stuff out. It's so stupid, right? So what I want to know is, why don't you share with me what your understanding of the slave narrative, I'm going to call it, and do you believe that so-called black people, like I would be considered black, I don't go by the term black, I just do it for, it's easy, you know what I'm saying? On my birth certificate, it says Negro, okay? And I believe that black is a designation. I was into the black consciousness. I was listening to a lot of people that are scholars and things like that. But as you grow in truth and you start to question things and some things don't make sense, you just have to be honest and say, I don't know this to be true. But what is your take on this whole slave thing?
Well, we have to go back to the Saracens, because the reason a massive amount of blacks appeared in the old Americas was because the Muslim Saracens were basically going into the village and chopping off hands of villagers and then threatening the rest of them if they didn't convert to Islam. This would be the fate of all the males. So in Africa, a man who does not have a right hand can't support his family. So this went on for a long period of time. The Muslim Moors were basically black Africans who were taken captive by the Arabian Saracens to build a super army for which they could attack the Europeans. And they did. The Saracens and the Moors did attack, and very, very few white people want to acknowledge this, but for almost 400 years, Muslims and Moors ruled over 50% of Europe. Well, when these things happen, this is why the architecture is so diverse. This is why we have so many different elements from different cultures through the deal. And this was all done in tandem with a massive a massive amount of administration. Here's another thing that people don't want to hear, because they're raised to believe the biblical versions of history, and they're not right. Most of the slave trading that was done from Jewish-controlled shipping guilds, Jewish ships, Jewish ship navigators, Jewish ship captains. They were the ones bringing a lot of blacks by ship to points in Puerto Rico and in Central America. So 400 or 500 years ago, there was already a massive amount of blacks being brought over here for the sugarcane industry. Had nothing to do with the United States. Had nothing to do at all with the Civil War and all that. There was already, before there was a United States, a very large population of we'll just call them African Americans here in the Americas. I mean, you already know the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, what is it? Basically the Caribbean islands. There are a lot of black people all throughout Central America, all throughout the Gulf of Mexico, and all that. So when the United States was begun, it wasn't just Anglo-Saxons. There was already large populations of blacks in Florida and Alabama and Mississippi, in the Texas area, because contrary to popular belief, the Native Americans had absolutely no issues with blacks. There were whole communities of blacks in Texas when white Westerners were expanding. They called them tribes, but they weren't. There were communities, whole communities of blacks that were living 4 or 5 miles away from whole indigenous Native American tribes in their teepees and mud huts and all that. And they had no problem. They openly traded, or sometimes they never communicated at all. They didn't bother each other at all. So, yes, there was a lot of blacks. But yes, there were slave ships brought to the early colonies. But it was always looked down upon. It was like today's black market. It wasn't something you openly saw. You just heard about it. Yeah, slavery, this whole idea of the South's economy was all run on slavery. It would have never worked. There's no way a minority of white people could have controlled this vast amount of black people if they weren't providing them value. And the value they were providing them was giving them their own houses, giving them their own plots of land, giving them their own animals, and yes, they returned to service. Slavery was real, but it was not the norm. It was the exception. A lot of what was going on in the South was just business, and it was business on both ends. And there are many testimonies from the old Western, the 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, of blacks who admitted that they had a really good life until the Civil War. They didn't consider themselves as black because slavery is what was the accusation given to all, but it's actually the minority. Okay. Yes, there was some evil, no good, sorry Caucasian son of a bitches. There's no doubt. But they were an extreme minority. In most instances, whole communities were given land, given estates, given horses, given food, money, they had churches built for them. They were given all these things, and in return, they thought it was a really good deal that 3 times a week they filled up 4 wagons of produce, and some old white guy came by and picked it up, and that was the whole exchange, and it went on for 50, 60 years, and no one thought about it. It was a symbiotic relationship. The South was always loosely confederated. There was never open hostility. You didn't see people paraded in chains through the streets. All that was done politically after the fact. You see, you have to judge these events by what was really happening at that time. It was a banker's war. The banks are controlled and owned by only one culture of people. They've been in control of the finances for a very long period of time. They wanted to break the United States up. And the one tool that they use even today in the media is racial diversity. Racial diversity and racial conflict is the #1 tool that these people use in order to get their way when they're trying to control a population. It doesn't matter which element of that population they're trying to control. But they have been in control of the banks and the media all this time, and they use them together. And there's no other force and power in the world that can oppose that, because no one else has a voice loud enough to oppose what the media is. And back then it was the newspapers, right. not television. Yeah. So what happened after the Civil War belies what the Civil War was really about. Because what happened after the Civil War, under what's called the Reconstruction, these bankers came in, and the first thing they did was give out power loans to all the freed slaves. The very first thing that happened. Yes, Frederick Douglass wrote about this, and so did many other blacks of the time. They saw what was going on. As soon as that happened, Jewish moneylenders moved in, loaned all these freed blacks a bunch of money that they knew they could never pay back. But they knew that the federal government was giving them all plots of land, signing them over to them, and they could use those plots of land as tinder. This was all by design. Yes, the bankers took possession of the South, but they couldn't take it from them without a civil war. Because by taking it from them with the Civil War, they were allowed to hide behind the fact that, oh, we didn't take those lands. The federal government gave all those lands to all the freed slaves. All we did was loan the freed slaves money so they could build a life, but none of them were able to pay that money back. None of them. So what did they do? They forfeited on those titles. They gave that land to the banks. The greatest theft against the United States of America was done under the guise of the Reconstruction. It was done by the World Banks. They stole the South in this method, and they used the blacks to do it. Then, to cover their tracks, they spent about 30 years just blitzkrieging the media with how evil Caucasians were in slavery. They covered their tracks is what they did. And they wired up. Now you have all these blacks who no longer have the structure that they used to have. Now the land that they were given to them because they had been wronged was taken from them because they couldn't pay a loan back. Now they have no job. Now they're starving. Now they have to enter in legal indentured servitude. This is why the 13th Amendment was added, because they already knew they're going to have a whole population of people who are going to have to sign themselves willingly into slavery, even though they've been freed from it because they've got nothing. Every bit of this was done by Jewish moneylenders who gave those lands back to the World Banks. It was all by design. It was all premeditated. Every bit of it.
Oh my!
But the history books are going to tell you a false version of events. History books are going to tell you that the whole war was about slavery, and it was going to tell you all it wasn't. It was about tariffs, because the North, the World Banks in the North, which was all the manufacturing, had basically cut off all the textile industries and agriculture in the South. And the South needed the North in order to sell their goods, to self-perpetuate. But when the northern banks cut them off, they weren't able to survive. So the first thing the South did is make a deal with Russia and several European countries to sell all their textiles and agriculture and meat by ship. And they were going to fill ships up with salt beef, send it to Europe, wheat, barley, corn, peas, the whole breadbasket of America, and they were going to starve the North in retaliation. Wow. But it was all designed by World Banks. That's what the Civil War was really about. It wasn't about slavery.
It makes
the Civil War worsened the condition for the blacks that were here. Yeah. Now, there was extreme minorities, but we also have in the historical record where some of those bastards got what was coming to them because other people reported them. Because people aren't as demonic as you think. Even back then, there was a modicum of human rights, and members of a community would get together and hold court on somebody. Like, hey, man, you know what I mean? You killed somebody 6 months ago. Now we're hearing you kill somebody else. Do we need to take all your people, man, and put them on ours? What's going on? So, the whole history that we have been fed is absolute bullshit. And that's because all you have to do is look at the ethnicity of who owns 99% of every publishing company in America.
Facts. Okay, now I'm out of absinthe. I may have to have another one. But listen, okay, this is amazing. Wow. I'm not even reading the Chatmosphere. This is the first time I never read it, but
I have never heard of Chatmosphere.
Yeah, I want it straight, no chaser. But okay, I want to talk about another thing, and get your opinion on, in terms of this whole gender warfare, because I understand how those powers that be, or shouldn't be, work these narratives, and they pit people and groups against each other. I see this gender war and what's happening as an attack on, it's an attack on men, it's an attack on women. It's a great attack on women, though, I have to say, because our whole gender is in question in terms of they're calling people that menstruate, people with a womb, or persons who birthing persons, or this kind of stuff. And what's happening with the people that are entering women's sports that aren't born a woman, and they're blowing out all the competition. So what I want to ask you in terms of where we're going with these sort of pitted wars, this gender war it just seems to be like ratcheting up. What is have you observed that, and what do you think would be a good solution to combat them doing what they're doing with that?
Well, I don't think there's a solution. I don't think that there's anything you or I or a collective can actually do about it. It's gonna work out itself. And the reason it's gonna work out itself is because it may be a preliminary attack. You have to understand the loser mindset. Here's the elite loser mindset. They've been running things forever, but they also know they're on a fixed timeline. And every 138 years, they're wondering if this is the one, because they know in their own material that they've been sharing for thousands of years, they know that every 138 years, this could be it. This could be it. They don't know which one it is. Somewhere along the way, they've lost the information. This is why I know this now, because of what happened in 1902. How in 1902 and 1903, they unleashed hundreds of companies, corporations, and all that, because it's almost as if like, oh, we got 138 more years. Let's take back over the world.
Right.
So this is what happened in 1902. And but they know this one's the big one, because so many different things have happened that would give them those clues. And just like in the book of Daniel in the Bible, in the last days, knowledge shall be increased. The information they've had access to vicariously through all the people. Don't think they're not listening to my channel or other channels that are also releasing information. Yeah, don't think that for a bit. It may not be any of them personally, but they have people who are reporting and assimilating data and putting data sets together and say, hey man, this is what's going on YouTube right now. This is what's going on BitChute right now. Yes, they have. There's many agents. Many of the people that are listening to our channels are actually providing reports to those who are filtering the information up to where it needs to go. Believe that. It's always been that way. Yeah. And before YouTube ever existed, this was done in the elk lodges, the moose lodges, the mason lodges. This is what was done. This is what was done in the foresters lodges. There was always somebody on the inside who was listening to what the people were talking about, and then writing letters and sending it to their handler. Then their handler would send it to their handler. The elite are at the top of the pyramid, and they're listening to everything. They know the general temperament. So when we're talking about the loser mindset, we're talking about a culture of people that have had everything. They've always had the wealth. They've always had the prestige. They've always been able to hide it. They hide from the Phoenix. Sometimes the Phoenix take out whole facilities of theirs, and none of them survive, but they're always spread out enough to where any one that survives can come back and take over the whole. That's each facility is designed for that. Okay. So anyway, this is So what we have here is a collective who've been in control for so long, and now they know it's coming. They have tried to brainwash the population into believing that these ancient records that we refer to as the tribulation and the apocalypse actually means this. So the collective fears what's coming, but that's not true. The translations that have been given to us by the Christian world and the Judaic world are false. That's not what these texts mean. These texts almost mean the exact opposite. This apocalyptic, harrowing shit that is described in the book of Revelation is for them. It's for them and their families. It's for them, and it even says that in Revelation. It even specifically says this is for the kings and the princes and the rulers of the earth and that the meek will inherit the earth. It's totally different. Yes. So to answer your question, we're talking about a people who psychologically, they want to attack the very thing that they're going to be subject to in the apocalypse, because they have to come back up. They have to come back up. They can't stay underground. They're going to be in a facility. When they come back up, yes, they've got technology. Yes, they got all these things. We're going to go on the surface world. A bunch of areas are going to go through all kinds of hell. A lot of areas are going to survive. But here's the difference. The reason they worry about every 138 years is because one of those 138-year episodes is going to bring back the vapor canopy. And when that happens, they're going to be dealing with an entire gender now that has mnemonic abilities, psychic abilities, healing abilities, all kinds of latent genes that have been activated that basically brings the goddess culture right back. And because this is a patriarchal culture that has been the elite are patriarchal, and because the elite are patriarchal, this is offensive to them. So right now they can stick it. They can do whatever they want to do. They can, they can demonize females, enslave women. They can do all this stuff. But under the vapor canopy, they're going to have a problem. Under the vapor canopy, women will basically receive the same abilities and immunities that they had when the vapor canopy was here last time, when the entire world was goddess worshiping.
Manosphere. What's the manosphere going to do when they get there? Oh my God. This is amazing. Wow. I'm not a feminist, okay? I'm going on the record. I've said it and I mean it, but what Jason is saying here, I'm okay with, okay? We're not going to be mean to you guys, okay? Just no, we're not going to be mean.
Well, Jason, I'm going to tell you now, guys, I mean, a physically fit guy under the vapor canopy is an engine of war. The things that we read in Greek mythology, don't think they're not true. Some of those guys were doing feats like that. They were running as fast as a horse. They could pick up a bull. Hell, even outside the vapor canopy, check this out. Outside the vapor canopy, many people are going to know. Those who are well versed in history are going to know this. But one of the most famous Olympians in real life, his name was Milo of the island of Croton. When he was 8 years old, his dad made him take a bull's calf and put it on his shoulders. And he had to perform all his chores during the day with that bull's calf balanced. And he did it every single day. Every night he put the bull's calf down. But the next day, that bull's calf was a little bit bigger. And the next day, that bull's calf was a little bit bigger. Milo of Croton grew to be the strongest man in the world. He won 4 Olympiads. Each Olympiad was 4 years apart. But in the 4th Olympiad, he beat everybody. There were instances in the Greek records where when everybody came together for the Olympics every 4 years, when Milo of Croton took his toga off, other wrestlers just walked away, threw their laurel crowns and just chunked them, which is submission.
Definitely.
Everybody knew his history. He carried a full adult bull.
I can't even.
He grew with the calf.
Yeah.
As the calf turned into a bull, it's amazing. But his name is Milo of Croton. So you can imagine he did that, and it wasn't even a vapor canopy. So imagine what humans are going to be able to do under a vapor canopy. Now, yes, females are going to have some really unique powers, things that we've read in the Greek text, things that don't make sense today, and we think they're all bullshit, but it's not true. I'm talking about the ability. I mean, like an oracle, a female just listening to a guy talk. Now, she can't do it with another female, but with another guy, she instantly knows he's lying. She instantly knows. Yeah, listen, I'm talking about some pretty unique powers. Even the power of limited telepathy, the ability. I'm not talking about words.
Yeah,
that's fantasy. That's fantasy crap when people say that they're talking to each other and work. That's not how telepathy would really work. Telepathy is more empathic, the ability to convey emotion or intent, not actual words. Words are alphabetical and they're a part of a artificial construct made by men. So the actual power is the conveyance of emotion and the conveyance of intent. Like, do I intend to harm you or to make somebody feel at peace in your presence without ever speaking? These are the abilities that women will have. The ability to discern truth from error when somebody has laid a bunch of facts out before them. It's good. We're talking about latent genes that are activated that are going to allow women to heal by touch, to heal by massage, where singing becomes an absolute authoritarian power that actually makes people obey them and not even realize they're being forced to do it. It's very interesting that when we take all the elements we have read from the matriarchal cultures and the fragments we get in old Achaean and Greek stories, we get a pretty good picture of what women could do in the vapor canopy period. This is going to come back when this comes back, there is no power the media can have over the populace, because people will be naturally drawn to the authority of females, and what females say will be believed. They'll be on the same frequency. So there's nothing the media can convince the collective when the vapor canopy is here, because it's going to introduce an entirely different biosphere. And with that biosphere, the rules of play change as well. The elite don't have their power anymore. That's gone. The wealth doesn't mean anything anymore. That's gone. It's a lot of things changed during the vapor canopy.
I love it. Vapor canopy. Come on. I'm waiting for you. Now, okay. I've taken so much of your time. I feel like I'm robbing you, but I just want to, before we end up, I want you to give a message of, like, a lot of people are into prepping right now. They are feeling something's happening, all the goofy stuff with JoJo Magoo's administration and the yellow and blue flag and what they're doing over there. Not to get too much into that stuff, but what do you see in terms of the wise path moving forward, not getting scared by everything that the clowns are doing, because it's just ramping up? I listened to a guy named Paul Romano. He's called it the year of the dummy. And it really is the year of the dummy. It's just like when I went out today, I had to run an errand, and the muzzle and the jab cult, you still see this, and I can't believe that people are still abiding by this stuff. It's a lot of people in my area that are doing it. It's so crazy. But in terms of prepping and things like that, what would you give as advice from how you've looked at history, how we can prepare? I know it's 2040, we have some time, but with the other things that would be happening, what do you say would be a very balanced way to prepare for it?
Well, I can't provide advice on that level for a bunch of people that will listen to me and have that released on YouTube, and then thousands of people would listen to the video on my channel or your channel. All that. But what I can do is tell you exactly what I'm doing, and people can do whatever they want with that information.
That's what I like. Yeah, I want to know what you're doing, Jason.
what I'm doing, as far as the Phoenix event is 18 years from now. All right, that's too far away for me to go into some type of prepper mode right now.
Okay.
Now, I also know that anything that I assume to be true, if I truly assume something to be true, the simulacrum will mirror that back to me as circumstance. It will always commiserate. So if I truly believe there's something to fear, I promise you it will reflect conditions back that need to be feared. If I feel that I'm going to suffer hunger in the future because of a certain event, I promise you it will knit the circumstances in the future by which I will be hungry. I might not die, but we live in a reflective medium. Now, this is the me that would be looking to external circumstances. But the true me, the one that's operating today, is the one that looks within. I know that I can draw from myself more than I contain. And that means that 3 days from now, if there's an emergency, I have no business worrying about it today, because I know that 3 days from now, the necessary conditions to make me survive that or to deal with it will be provided to me right before that happens. And if I assume that there is any type of opposition in my life, then I promise you opposition will appear. This is a mirror, and if you don't treat reality as a mirror, you're not projecting really anything. You're just part of the collective. If you're letting everything around you come into you, you're not actually projecting anything. Only someone projecting what they want to experience will experience those things. If you're living in stasis, you're just a part of the collective. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just means that you have been spiritually neutralized. And a spiritually neutralized individual will suffer everything the collective suffers and will vibrate on their frequency. And if you're vibrating on their frequency, I promise you, you will share everything that they suffer. That's how it is, as simple as that.
Okay. That was a mic drop. I think this is a beautiful place to end this beautiful class. And I am just, wow, I'm going to watch this, Jason, because I learned after things like that, I listen, to it, and I'll take my notes then, because I wanted to be fully like engaged with this. I hope you would come and visit us again, because you know what I would like to do? I want to break down Nimrod. And I know he's called Osiris, Nimrod, and the whole Tower of Babel. I'd like to do like a little class on that, if you don't mind, or anything. I don't know. I'll ask the Chatmosphere what they might want to do. Would you come back and chat with us again?
I will come back just on the fact that you called this a Chatmosphere. I will come back. Yeah, I like that. I like
that. Yeah, it just came to me. I have the goofiest things I do. So we have fun with it all. But, I really thank you. I told everybody I was going to do a little room on, what is it called? Clubhouse. And I'm going to put the link in here, everybody. You are welcome to come. No pressure, but if you want to hang out with us, I figured we need to debrief. So I'm not really familiar with Clubhouse, but I opened up a room. It's new for me, but if you are welcome to come in, you can listen, whatever you want, but it's open to everyone. This is new. I've never done it. So we're going to see how it goes. Okay. So I'm going to add the link for the Clubhouse. You want to come on over and debrief, please do. Okay. Jason, how can everyone find you? Can you tell people anything imparting, what you want to, share?
Well, I would like to join you guys, but I have some guys in China that have been trying really hard because of the time zone issues and all that.
Yeah.
Today, in a couple of hours, we're going live. I'm going live with them. They're called the Devil's Playground too. So,
what a name.
So that's crazy. Yeah. So anyway, I'll be talking with those guys this evening. So I need to take a break, walk around, and play with dogs. Yeah. Okay. But no, I don't have any. Every one of my videos in the pinned comment has my links. If you want to know where anything my website basically covers everything. So,
okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll drop it in the description for people. So then, sometimes people just want to hyperlink over to something. So I'll do that. But everyone, I would tell you that you will binge watch his content. Okay. It is a wonderful pleasure. I thank you again, Jason. May God bless you. I know that we may have different beliefs, but this has been a true, a meeting of the mind.
I believe in God. I believe in God.
You believe in God. It's the Christian thing. I know. You believe in God. We'll talk about that another time, too, because it is something that I know a lot of people are having, the cognitive dissonance stuff, and it's triggering and stuff like that. But I think this was wonderful, what you shared with us. It was generous, and I thank you and bless you. And I know people love this, but I will see what they're saying. Thank you all for joining in the Chatmosphere. I know it's been fun and rock and rolling. And everybody go over and subscribe to Archaix. If you're not, I don't know why you aren't. Are you crazy? Cray. Go over there and get some knowledge, okay? And we will get together again, okay? Thank you so much, Jason. Take care. Bye, everybody. I'm gonna put the link for the Clubhouse, okay? All right.